Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me? Because I'm
Yes,
away
I
from my.
can.
Great, thank you, sir. Mr.
Okay.
Speaker, unfortunately, I don't have a statement in front of me now, but if the minister, in terms of her statement, it's on page 7, but I don't have the actual words. In terms of the testing supplies, could the minister advise whether, aside from the traditional established procurement companies, did any Bermudian entrepreneurs have the opportunity to be included in the sourcing process for PPE?
Minister?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. In addition to us procuring PPE supplies from overseas, from far away as China, we did use local companies that also provide, local vendors, which also provided quite a number of the supplies, including hand sanitizers and preemptive wipes. So the local vendors that provide medical supplies, we use those.
Thank you. Supplementary, yes?
Yes, the supplementary are the local vendors. Were they the established companies from which we would normally procure, like the Atlantic Medicals and or were there any small entrepreneurial ventures that came to the fore during this sourcing process?
Minister?
Yes, the majority, there were local vendors that were utilized, that were existing supply companies that we procured our PPE from.
Supplementary?
Maybe my question wasn't clear.
There was one actual local person that assisted with procuring some supplies as well.
Okay, that probably answers my question. Thank you. I have a second question.
Second question?
Yes, sir. The question is, what was procured and what were the comparative prices?
We procured surgical masks, N95 masks, face shields, swabs, gloves, thermometers, infrared thermometers, digital thermometers. Like I said previously, we worked closely with the commercial director of BHB because they obviously have far more expertise than we do at the ministry for procuring large-scaled items, large-volumed items. So we worked directly with him, who had not only the availability of resources through his own associates, through companies that he was accustomed to doing large bulk orders from, but also so that we could utilize their systems as it related to paying for items, because many of the items the suppliers would not were required to be paid up front, and as you can appreciate, it would have taken a little bit longer for us to go through all the steps to get the monies overseas. So we utilize payments through BHB and then reimburse them accordingly.
Thank you. I have a supplementary.
Yes, supplementary?
Yes, from the procurement from the non-traditional, if I may put it that way, entrepreneurs, could the minister give us an indication as to the comparative prices of the items that were procured?
And remember, Minister?
Yes, so for example, for some of the masks, the N95 mask, they ranged in cost between $4 and $11, and we were able to secure them for the $4 and $4 and change.
A second supplementary.
Yes.
Does that obtain to all of the items the minister spoke about in the PPE? She spoke about masks, gloves, all kinds of equipment. So I'm just wondering whether this cost differential was manifested throughout all of the procurement by the smaller entrepreneur in this process.
Yes, there were ranges of prices that we used to secure these items. They all ranged, and we, of course, took steps to ensure that we could get the best price. However, also recognizing how we could get access to them, because some of the items that might have been the best price might have been in some area of China that would have taken us forever to get.
All right, that answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Minister. Minister, no more questions for you. The next statement that there are questions for are for the Minister of National Security.
They were, you know what they were. That's canon.
Your mic, Minister Wilson. Minister Mean, you have a question from MP Smith. MP Smith, would you like to put your question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to join the minister in thanking the Coast Guard that has done a really good job during the period that was unexpected for the start of, when the Coast Guard was implemented in February. Obviously, this was not the kind of run-up that they would be looking for. But congratulations to them for the way they've stepped up and the hard work they've done. Can the Honorable Minister let us know what the impact of operating under the auspices of the Bermuda Police Service Special Constable Program has on operation?
Sure. Just for the clarity on that, Mr. Speaker, is he asking for the impact in terms of numbers or relationship? I'm just unclear which impact you're looking to get.
Member, can you just provide some clarity to your question for the Minister?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So in the statement, the minister points out that the Coast Guard is working under the rules of the Bermuda Police Service Special Constable Service. So I'm just asking whether there is any specific impact on them operating when they are using that instead of what would be the Coast Guard rules if those changes had been made already.
Surely. The impact is definitely one that's allowed the Coast Guard's officers to actually work. So when you say the impact, I'm going to take it as being a positive impact because for the last 5 months, one of the things I mentioned in my statement is the benefits that we've gained from having the Coast Guard, and then being a special officer allowed them to not just go out on the water and kind of call the police. They were given the special constable status as well.
So supplementary?
Supplementary? Yes, supplementary.
So will they continue in that capacity without the emergency order, or does that change?
I believe that they will continue in the capacity, but I will definitely clarify that for you, MP Smith.
Thank you. Ken?
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes, a further question.
Yes, second question, go ahead.
Yes. So the soldiers that are in the Coast Guard are part-time soldiers. Can the minister give us an indication of the difference in the budget with the soldiers that are part of the Coast Guard and the supplemental group that is coming in from the police? So the difference in cost that obviously happens by paying a part-time soldier that is not going to have the same benefits as a police officer.
Mr. Speaker, I would have to get the question I would have to get that answer for you because that's a budgetary item and I wouldn't have that right off the top of my head.
Thank you. And just final question. The minister points out the age of the boats and that potentially there was going to be budget changes to bring in more boats. Can the minister give us an indication of any impact of using 30-year-old boats at the level that we are having to use them to police the waters, knowing that the budget is probably not going to be able to pay for them for quite some time with all the changes that have happened for COVID?
Surely, Mr. Speaker. I would imagine that the impact is probably that it's very high maintenance. And so that would be the reason why they're asking to kind of replenish their fleet. You're absolutely correct. There may be budgetary constraints, but it is something that we will look at because we recognize the age of the vessels.
And Mr. Speaker, just a supplementary to that, is there potential an increase in cost of maintaining a much older boat than obviously a new boat that would be more efficient in how it's using fuel and all the other pieces that go along with it?
But, Mr. Speaker, yes, I would think that a new boat is definitely more efficient. If you have a boat that's 30 years old versus a boat that's built within this year, you would definitely see efficiencies. You may even, in shopping for a new boat, look for those efficiencies, whether they be solar, diesel, you have other things that you can use nowadays to make the vessel more efficient. So I think the answer to your question is yes, something new would be, but the older model would definitely be taking more maintenance, yes, at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Melinda. That brings us to a close of the questions from statements this morning. We will now move on.
Sure,
to
Mr.
the next
Speaker.
order.
Mr. Speaker, I had questions. I sent you a note.
Oh,
A note as well.
Mr. Simons. Yes, education questions.
Yes.
That's right. Sorry about that. Honorable member, would you like to put your question to the minister?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the college on its clean audit. So my question is this. The minister indicated that there is no long-term debt attached to the college's financials. So my question is, has the college considered looking at some financing or financing from the private sector to reduce its dependency on the government grants going forward?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that question, Mr. Simons. At present, there has not been any discussions about the reduction of the grant moving forward, but I thank you for that question, and it's something that I will bring up in the next quarterly meeting that I do have with the president and the chairman of the board, now that we do have the financials in front of us.
Thank you.
Supplementary?
He's answered it. My second question.
Second question, yes.
The audited report indicates an increase of 39.3%.
Saying new internet, so I can't.
Minister Ling, your mic is still.
Yes, but
That's Minister Renee Ming.
Yes, Minister Ling. I brought it up.
Okay, my second question. The report indicates a 39.3% increase in receivables, bringing the number to 868.913. Can the minister provide any details in regards to why the receivables increased by 39.3%?
At this time, honorable member, I cannot provide details on what makes up that number, but I will endeavor to get that information for you. It's a little difficult at the current moment as the college, most of the executives are on vacation at the college for this week and then coverage week. But I will reach out to the acting president and get that information for you.
Supplemental.
Supplementary, yes.
Can the minister also provide details on their accounts receivables management program?
I will endeavor to provide that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further questions?
No, that's it, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
You?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, so Officer Leader, we had called on you earlier, but we weren't getting a response from you. Okay.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm having trouble earlier, but since I missed the
question to the Minister of Works now.
Oh, I can go back to that? Yeah?
Oh, did you have a question for anything else?
Yes, I did.
Minister of Education.
Since we only have a couple of minutes, Mr. Speaker, I think 7 minutes, I'll go to the last statement that was given by Honorable Wayne Furbert on procurement that I had put it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if my video is on or not, but anyhow, on page 5, the honorable member speaks and says the intermediate value procurement threshold has increased to values of 100,000 to 249.99 thousand. I just wanted to find out from the honorable member. Procurement has always been one of those areas that I think needed a lot of attention. What was some of the thinking behind these increases?
Thank you, Opposition Leader Ken Near. The real reason why is because of the inefficiencies within the actual getting things done. We compared ourselves with other jurisdictions such as Cayman Islands, which everybody is quite familiar with. We compared ourselves with UK and other jurisdictions and found out that our thresholds were really too low. You may be aware that when you as minister, certain things went under $1,000.
Yep.
So the whole process was slowed up. So we did a total review, worked with the director of OPMP, and then we came to the conclusion that we should lift the thresholds.
Okay, thank you very much. Second question?
Sure.
Second question or supplementary? Second question?
Second question, yes.
Good.
Over on page 11, the honorable member speaks to a small business and trying to do better with the procurement process and making sure that there's a decent matrix, including disability, gender, race, and the likes. Of course, I recognize these all, having been the minister and trying to find some equity and equality in how we met them out. I guess the question I have is specifically towards businesses that are run and owned by female women. What in the matrix is there now to help with that process? Because when I was a minister, we were having challenges where women were putting forth good bids, but it seemed as if they were not getting a fair share of some of the business, painting and the likes.
Understandable, and that's why we're dealing with it. So in our matrix now, Opposition Leader Ken Near is, does this business owner qualifies under section 3.2, which speaks of the government's aims. So the government's aims is this business predominantly 51% female? Is it predominantly disabled? Is it based on gender, where it is as far as race? And so they'll get, based on the mark, you get a mark 5. If it's, let's say you and I, or you are competing against a female, the female may get a 5. Because the females have been more disadvantaged than males in the past. You may end up with a 3, just to use an example. So, and that's worth 30%. When it comes to percentage of Bermudians employed by the bidder, number of Bermudians is a bidder, a specified business. So it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's about 8 questions we asked in that category. And because I said they will get more points by doing that. So the matrix, they have a better chance of getting in will in the now than they had in the past. But now we also have to identify to ensure that that we are actually measuring. So the accountant general, just like we have a small business, I think the accountant general now puts a 1 for specified business. So we may have a 2 for females. So it will be in the actual accounts. So when you print off 2, you'll see how many females business that actually got work from the government.
Supplementary.
Further question, supplementary?
Yeah, supplementary. Considering the honorable member speaking about the matrix, if I could use a literal example then of trying to understand how OPMP is helping with making these decisions. Just recently, we had a dock in St. George's taken down, which was an illegal dock put up, and it only cost $2,000 or $2,200 compared to some of the other bids. So what in the matrix allows for a large company to be able to do, like a small job, like a dock, rather than a small business getting it, we're giving it to a large business when we're trying to improve the lot of small business.
So the criteria of the matrix is broken up into 3 parts. experience and capability, financial analysis, such as pricing and everything else, and other one, social, economics, and environmental. So that allows a small business who can get pretty well 30% by doing that. And that's what can make a difference between a larger company and a smaller company. And it's starting to work out, I can tell you that. In fact, I'm looking at changing it right now. The total adds up to 100%. 40 for experience and capability, 30% for financial analysis, and 30% for social, economic, and environment. To even give a better look, so I'm reviewing that right now to see whether 30% should go to 40%, 35%. Even give them a greater chance.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And by the way, it's not OPMP. The actual department actually goes through the matrix themselves, and then presents it to OPMP.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, but it's. Oh, I can't comment. All right, it's not a question. Okay.
Any further question or supplementary?
No, thank you for that, Mr. Speaker.
None. That brings us to a close of the question period, and it's actually right on time. We started at 12:22. It's now 2:23, and that closes us out. The next item on the order papers one would be that of congratulatory and obituary speeches. Does any member wish to speak to that as I set up the clock?
I would like to speak, Mr. Speaker.
We recognize the Minister of Youth. Minister?
Minister Community.
Community. Yes.
Thank
I was just saying that you're a youthful minister, see?
Well, I accept that. I'll accept that.
Good.
Especially, those of us who are clad in blue and blue. Definitely. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to speak today to say a big congratulatory happy birthday to Mr. Brownlow Place, who on this very day,
104 today, if I'm correct.
That's right, is turning 104. In fact, we had the pleasure of being able to meet with him this morning and to take pictures. And I can say, to honor his birthday, the ministry in conjunction with CITB will at 11 o'clock is going today, 11 and 5 p.m. today, tomorrow, and Sunday are airing an interview that we did with Mr. Place. Mr. Speaker, we have to celebrate our seniors, and particularly those who make it over 100, make it to 100, and make it over 100. And indeed, Mr. Place is of sound mind, has very youthful spirits, is a joy to speak with. He walks every day down at Clearwater, and we could not let this day go past without honoring him. And so, Mr. Speaker, I thought I would jump to the opportunity to tell all of Bermuda to stand with us and to recognize Mr. Brownlow Place on his birthday, his 104th birthday. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker, I wonder if I may.
Was it correct that you all were having trouble keeping it up with him at his pace? Thank you, Minister. I had another voice who would like to make a contribution this afternoon. Is that the Honorable? I heard a female voice at first.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I was just asking that the whole House be
so the whole House be supported with the remarks towards Mr. Place? Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
No
Speaker.
Yes.
Wayne Furbert.
Yes, Minister Furbert.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to, as the member just said, I'd like to also be associated with Mr. Place. That's truly a mark that some of us would like to get there. 104, that's a long time. Mr. Speaker, today my heart is heavy as a good woman has passed in Hamilton Parish. I speak no other of Miss Vanessa Utteridge. Miss Utteridge, formerly a Steed, was my cousin, a very close cousin, Mr. Speaker, and a person I love very much. She was a matriarch in her family. I recall as a young boy, everyone in the neighborhood was a family. I mean, we all were family in that little neighborhood that I lived in. We all played in each other's yard. Ms. Aldridge loved her family, was very sober-minded, kind, and a worker at home. Her life reminds me of many things in the Bible regarding the character of a good woman. She was intelligent and irreverent, and her adorning was in the incorruptible apparel of a meek and quiet spirit, which is in the sight of God of great price. The Aldridge and the Furby family, because I said Miss Aldridge was also have been close to each other. We lived close to each other. Mr. Speaker, the journey of cousin Vanetta is done and the summit attained. She may be gone from our midst, but she is not gone from our hearts. Cousin, we will always remember you, though you are no more here. Her legacies remain alive with us and our families. Her son, most of you may know, is the former director of works in workforce development, Mr. George Aldridge. She was a mother like no other mother. She was unique in her ways. She lived her life the best she could. She ran the race God set before her. We are sad that she's no longer here. However, we will celebrate her memory. So we meet again, cousin. Rest in the Lord's bosom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other honorable member to speak? I recognize the Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to associate the remarks of Ms. Vanetta Steed Aldridge, who was, yes, the mother of George Aldridge, former Postmaster General and Director of Workforce Development. Also the mother of Ida Burgess, wife of Clyde, one of my cousins. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Place. I normally see Mr. Place in church at St. Paul's Amy Church. I know many of us would like to have the amount of hair he has on his head, and he's 104, and he's got some more hair than I have. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish Mr. Place many more years on this earth. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to send out congratulations to Mr. Gary Rella. He worked at Argus Insurance for 43 years, and he has now retired. Those that know Gary Rella should know him as a gracious and jovial person. So I wish Mr. Rella from good retirement, and go out with the little dog I saw him with yesterday, and take care of yourself. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Is that me, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to send out congratulations to Mr. Edric Pierman. He lives in constituency 2. He celebrated his 103rd birthday this past week, Mr. Speaker, and his daughter is my constituent, Alethea Rabane. That's Anthony Blade Rabane's wife, as I think you know them quite well. And he celebrated it, Mr. Speaker, by having a relaxed glass of wine. And he received calls from his 2 sisters, one who is 98 and one who is 92. And of course, he has 8 children. He's got grandchildren. He's got great-grands, and he even has great-great-grands, Mr. Speaker, as you can imagine. So I'd like to certainly send out my congratulations to him for reaching this milestone, and of course to his lovely daughter and husband, Blade Rabane. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker, MP Upton.
Yes, Honorable Member, continue.
Do you need to see me?
Nice.
Does that, wait a minute. Does that come up?
Yes,
okay?
there you go. Yes.
All right. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have congratulations sent to Vanetta Pierman. Vanetta, who's retiring after 40 years of being at the Bermuda Hospitals Board. I think everybody who has been in contact with Vanetta realizes that she has enjoyed a phenomenal experience there, from going from radiographer to CEO. And I would like to think that even though she's retiring, I know she's got some other irons in the fire. And I remember especially when, as Minister of Health, we were cutting the ribbon with respect to the new wing at the hospital. But I also realized that I was director for finance at the hospital at one stage, and Vanetta, obviously, when she was in the radiography department, always set up an exemplary attitude with respect to wanting to have the right things done and appreciating the fact that what the hospital does, it's doing for Bermuda. So I'd like to say congratulations to her, and I know.
Please associate me to Mrs. Simons as well.
Okay.
It's Susan Jackson.
Right, and I also know that I convinced her to get involved with the International Women's Federation Forum, and I know that she'll have some other things on her plate. In a sad note, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have condolences sent to the family of the late Marion Grimes. Marion is the wife of the late Lloyd Grimes, and Lloyd used to work for my father, and they were people that we always felt a close affinity with, and I know that her daughters will be saddened, and I am saddened too. And I'd like those condolences to be sent to her family. And with respect to Mr. Place, I remember I was Minister of Health, I think, when Mr. Place went 100, and I remember going down to his house and taking a balloon and some other things just to sort of in recognition of the fact that he had achieved that milestone. And he not only was he a gentleman, but he always gave you that feel that he could go for another 10 years. So I hope he does, and that we all live to be the age that he has with the spirit that he has. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Yes, please. It's cool.
Mr. Simons, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to send congratulatory remarks to Myrtle Ednes of Warwick.
Oh, yes.
We're talking about seniors. Ms. Ednes went 106 years old recently. I spoke to her day before yesterday. I said to her, Ms. Ednes, what did you do on your birthday? She said, I went for a swim. I went for a swim in Horseshoe. I said to her, how? Ms. Atherton would like to be associated with those comments. I also asked her, Ms. Ednes, how old did you go? She said, oh, just 19 years old. We howled and howled, had a great laugh. She has a straight, strong voice, speaks clearly, and very, very mobile. So I want to be like her. I like to associate myself with the comments made by our colleagues, Edric Pearman, as he's 103. He's part of my wife's family, and Vanetta Pearman. They're all related from St. George's. I know Vanetta, it wasn't easy, but she stuck in there. She achieved the ultimate height within her career, and I know that she has a well-deserved retirement. It could not have been easy, but she stuck to the wicket and delivered world-class services to the medical industry in this country. So I wish her all the very best. I'd like to associate my comments also with comments made re Mr. Place, 104 years old. I know Mr. Place and Miss Ednes are good friends. I wonder if they share the same dark and stormy. Because I know my friend, they like this dark and stormy. So on that note, I'd like to congratulate all of our seniors and wish them all the best and many more years to come.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other Honorable Member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Sounds like Mr. Swan.
Yes, Speaker.
Swan, you have the
And
floor.
good afternoon.
Yes, it is afternoon. I wish we had done this in the morning, but it is afternoon now.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to be associated with the congratulations going out to Mr. Edric Pearman on attaining his
Swan, we're losing you there.
103rd.
called upon
Mr. Swan? Looks like we may have.
Also from New York to share with him some of the his contribution to golf. So we appreciate that.
We understand you're down the east end, and it's a little difficult to signal down there, but we seem to be losing you.
Appreciate my and as by his and George's a hell of a nice fellow, and I certainly will miss him.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Speaker, might have to try again.
We caught most of the gist of it. Yes. Is there any other member who would like to make a contribution? Any other member?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Continual member.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to associate myself with two names that have already come up. Mr. Place. Mr. Place had family who lived on Union Street when I lived on Angle Street in my young days. And
you remember your video member?
I do apologize. We, would always have chats. We always had chats. A very nice person. So I wish him well, and certainly, as the Burgess stated, I wish him many, many more. I'd also like to be associated with the comments of Ms. Monroe Edness, who lives just up the road from my house on South Shore. Ms. Edness and her crew would go swimming, as indicated earlier, every morning, and they would walk from her house up to Horseshoe Bay and back. And I had the opportunity of either seeing them going or coming, and I certainly wish her all the best as well. Mr. Speaker, I'd also ask that condolences be sent to the family of the late Grace Virginia Manders. Ms. Manders was the mother of Dr. Kenneth Manders of the Seventh-day Adventist Convention. And a very nice lady who I got to meet, and I certainly send condolences to the family. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Which one?
Members, continue.
Which one?
Go ahead. You're the only voice we hear right now, member.
Okay.
Dennis.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to start off.
Yeah, that's a bright smile on your face this morning. I wonder what that's about.
I'll plead the fifth on that one, Mr. Speaker. No, but yes. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to associate myself to comments before from Minister Cho regarding Ms. Grace Manders, as I'd like to send condolences to her family. Her son, Pastor Kenneth Manders, is the president of the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Bermuda, and her grandsons I know all very well. So I'd like to send condolences to the family of Ms. Manders. Also, I'd like to send condolences to the family of Ms. Beatrice Jane Matthews, also, Mr. Speaker. Now, on a lighter note, earlier this week, there were held the Denton Hurdle Awards. So I'd like to send congratulations to all of those that received awards at the Denton Hurdle ceremony, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, I'd like to give a congratulations to Ms. Mia Corin. She's a cousin of mine that she just recently graduated from Mont St. Agnes. And upon her graduating, she received the Principal's Award for Perseverance and Outstanding Teens nominee for the categories of Leadership and Community Services. And she's also a member of Youth Parliament, and she will be pursuing her studies in hospitality management at the Bermuda College. Just like to send congratulations out to Ms. Mia Corin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I didn't let that young fella go because he seemed like he had such a beam in his eyes today. I don't know what for, but he was beaming all over his face. And let him go ahead of you today.
I understand, Mr. Speaker, and far be it for me to accuse you of keeping it to the family. I guess I will say that I'd like to, of course, start my remarks by extending, if it has not been extended yet, a hearty congratulations to the youngest member
of the House of Assembly, who is now a married man. Congratulations, young Dennis. This is the third. That's why we see the big smile on your face. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, it is certainly, and I did step out of the room, so if I need to be a social remarks, then I'm happy to be so, Mr. Speaker. But it is certainly with sadness that this honorable House, I'll certainly associate all members, to acknowledge the passing of Georgia Congressman John Lewis. John Lewis was a warrior and then is rightly remembered as a constant voice for change and justice throughout the world. Bermuda joins the world in celebrating the life and legacy of its tireless freedom fighter. As a congressman, John Lewis made time to meet with visiting Bermuda delegations and could be counted on to support us through the strong relationship that we continue to enjoy with the Congressional Black Caucus. In his words, Mr. Speaker, don't hide from racism, deal with it. And that's what he used to describe his experiences as a leading civil rights activist in the United States as the guest speaker at the Progressive Labor Party's 27th annual Delegates Conference banquet in 1994. The enduring nature of his call for justice and equality secures his legacy, and the world, more than ever, cannot ignore the principles that formed his life's work. I express my sincere condolences to his family, especially his son and siblings, and to the people with whom and for whom they serve. May he rest in power. And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask of the Honorable House of Assembly do send a letter of condolence to his family on behalf of honorable members, Mr. Speaker. And finally, if I may, I would like to associate myself certainly with my fellow Somerset supporter and fellow member of the St. Paul A&E Church, Mr. Place, as he celebrates another milestone, and I think it is 104. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Premier, does any other members to speak?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The timer stole my thunder. I wanted to congratulate the newest member of the Robin Hood Corner, Mrs. Dennis Lister III. I said to him, does she know what she's in for? He said yes. So she's now a member of the Robin Hood Corner. Mr. Speaker, I want to give condolences to Mr. Carl Rance of South Shore, Devonshire. He passed away recently. He was a constituent of member of constituency 11. And I want to turn congratulations now to Mr. Scott Perriman, who is now the CEO in training for the Bermuda Hospital Board, because as you know, the ethos of this government is Bermudian empowerment. Mr. Scott Perriman, who is from Spanish Point, what he says, he claims.
Somerset boy. Long Somerset.
Yeah. He's also the grandson of Mr. Kenneth Robinson. His mama is Shirley, Mrs. Shirley Perriman, who is a great historian of Bermuda history and Berkeley history in particular. He's also on Good House, Marriott. So,
can I be associated with that, please?
Oh, with the Good House part?
No, Perriman.
So with the retirement of Mrs. Fernetta Simons, not Miss Perriman, as someone said earlier, has made a way in a few years' time for another Bermudian to be CEO of our hospital board. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Any other honorable member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Go right ahead.
It's Rolf Commission.
Yes, sir. Yes, Andy, got you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to associate with the kind words and comments of the Premier. Mr. John Lewis, in particular, I hope we're going to be sending an official note of condolence to his family. While some of us may view Mr. Lewis as being rightfully as an icon of the American civil rights movement, we would be very myopic if we didn't understand how that civil rights movement and anti-racist movement or anti-racism movement had a significant impact here as well during that same period. It's all part of this diaspora. And that brings me to and his work will never go unnoticed as a sort of final figure, or one of the last figures, who has now passed away, who walked with the giants of our movement, dare I say. Moving forward, I want to congratulate Mr. Place, and I'm not even going to have to change the topic here because many of the younger people will not understand the role that his family and great contributions they have made to Black Bermudian, and by that Bermudian life, in terms of their involvement, his father with the Recorder newspaper at a time when freedom of speech was a real privilege and luxury in Bermuda for Black Bermudians. That family, led by their father, had the presence of mind and the courage to put his money where his mouth was, along with, I guess, other partners in the exercise to establish the Recorder newspaper. And so Mr. Place, going into 104 years old, I want to congratulate him. I love him, as I'm sure many of the members here will echo my comments in that regard. And I wish him another 100 years, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me clearly now?
I thought we got all of your messages the first time.
No, I got a few messages to say they couldn't hear a word I said.
No, why don't you don't repeat the first part of what you've done? We allow you to finish your other comments.
Mr. Richard Brangman, I want to send condolences to his family, the Brangman family in St. George's, and his many friends, Mr. Speaker. He was a dear friend, and he will be missed dearly. My colleague and on SportsZone, Mr. David Dr. Brangman, I send special condolences to him and his sister Aunt Pina, and I associate MP Ming and Minister Ming and Minister Fogo with those comments to the Brangman family, Mr. Speaker, and associate with the congratulations to Ms. Vanetta Simons and a schoolmate of ours from back in the day, and the ascension in the making of Mr. Pearman at the hospital as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak?
I'd like to speak.
Yes, continue on, member.
Surely. I'd like to extend condolences to the Bean family in St. George's on the passing of Richard Brangman, just letting Bean and her family know that they're in our thoughts and prayers. And also to the family of Ida Alice Lodge. She passed away a few weeks ago, and I just want Burnett Can and Tim Lodge to know that they too are in our thoughts and prayers. And Mr. Speaker, although he wasn't a Bermudian, I still like to just give recognition to the U.S. representative, Mr. John Lewis, who passed away. And it would be hard for us, even in Bermuda, not to recognize the things that he did in his life for racial equality and civil rights for all. Kind of reminds me sometimes of Dr. Eva Hudson, and you think of people that have fought a very long fight. And Mr. Speaker, on a happier note, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Vanetta Pearman on her retirement. Well done. We all hope to get there one day. And also the Corporation of St. George's, they were awarded the Baccaton Award today, the workmen, for the hard work that they do within the town of St. George, keeping the town clean and looking presentable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak? Any other honorable member? As we close this out, Dan. Somebody say something? Yes?
Yes. Humphrey League saying, how you doing?
Not bad. Go ahead, honorable member, give your remarks.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, good afternoon to you and to our listening public. I hear you, but I don't see you, Mike. I hear you, but I don't see you, MP. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll be right with you. You see me now, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, yes. Yep.
Okay.
Good. Continue. You know what? It looks like you're traveling at the time. I'm just gonna let you turn your.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start my remarks by saying that I'd like to congratulate.
I'm going to suggest you turn the video off because it's probably drawing your broadband, weakening your broadband, being you are moving about.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me? I'm breaking up. Yeah. Okay. All right, Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
can you hear me now?
we can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes, we hear you.
Speaker, I'd like to start off my remarks by saying congratulations to the Frisbee Hill community in coming together and creating, starting the process of creating a community garden. But my remarks will be remiss if I don't first congratulate and thank the Minister of Works and Engineering, Honorable David Batch, for giving us all the support, and also the construction led by the former Minister of Tourism, Mr. Sonny De Silva, and along with his company, ICS, to give us some charitable support. Mr. Speaker, things are looking good there, and we are really excited about what this community garden can do to bring some unity in our community. Mr. Speaker, also I would like to take this time to send condolences to the family of Mrs. Marion Grimes, one of my constituents and a long-time member of the Howard Chapel family. I believe she served there for 50 years. She was very instrumental in a lot of work in the community that came out of Howard Chapel, and she was strong in our Frisbee Hill family. So with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other Honorable Member wish to make a contribution? Any other member? No other member? Well, let me just close it out by just adding my remarks to those of the remarks that were expressed on the passing of Mrs. Grace Mandis. As has already been said, her son is the president of the Seventh-day Adventist Conference here, and I'd like to have my remarks of condolences sent to he and his sister and his family on the passing of their mother. I'd also like to be associated with remarks that have been expressed on the Premier started in regards to the passing of John Lewis. And the Premier was correct in saying that he had visited Bermuda to bring the remarks at an annual banquet many years ago. And at that time, I was a young member of Parliament and was just overwhelmed by the personal, the man himself in person, be able to sit and talk with him and the experiences that he had, and to find out personally just how humble a man he was. He left an impression on me that will last forever. I'm only saddened in that, I'm further saddened, I should say, in that just before the pandemic hit us and we went into lockdown, I had actually had my office here research his contact information for me, and I was to draft a letter to him, knowing how sick he was at that time, just to let him know that, on behalf of my team, that we had him in our thoughts and prayers. And the letter did not get sent because of the pandemic, and now I regret that it wasn't sent. But I just want to be noted in the remarks that are being sent in regard to him, because he truly is an icon in the civil rights movement and will always be remembered for the contribution that he gave in his life and set an example for the rest of us. With those remarks, we have moved on.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, you forgot to give congratulations to your daughter-in-law for hooking the biggest fish in Somerset.
Honorable Member, I think you've made your point. I don't need to follow that one. How's that? Thank you, Honorable Member. And I welcome her to my family. She knows how pleased we are to acknowledge her as a member of our family. Congratulations to them both again. The next order on the other paper is matter of privileges. There are none. Personal explanation, there are none. Notice of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, there are none. Introduction of bills. There's one government bill this afternoon, and the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister? Minister of Finance?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I am introducing the following bill for its first reading so that it can be placed on the order paper for the next day of meeting. the Insurance Amendment Number 2 Act of 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. There are no opposition bills, no private member bills, and now brings us to the order, well, no notice of motions, and now brings us to the orders of the day. And the first item is the second reading of the Tourist Investment Amendment Act 2020 in the name of the Premier. Premier, would you like to present your matter now?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Tourism Investment Amendment Act 2020 be now read the second time.
Are there any objections to that? No objections? Continue, Minister. Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill before this Honorable House is to make amendments to the Tourism Investment Act 2017, which will clarify certain provisions and allow for a more efficient and effective use of the Act and the orders made under the Act. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will recall the Tourism Investment Act 2017, which I'll refer to as I go forward as the Act, became operative in November 2017. The primary objective of the Act is to make Bermuda more attractive to foreign investors and to incentivize and assist local tourism-related business owners to reinvest in their products. The Tourism Investment Act provides a scale of tax relief for 5 new types of tourism products, including a new hotel, a refurbished hotel, a new restaurant, an existing restaurant, and a tourism attraction. The relief available under the Act ranges from 1 year to a maximum of 10 years, depending on the level of investment made in and the type of tourism product. With a new hotel, for example, the Act allows for full relief from customs duty, full exemption from hotel occupancy tax, full exemption from the employer's share of the payroll tax, subject to annual verification of a management training program for Bermudians, full exemption from land tax starting 6 years after a hotel's opening date, subject to verification that the hotel in years 6 through 10 employs 70% Bermudian staff, and deferral of landholding charges payable under Bermuda Immigration and Protection Act 1956. The first order approved under the Act, Tourism Investment Bermudiana Beach Resort Order 2018, came into effect in early 2019. Consequent to the order being in use, the government has identified 4 amendments and clarifications that ought to be made to the Principal Act. First, Mr. Speaker, the Principal Act allows for relief from customs duty in the case of a new hotel, for example, for 10 years from the hotel's opening date. However, the need for duty relief is significant during the construction phase, which predates the hotel's opening. Therefore, the government proposes to amend the period of customs duty relief so that it begins when the order comes into effect. Second, the Principal Act provides 2 time frames for the completion of the rehabilitation, refurbishment, or extension work associated with a refurbished hotels. 2 years in the interpretation section of the Act and 18 months in Schedule 1. A review of the original policy confirms the intention is to allow 2 years for the completion of work which satisfies the definition of a refurbished hotel. As such, the government proposes to amend the schedule to state construction is to be completed within 2 years. Mr. Speaker, the Tourism Investment Act allows for relief from customs duty and the employer's share of payroll tax to be extended to restaurants and for customs duty relief to be extended to attractions. When the Act came into effect, there was a sunset clause of 5 years on its application to restaurants and attractions. Since 2017, however, no restaurants or attractions have taken advance relief available for renovations and improvements. A recent exercise undertaken by the Bermuda Business Development Agency revealed a lack of knowledge about the legislation and how it works. Given that much of the original period of eligibility for tax relief for restaurants and attractions already passed, government proposes an amendment which will extend the application of the Act for a further 5 years for a total of 10 years. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, the government proposes to provide more time to developers of attractions to complete their projects. As it stands, tourist attractions are largely seasonal in nature, and an adjustment in the time frame from 1 year to 3 years will better facilitate the financing and construction of a new attraction. Mr. Speaker, the final amendment is a consequential one. The Tourism Investment Bermudiana Beach Resort Order 2018 is being amended to change the period of customs duty relief to commence from the date the order came into effect rather than the hotel's opening date. This is in line with the amendment mentioned earlier, which is being made to this act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I now welcome comments from honorable colleagues.
Thank you, Premier. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Opposition Deputy Leader? You have the floor.
Can you see me?
Not yet. We're looking forward to seeing you.
Wait, it's okay. It says.
Yeah, I can see you. I see MP Scott.
Do you see me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, there we go. Now we see you.
okay. Thank you to the Premier for bringing this legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I am in support of whatever we can do to generate jobs and investment into our country. I find it a bit ironic, though, Mr. Speaker, that this morning the Premier criticized the OBA about making comments about attracting foreign direct investment. Yet here we have a piece of legislation that is attempting to incentivize foreign direct investment and bring people to the island and drive demand for people to come here and develop, which I appreciate. We do need foreign direct investment. We do not have our own dollar. Our money is only good here. We're tied to the U.S. dollar, and so we need it. Is that to the exclusion of Bermudians? No, and it should not be. But I support this legislation. I just think that there were a couple of things that concern me I think for the restaurants and for existing restaurants and for attractions, the time frame is a year. And I'm just wondering, in light of the pandemic, whether and we may need to go in committee, but consideration being given to changing that from 1 year to maybe even 18 or 24 months so that people actually have the opportunity. We don't know how long we're going to be recovering from the pandemic. We don't know whether a second wave is going to be coming. So I think that we need to have contingencies in place, and that anything that we put in this legislation should not be set in stone, and we can come back and make amendments so that we can facilitate the opportunity for everybody to be able to invest and to do the things that are necessary to get our economy going. I think that this is a welcome idea. We're challenged, Mr. Speaker. We need air arrivals. We need heads in beds. We need things that are going to generate revenue. And so this is a first step and one of many steps that we're going to have to take as a jurisdiction. And I hope that we will be able to facilitate an economic recovery through all of the measures that this government is attempting to do. We haven't been able to do it yet. They came into town with the FinTech pony, but the FinTech pony hasn't gotten anywhere. So hopefully some of these incentives will allow us to get our feet off the ground and start the economic recovery that we so need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. If there's any other honorable member wish to speak? The other honorable member, Mr. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honorable opposition deputy leader for her comments. I note that she did not have any questions. I note that she enjoyed a good working relationship with the former minister responsible for tourism, and I hope that we will enjoy the same type of working relationship as we move forward. Just so there could be clarification for all persons, my speech this morning made it very clear that whereas the One Bermuda Alliance relied solely on foreign investment, which of course in the long term will lead to an extraction of profits from the jurisdiction, our policy is that we want to make sure that there is local investment that is paired with any type of foreign investment. But what this act speaks to, which is important, as the honorable member knows, when we're talking about restaurants and attractions, that is not targeting necessarily foreign investment, but that is making sure that persons have the ability to invest here as well. And that is Bermuda-based investments, as was stated inside of my statement earlier this morning, Mr. Speaker. What I think is also important is the Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition said that the government came riding in on a FinTech pony. Well, here's the thing, Mr. Speaker, that pony is turning into a horse, and we are continuing to progress. And it should be no shock or surprise that I would say, Mr. Speaker, that one of the former honorable members of the opposition, one Mr. Jeff Barron, actually is working for a FinTech company that is licensed in Bermuda and is its chief legal or its risk officer. located here. So, Mr. Speaker, what you must know and understand is they may criticize, but the fact is that there are 14 more jobs in this country due to the work that the government has done in fintech, and we are going to continue to build on that record. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither will the pony grow into a horse in a day, but we are still going to ride that horse because it is the future, and that is what we must be committed to. Vision is necessary. It is easy to poke holes, but if you don't have anything to say, then I guess you should come up with your own ideas yourself. We're going to press forward.
Mr. Speaker, point of clarification. Point of clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Take your point.
The Premier said a pony will turn into a horse. But, Mr. Speaker, a pony never turns into a horse. A pony remains a pony all its life. So I think here's another example.
Mr. Speaker, I know full well that the honorable member from constituency number 8 knows far more about horses than I do, so I accept and take the points incredibly. Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein.
He is our in-house expert when it comes to that. Yes.
No doubt. Thank you, honorable member from constituency 8. I appreciate that. So I'll just ask you a question on WhatsApp. I want to know what a baby horse is called, because I just thought that ponies turn into horses. I learned something new today. With that, Mr. Speaker,
I'm going to go and take it to WhatsApp. We don't need to have that exchange on the floor of the House.
I was not even trying to, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now committed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Premier. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Tourism Investment Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Premier, David Burke, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to move all the clauses, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clause 1 is a citation for the bill. Clause 2 amends Section 5, subsection 5 of the Principal Act by deleting reference to a hotel, restaurant, or attraction's opening date as the start of the period where there can be relief from customs duty, and changing that to the start date to the commencement of the tourism investment order. Clause 3 amends Section 16, subsection 3 of the Principal Act by deleting 5 and substituting 10 as the number of years the Act applies to restaurants and attractions. Clause 4 amends Schedule 1 of the Principal Act at paragraph B by substituting 2 years in place of 18 months as the period within which construction of refurbished hotel must be completed. And at paragraph D, substituting 3 years for 12 months is a period within which an attraction must complete construction. Clause 5 amends Schedule 2 of the Principal Act at paragraph E by extending from 1 year to 3 years the time frame within which an attraction can claim customs duty relief. Clause 6 is a consequential amendment to the Tourism Investment Bermuda Beach Resort Order 2018 to enable full relief from customs duty from the operative date of the order, in line with the amendment made to Section 5.5 of the Principal Act by Clause 2. And Clause 7 provides the transitional provision. Deputy Speaker, you're on. Chairman, you're on mute. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Any further speakers?
Okay.
There appear to be none. Premier, you want to?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 through 7 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 7 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Premier.
Thank you, Deputy. Members, are there any objections to the Tourism and Investment Amendment Act 2020 being reported to the House as printed? There are none. The matter has been reported and received as printed. And now moves us on to the second item for today, which is consideration of Tourist Investment St. George's Club Order 2020. Again, in the name of the Premier, Premier, would you like to present your item?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that consideration be given to the draft order entitled the Tourism Investment St. George's Club Order 2020, as made by the Minister responsible for tourism under Section 3 of the Tourism Investment Act 2017, together with a written agreement of the Minister of Finance, and exercise the power conferred by Section 5 of the Tourism Investment Act 2017.
Any objections? No objections. Continue, Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of bringing the Tourism Investment St. George's Club Order 2020 before this Honorable House is to enable the grant of tax relief to the developers investing in this combination hotel and timeshare operation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will recall the Tourism Investment Act 2017, hereinafter referred to as the Act, became operative in November 2017. The primary objective of the Act is to make Bermuda more attractive to investors and to incentivize and assist local tourism-related business to invest in their product. The Tourism Investment Act provides a scale of tax relief that can be accessed by developers through the grant of order approved by this House. As background, Mr. Speaker, the St. George's Club was developed in 1982 on the site previously occupied by the St. George's Hotel. The original development was undertaken by York Hanover Bermuda Limited. The property changed hands in 1994, and this year Hotelco Bermuda SGC Limited, or Hotelco, took it over. The developers of the St. George's Club and the St. Regis Bermuda, currently under construction adjacent to Fort St. Catherine, had the same parent company. The St. George's Club features a main clubhouse and 57 cottage buildings divided into 71 units. Over time, the use of the cottages has evolved into a mix of time sharing and hotel operations. As such, the club has a hotel license pursuant to the Hotel Licensing and Control Act 1969 and is also licensed pursuant to the Time Sharing Licensing and Control Act 1981. The property amenities include 3 swimming pools, 3 tennis courts, and a restaurant located at Achilles Bay. It is the intention of Hotelco to fully renovate the St. George's Club, the interior elements and exterior finishing of the cottages. The main clubhouse and the beach house will undergo a complete renovation or intervention to elevate to the standard of the hotel to a 4-star accommodation, incorporating a new spa and gym. This renovation will include new furniture, fixtures, equipment, air conditioning, floor coverings, ceilings, windows, doors, and bathrooms, as well as a comprehensive repair and or replacement of the water infrastructure. The members of the timeshare operation have purchased a limited period of occupancy in a club cottage, typically 1 week per year for 25 years. The government can assure this House the members will continue to enjoy their rights under the new ownership, just in new and improved surroundings. The schedule for the renovation of the club is currently under review. The investment of the comprehensive renovation of the St. George's Club is such that the project meets the criteria as a new hotel in accordance with the Tourism Investment Act 2017. That is, the redevelopment of an operating hotel with the estimated development cost of not less than 50% of the appraised market value of such hotel and expended over a period not exceeding 3 years. In meeting the criteria for a new hotel, the Act allows the club to receive, in summary, full relief from customs duty for a period of 10 years, full exemption from hotel occupancy tax for a period of 10 years, full exemption from the employer's share of the payroll tax for a period of 10 years, subject to annual verification of a management training program for Bermudians, and full exemption from land tax for 5 years, starting 6 years after the hotel's operating date, subject to verification that the hotel in years 6 through 10 employs at least 70% Bermudian staff. Mr. Speaker, this government is well aware of the challenges ahead for our island. The commitment and confidence demonstrated by Hotelco and the employees is recognized and deeply appreciated. Bermuda cannot rest on past laurels, and the constant renewal of our hotel product is critical, and this investment order will help significantly in achieving this end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, we are in support of legislation that is going to create jobs and create investment in Bermuda. And so we do support this order. I have a couple of questions, and one is that I know that there has to be a verification of a management trainee program, so I'd be interested in hearing what that verification would look like, what is envisaged that the management trainee program would look like, and in addition, there is a condition that there has to be 70% Bermudian staff, and is there any kind of structure in terms of staff? You know, you don't want a hotel to say that they've got 70 chamber, I can't say that word. I can't remember. Cousin Derek, what do we call them? They're not chambermaids. What's the word?
Attendance,
Attendants.
room attendance.
Room attendants, thank you. And bellmen. So we'd like to ensure that that 70% is a broad spectrum. And is there any way that does the government have those specific types of requirements? And if they don't meet those requirements, what are the consequences? Or is it just a straight 70% employment of Bermudians without any tiers or levels? Outside of that, I don't have any comments on the legislation. I support it. And again, I support what is going to bring investment to this country. Hopefully we can get people here, get heads in beds, get revenue, create jobs, and get the economy going. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak? Another member? Premier?
Speaker?
Good. Sorry. Honorable member from the east here. Honorable member, would you like to add your comments?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I'd just like to join the chorus with the Premier for bringing this. Thank the Premier for bringing this order forward. And certainly, I'm very familiar with the history and the evolution of that property on any number of levels, notwithstanding that yes, and with the St. George's Club having the opportunity to come on stream with Hotel Co. and the development of the hotel and the golf course, it provides an opportunity for both to work in tandem with each other, Mr. Speaker. Prior to the Honorable Zane De Silva, the immediate past tourism minister, announcing that this arrangement had been put together, we could have had a new property with great uncertainty with the previous property. And I want us to say thank you to those timeshare owners who many were long suffering, dating back 30 years now, 30 plus years now, when they bought into that dream, and many of them enjoyed wonderful vacations with them and their families over the years. And as we go forward, and the Premier did announce that there will be a composite of a timeshare component in addition to a hotel license, I'm encouraged to the fact that a significant property in St. George will be able to be upgraded simultaneously. But I think the most important element that we must capture is ensuring that we do all we can not to look at 70% as the only benchmark that we need to meet, but to do all we can a year out from this operating date to encourage as many Bermudians as possible in as many fields, both in management and blue collar areas, to be ready for that date and to be game. Mr. Speaker, to.
Mr. Swan?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we lost you for a minute. Just checking to make sure you're still there.
I believe that that internet connection is a little weak. Can you hear me now, Mr. Speaker?
Well, we understand that because you're in the East End. So we're being told.
And I'm well decorated today, even came with the club crest. Can you see it, Mr. Speaker?
Well, we'll talk about that a little later.
Yes, but most importantly, Mr. Speaker, training and preparing Bermudians and St. Georgians and persons that really can capture the uniqueness of St. George's and Bermuda is imperative. And I make no mistakes about us having to look out for our own people and uplifting them. And I will do all I can to help facilitate that as well, Mr. Speaker. It's important. It's an important ingredient because no matter what you think about tourism, tourism is about relationships, and it's about ensuring that people enjoy the experience. And I can think of no better persons to do it who have been groomed for these opportunities than our fellow Bermudians. And given the experiences that we Bermudians have had to go through together, I see this as an opportunity for us to empower our Bermudians in a great field, in a great parish, in a great town. And so as we are celebrating a victory in 2021 at Cup Match, let us be doing so with Bermudians, St. Georgians, who will be working in great abundance within their own parish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other Honorable Member to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go right ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to certainly give congratulations and thanks to Minister Birch and his staff at Public Works for doing their part with regard to this project, along with all the civil servants that were under the gun, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, to be able to produce this legislation and for us to be discussing it today. So I'd like to give a big shout out to all the civil servants that worked very, very hard to make this happen. Weren't easy. The former owners, as you know, ran into a bit of difficulty and that caused some logistical problems, but everything managed to get through fairly well. I'd also like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank the Parois for their continued confidence in this Progressive Labour Party government and investing further in Bermuda. And I'd like to also thank them additionally for the training programs that they are going to implement in this facility. And they plan on putting as many as the people that lost their jobs to work at this particular property. So for that, I give them thanks and for their continued confidence in Bermuda. And may this lead, spearhead others that are looking at Bermuda for investment to do just that. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, thank you, Member. Does any other member wish to speak? Any other member? No, Mr. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've heard contributions from honorable members. Certainly welcome the support of the opposition as we move to advance this, and certainly welcome support for the MP for St. George's. And in my closing comments, I have here to recognize that I am carrying this over the line, but as the member who just finished speaking, it was under his leadership that this was able to get this far, and it was his incredibly excellent negotiating skills and pressing forward to ensure that we were able to, through the Economic Development Committee of the Cabinet, and get it to the point where it was able to be tabled in this honorable House. So I would like to certainly thank MP Zane De Silva for his work energy, and effort to get us here. And the exact order that we'll be doing next is also due to his leadership in the time when he served as minister responsible for tourism. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the said draft order be approved and a suitable message be sent to His Excellency the Governor.
Are there any objections to the said order being
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm so sorry, Mr. Speaker. There was a question from the Honorable Deputy Opposition Leader. I did forget to answer. Do you mind if I answer right quick, Mr. Speaker?
Ask the question, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There was two questions. The first question was how do we check for a management training program that is in place in these hotels? This is something that is, of course, already in train, carried over from previous acts, but the government's hotel regulatory and policy unit already initiated discussion with the Department of Workforce Development and with hotel representatives to determine the components of this plan. It is likely that there will be differences between hotel, as each brand will have a customized approach adapted to its corporate culture and clientele. Notwithstanding, the grant relief is assessed and verified each year, and in that way, the government is able to closely monitor progress. Regarding the question of 70% employment for Bermudians, it is not specified in law regarding any particular category. It is the overall establishment of Bermudian employees. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the said draft order be approved and that a suitable message be sent to His Excellency the Governor.
Members, are there any objections to the acceptance of the order as printed? And that a said letter be sent to the Governor? There are no objections. It has been accepted and the said letter will be sent. The now moves us on to the next order on the order for today. And again, Premier, it's in your name. This is a tourism and investment, Rosewood, Bermuda, Order 2020. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I thank honorable members opposite for agreeing for us to do this today. So I move that Standing Order 23-3 be suspended to enable the House to proceed with the consideration of the draft order entitled the Tourism Investment Rosewood Bermuda Order 2020 as made by the Minister responsible for tourism under Section 3(1)(a) of the Tourism Investment Act 2017, together with the written agreement of the Minister of Finance in exercise of the power conferred by Section 5 of the Tourism Investment Act 2017.
Are there any objections? No objections. Continue on, Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of bringing the Tourism Investment Rosewood Bermuda Order 2020 before this Honorable House is to make available for the Rosewood Bermuda Hotel the tax relief allowed under the Tourism Investment Act 2017. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will recall that TP Holdco Limited, an affiliate of GenCom Acquisitions LLC, and GenCom acquired Tuckers Point Hotel and Resort in 2016 from a 3-year receivership period. At the time of the acquisition, the Tourism Investment Act had not been laid before Parliament. Therefore, TP Holdco Limited submitted an application for a hotel concessions order in respect of the hotel's proposed redevelopment. And in June of that year, the hotel's concession, Tuckers Point Hotel and Resort Order 2016, was approved by this Honorable House. The concession order entitled TP Holdco Limited to full relief from customs duty until 1 year after the hotel's opening date in respect to any building materials, furnishings, fixtures, and equipment which are necessary for the building, furnishing, and equipping of the hotel redevelopment. 5 years relief from land tax up to an amount not exceeding $103,000 in each year of assessment from the hotel's opening date. 5 years relief from hotel occupancy tax for an amount equal to the sum spent by the hotel on marketing the hotel redevelopment up to an amount not exceeding $2,760,000 in each year of assessment from the hotel's opening date. 5 years of relief from hotel occupancy tax for an amount equal to the sum spent on Bermudian entertainment up to an amount not exceeding $84,000 from the hotel's opening date. And 5 years of relief from the employer's share of payroll tax for an amount equal to the sum spent on training Bermudians up to an amount not exceeding $228,000 in each year of assessment from the hotel's opening date. Upon acquisition of the property and the grant of the hotel concessions order, Tucker's Point Hotel, rebranded as Rosewood Bermuda, underwent a redevelopment and revamp of rooms, food and beverage, including a new lobby bar, the golf club, the spa, and fitness areas, and the beach club. In addition, there was an upgrade of the furniture, fixtures, and equipment of the Harbor Port fractional units. In November 2019, the Tourism Investment Amendment Act 2019 became operative. This Amendment Act amended the Tourism Investment Act 2017 so that it applies specific hotel developments, presently using a hotel concessions order made under the Hotel Concessions Act 2000. TP Holdco Limited then submitted an application for the making of a tourism investment order for Rosewood Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, the investment in the comprehensive renovation of Rosewood Bermuda was such that the project met the criteria of a new hotel in accordance with the Tourism Investment Act 2017. That is the redevelopment of an operating hotel with an estimated development cost of not less than 50% of the appraised market value of such hotel and expended over a period not exceeding 3 years. In meeting the criteria for a new hotel, the Act allows Rosewood Bermuda to receive, in summary, full customs duty relief for a period of up to 10 years, full exemption from hotel occupancy tax for a period of up to 10 years, full exemption from the employer's share of payroll tax for a period of up to 10 years, subject to annual verification of a management training program for Bermudians, and full exemption from land tax for 5 years, starting 6 years after a hotel's opening date, subject to verification that the hotel in years 6 through 10 employs 70% Bermudian staff. Mr. Speaker, please note an important caveat. The Tourism Investment Act requires a tax relief already received by Rosewood pursuant to the Hotel Concessions Act be taken into account. This is to ensure that the period for which tax relief is granted pursuant to the Tourism Investment Act does not exceed the relevant period, in this case 10 years. In this regard, the opening date of the hotel is set at the 1st of January 2018. Mr. Speaker, this government will continue to work with our hotel development partners to ensure our tourism product is fresh and modern, and the tax relief under the Tourism Investment Act plays an important part. Mr. Speaker, before I close and open for questions for honorable members, I would like to again pay tribute to the former Minister of Tourism and Transport, who certainly was instrumental in making sure that these matters were advanced, and the public officers inside of the Ministry of Tourism. Additionally, I would like to thank the investors, GenCom, for their continued faith in Bermuda. Certainly, there are some challenging times ahead when dealing with the other properties which they own on the island. But as recently as a meeting of last week, Wednesday, with the Minister of Finance, we aim to work to make progress so that we can see redevelopments take place inside of this property. I do know that there is currently work that is taking place at the Tucker's Point property, and we look forward for there to be the continued investment that they're making in this country and the jobs that it is providing. I'm very pleased that they decided to reopen their hotel in July, providing employment for over 200 Bermudians, and we will continue to work with them and support them as best as we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, as with the previous order, we are in support of the order, and we're in support of whatever is going to get jobs created and revenue generating in the economy. So we have no objection to the order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Again, much has been said by the Premier, and I think he's hit all the points. I would just like to emphasize the fact that with the Tourism Investment Order Act 2020 and the Tourism Investment St. George's Club Order 2020, which we just dealt with, along with this legislation, Mr. Speaker, I think speaks volume to the confidence that not only I spoke just now of the Parois having in Bermuda, but also the group at GenCom. And with their continued faith and confidence in Bermuda, Mr. Speaker, I think the future does bode well. This virus has gripped every country around the world, especially us that rely on hospitality. But certainly with regard to GenCom and their further confidence and in Bermuda and the purchase of the Fairmont Southampton, they too, like the Parois, are very much interested in the training of Bermudians. And I believe that's a genuine interest, Mr. Speaker. And I think we'll see a lot more of that in the future from not only the Paroys and the group at GenCom, but any other investors. And the good thing about these three pieces of legislation that we're passing here today, Mr. Speaker, is that investors watch the world. They watch places that they want to invest in. And when they see us passing legislation such as this, what it's telling them is that Bermuda is easy to work with. Sometimes we have some challenges, and sometimes we have some hurdles. But at the end of the day, once we can agree to the way forward, we tend to do that. And I think that will breed confidence in other people, other companies, other groups looking at investing in the country. So I think with these three today, when this hits the headline, Mr. Speaker, other people that we're looking at and are still looking at investing in Bermuda will be happy to see these changes that this government are making to make life easier for them. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. Does any other honourable member wish to speak? No other member? Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank honorable members for their comments. And again, I would like to thank the honorable members of the opposition for agreeing to do this order today before the House breaks for the Cup Match holiday. As I stated, Mr. Speaker, we were online with the developers in a meeting on Wednesday, and this is something that is urgent. And so we are happy that we're able to make sure that this is advanced through this honorable House and moving on to the other place next week. Mr. Speaker, I move that the said draft order be approved and that a suitable message be sent to His Excellency, the Governor.
Members, are there any objections to the order being approved and the appropriate message being sent? There are none. The order will be approved and the appropriate message will be sent to the Governor. We now move on to the next item. And on item number 4, the gaming will be carried over. I've been made to understand, and we're now doing item number 5, the Trust Special Provisions Amendment Act 2020, in the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister?
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Trust Special Provisions Amendment Act 2020 be now read the second time.
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present to this honorable House the Trust Special Provisions Amendment Act 2020. This bill will enhance and modernize certain provisions governing Bermuda's trust, commonly referred to as firewall provisions. This bill is also part of an ongoing collaborative effort amongst the private sector, Bermuda Business Development Agency, and government to improve and adapt our laws as needed to attract more business to our shores. Mr. Speaker, it is well established that settlors should be free to establish trusts in their jurisdiction of choice. It is also well established that settlors should enjoy the benefit of having key questions regarding those trusts determined by the courts of such jurisdiction in accordance with domestic law. This freedom of choice in relation to trusts is usually codified in firewall legislation. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of firewall legislation is twofold. 1, firewalls provide a system for the use of domestic trust law to determine key questions regarding the validity, integrity, and operation of trusts within that jurisdiction. And 2, firewalls prevent the recognition and/or enforcement of foreign judgments that are adverse to trusts within the jurisdiction. While firewall protection is a common feature in leading trust jurisdictions, this aspect of trust law is generally considered by industry practitioners as having become increasingly complex and convoluted in a number of those jurisdictions, including Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, Bermuda's existing firewall provisions are intended to ensure that Bermuda laws apply to Bermuda trusts, and that Bermuda trusts cannot be set aside or undermined based on foreign judgments. Our current provisions do generally serve the purpose of firewall legislation. However, the approach and content of those provisions are no longer considered as cutting edge. Bermuda is, and has been for some time now, behind the curve that has been set by our competitors. The justification for the bill we are debating today is quite clear. We must reposition ourselves to be ahead of our competitors. Bermuda's firewall legislation must provide settlors with a level of protection and legal certainty that makes Bermuda a clear choice amongst her competitors. To do that, we must strengthen and clarify the existing legislation. Mr. Speaker, this bill is intended to, 1, facilitate proper and efficient application of firewall provisions. 2, provide express jurisdiction to the Supreme Court to hear claims in respect of Bermuda trusts and certain foreign trusts. 3, specify the circumstances where foreign laws will be excluded from application of Bermuda trusts and where the domestic law of Bermuda shall apply. And 4, prohibit the enforcement of any foreign order which is inconsistent with the enhanced firewall provisions. Mr. Speaker, according to industry practitioners, one of the key factors for clients in choosing a jurisdiction for trust is the robustness of the firewall protection. As a result, industry representatives have made fairly strong calls for Bermuda's firewall legislation to be updated. With the introduction of today's bill, those calls have now been answered. This bill provides material clarification, improvement, and strengthening of Bermuda's existing firewall legislation while implementing an approach that practitioners believe will give Bermuda a competitive edge. Mr. Speaker, the trust industry is a vital part of our international business sector and the Bermuda economy. Industry representatives and professional services providers include licensed trustees, administrators, investment business advisors, legal advisors, accountants, and compliance professionals. This bill is a necessary step in supporting efforts to sustain jobs and to achieve economic growth in this very important industry. In closing, I would like to thank industry representatives for their continued efforts to improve Bermuda's trust products and regulatory framework. I would also like to thank the Bermuda Business Development Agency and the public officers who assisted in bringing forth this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, thank you. Does any other member wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. MP Pearman?
Yes, continue on, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opposition is delighted to support this bill and the bill that the Honorable Minister of Finance is about to present afterwards, namely the Trust Special Provisions Amendment Number 2 Act. Mr. Speaker, we in Parliament may not really appreciate how important the trust industry is to Bermuda. After insurance and reinsurance, it probably is our largest industry for international business as an offshore financial center. And why is that relevant? Well, when people think of trust, they may think of local trust, but these aren't local trusts. These are trusts for the wealthy across the globe that happen to be related to or based in or subject to Bermuda law. So they have a Bermuda connection. And why does that matter? Why is that important? It's important because this is about jobs for Bermudians. So you may know people who work in Bermuda, they work in international business, but you may not know what they do. And this isn't just about lawyers. Obviously, on our side of the fence here, we have Leah Scott, who's a trust lawyer. I do some trust law. But it's not just about lawyers. It's about jobs for accountants. It's about jobs for trust managers. It's about jobs for trust administrators and trust officers. There are licensed trustees here in Bermuda. There are money managers here in Bermuda. So this is a vital industry of ours. And it's an industry that Bermuda can and should be proud of. We are one of the most preeminent trust jurisdictions in the world. And there are other jurisdictions that have lagged behind. And we are seeing an inflow of trust to Bermuda. And that's because we're pretty good at this game. But to be good at the game, you have to stay ahead of your competitors. And this legislation is exactly that. It deals with firewalls, and I'm not going to go into what a firewall is. The Honorable Minister has already touched on it briefly. But it deals effectively with making our trusts preferable vehicles to the trusts in other jurisdictions, staying ahead of the competitors, trying to be ready if we get international attack, which we do and will. So this is very important. it's important that Bermuda remains one of the leading trust jurisdictions in the world. And how do we do that? Well, we do that by making sure that our Bermudians in this industry are well trained and well compensated. This is an area where we could grow jobs. Trust law in Bermuda, trust in Bermuda could grow. We could grow jobs more than we have already. It's also an example of how Bermuda can stay at the forefront of an industry when government and international business work together. And it is delightful to see the ministry taking the advantage of the wisdom of those in this sector and working hand in glove with them to promote these changes to the legislation, which, as I say, are positive. On a personal note, I do find myself, Mr. Speaker, being most bipartisan when I'm speaking to bills presented for the finance minister. And I don't know if that's purely coincidence or otherwise, but I do thank the honorable minister for bringing forward this and the bill that will follow to make sure that we remain at the forefront of our trust industry, the Bermuda remains a forefront jurisdiction, and that Bermuda jobs are maintained. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for that.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize the honorable member. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister of Finance for bringing this bill. As my colleague, MP Pierman, has indicated, this has been a long, long time coming, and I'm glad that it is finally here. And for those who don't understand trust or understand the legislation, many civil law jurisdictions and Muslim countries have forced distribution. So the settlor or the patriarch of families has an order by which he has to distribute his assets. And generally, the greater portion goes to the son, and the daughters are excluded. And the law of that jurisdiction determines how the patriarch's assets are distributed upon his death. So if someone wants to utilize a Bermuda trust, that settlor then or the person who puts the assets in the trust then has the opportunity to distribute his assets in the way that he wishes. He also has the ability to be comforted in the knowledge that our legislation will ensure that if someone comes and tries to say, well, he should not have put it in trust, it's against the laws of our country, that Bermuda's law will stand up and say, well, actually, no, this is a Bermuda law trust. It is protected by the firewall provisions, and how he has determined his assets to be distributed in accordance with his trust to his selected beneficiaries is how they will be distributed. So it provides us with an advantage. It's been a long time coming. Cayman has, I think, was one of the first out of the gate with their firewall provisions. And so this will allow us to become more competitive. Hopefully we can get more business. And as I think I've mentioned previously, the trust industry is the largest employer of Black Bermudian women and Black Bermudian women in senior level positions. And so it's important that we can continue to keep this industry going, surviving, providing opportunities for Bermudians and educating them and keeping them employed. So thanks to the minister, we have been included in the consultation with this, and we are happy to see it finally coming forth and another tool in our arsenal to help us to be a jurisdiction of choice for the high net worth individual. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I may.
Please.
Nope. Yeah. I'll defer.
Yes. Honorable member, you can continue.
No, I'm not sure. Mr. Speaker, was that the Premier? The Premier can go ahead, sir. I will defer to him.
Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the comments of members from the opposition. But it is interesting, of course, Mr. Speaker, to note that the members of the opposition constantly want to chirp about economic plan and lack of economic plan and lack of movement and advancing forward. And some of the items of which we are progressing, Mr. Speaker, is the precise reason why we felt it necessary to move economic development functions into one place and also to create a Department of Economic Development to make sure that we can move and advance long stalled items. And so it's important, Mr. Speaker, to understand and to recognize that some of these things, as the honorable member who just spoke said, they were a long time coming, predates the time that we were in office in 2017. But the fact
Point
is,
of information, Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me, Premier, this is not directed at you. This has been solely the trust industry dragging their feet. This has nothing to do with the government at all. And if it came across in that fashion, it was not intended to. This has nothing to do with either government being in power, because the OBA has been in power, the PLP has been in power, the UBP has been in power, and this still has not passed. So I'm happy to see it pass now, and it has nothing to do with any lack of government support. This has been solely the trust industry itself trying to get itself together to get the legislation crafted in a way that it could be passed.
Thank you. Remember, Premier?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honorable member. She has made my point for me. We saw the challenges of which existed in many places. So you will remember, Mr. Speaker, when I came to this honorable house and during the budget debates and organize and discuss the formation of an economic development department, because we do have challenges advancing things like this, which shouldn't take as long. And that is the reason why we have to continue to work with, as I call it, the Holy Trinity between government, industry, and the regulators to make sure we push and to advance matters. So I welcome the comments of the Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, and I welcome the comments of the Shadow Attorney General. Both of those learned members will know and understand trust far more than me. But I'm only saying this, Mr. Speaker, is that it requires leadership in order to make sure that you continue to push and press matters. When we recognize that there are things which are important for the economic development of the country, we put the priority on them. That is what we are doing inside of the Economic Development Department. That is what we're doing with the resources of the Business Development Agency, Department for Economic Development, and others working together with industry to advance these matters. I am making sure that I hold the departments under me to account, and we are pressing these issues forward. So, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the comments. I welcome the praise. It is a pleasure to work with all of the industry organizations and a pleasure to work within government as we are joined up government to support. But all I'm saying is, Mr. Speaker, is that it requires work, energy, and effort to advance these matters. And I'm happy that honorable members opposite are pleased, and I'm happy that we're able to advance these matters because it requires hard work and grit. I just hope that honorable members remember that when they come with the criticism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Premier. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Continue, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was my pleasure to actually, I don't know, my camera perspective, and I was happy for the intervention of my honorable colleague to indicate that this was not a vilification of any government, that there, within any industry, there are partners, and those partners are those people who are intricately involved, and those partners are, from a legislative perspective, those who are responsible for getting the legislation through and across the table. So, Mr. Speaker, I had chosen in this particular instance, notwithstanding that the bill was brought by the Minister of Finance, and with myself being the Shadow Minister for Finance, as the Premier indicated, there are people with far more expertise than I and he in terms of the trust industry, and it made eminent sense to me to allow those members of my team to speak on this particular issue. So I'm very pleased to join them in the support of this legislation, Mr. Speaker, and also to join the industry in recognizing how their efforts and working with both governments, probably even, I wouldn't even say both governments, the PLP prior, the OBA government, PLP administration, in order to be able to ensure that we come somewhere close to what it is that our competitors are experiencing. Mr. Speaker, I think that we jurisdiction continue to show that we have the capacity to not just walk alongside of our competitors, but at some point in time be able to bolt out in front of them. In this particular instance, as the minister has indicated, we have effectively been, sort of behind, a little bit behind the eight ball, in as much as other jurisdictions have beat us to the punch in certain things. But it is very important that we catch up with this and that we continue to examine the rules, regulations, and laws that we have in order that we can actually catapult ahead so that our jurisdiction, that is a choice jurisdiction, continue to be the blue ribbon jurisdiction that we've been known for and continue to be on the cutting edge of legislative changes in to compete and compete well. Mr. Speaker, it is my desire, as my honorable colleagues have indicated, that not only do we compete well, but it's my desire that we, there was a time in our history, Mr. Speaker, most inevitable time legislation was discussed in any other jurisdiction, they were patterning themselves behind Bermuda. Unfortunately, as time and actually communications has moved to a different era, we find ourselves now, Mr. Speaker, in some instances, second fiddle. So this is helping us to become to rank pari passu with our competitors. And I know that additional changes that will allow us to catapult past. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, we certainly, it has been indicated by my colleagues, we support the legislation. My honorable deputy leader has indicated it's been a long, from an input perspective from the industry, and we look forward, Mr. Speaker, to whatever other arrangements need to be made, whatever other legislation needs to be put in place by the industry in order to enhance not just their competitive edge, but the competitive edge that Bermuda has to offer. So I thank the minister for bringing forward the legislation. I thank honorable members for their contributions as well, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak? Any other member? Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honorable members for their contributions. I just want to say that it is a general rule in the Ministry of Finance that we broadly consult, and we view it as kind of standard operating practice for us to collaborate with industry and the regulator to architect legislation that makes the most sense for Bermuda, the Bermuda brand, and for those folks who choose to do business here. So as closing remarks, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be committed.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Trust Special Provisions Amendment Act 2020. Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, this bill seeks to amend the Trust Special Provisions Act of 1989 to clarify the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court in respect to Bermuda Trust and foreign trusts with a connection to Bermuda, to enhance and modernize provisions of the Act with regard to the application of foreign laws and foreign orders to Bermuda trusts, and to make consequential amendments to the Conveyancing Act of 1983. Mr. Chairman, I move clauses 1 through 8.
Continue.
Clause 1 provides a citation for the bill. Clause 2 amends the Principal Act to insert Section 1A to provide definitions for the Act. Definition of the term Bermuda Trust is of particular importance in relation to firewall provisions, as it has been specifically tailored to allow for the possibility that Bermuda law may apply to a severable part of a trust only, in accordance with Section 8 of the Principal Act. Clause 3 amends the Principal Act by repealing Section 2A9, which defines settlor as a definition is now provided for under the new Section 1A. Clause 4 amends the Principal Act in Section 6.2 to provide for the use of the term Bermuda Trust and to extend to the provision the inference that a trust may be governed by Bermuda law only in part. The clause also makes a correction in section 6.2. Clause 5 amends the Principal Act by repealing and replacing section 9 in order to specify that the Supreme Court has the power to adjudicate claims concerning the validity, construction, effects, or administration of the trust, including any of the matters set out in section 7A through 7J, the Principal Act. The new section is intended to enhance the provisions of the current section and is also considered an improvement of the provisions of competitor jurisdictions as it provides for the express jurisdiction of the Supreme Court where the trust instrument provides for it. Clause 6 amends the Principal Act by repealing and replacing section 10 in order to enhance the effectiveness of firewall protections under that section. The current sections 10 and 11 of the Principal Act embody firewall protections that have come to be considered as unclear and confusing. The revised approach, as contained in the new section 10, is intended to provide for an exclusion of foreign law where appropriate, as opposed to providing for a blanket application of Bermuda law, subject to exceptions. This is accomplished by specifying the circumstances under which any foreign law shall be excluded from application to a Bermuda trust. The firewall protection afforded under the new section 10 will not apply to foreign land or in cases where foreign law has been chosen to apply to any severable aspect of a Bermuda trust in accordance with section 8 of the Principal Act. Clause 7 amends the Principal Act by repealing and replacing section 11 in order to supplement the protective measures under the new section 10 by preventing the enforcement or recognition of any order of a foreign court where such order is in conflict with the provisions of the new section 11. Clause 8 repeals and replaces section 36G of the Conveyancing Act of 1983 so as to simplify the language of the current section 36G to allow for consistency with the updates to the firewall provisions in the Principal Act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Any further speakers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. MP Pierman.
Continue, Mr. Pierman.
Only a few quick points, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence. One, we agree with the minister that this is intended to enhance trust provisions, and we have thanked him in debate. Just on clause 5, as the minister said, the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, this is about expanding the jurisdiction of the court and expanding the scope of Bermuda law. So this is a good thing because it means more instruments may come to be determined before our courts, which means there may be more trust business in Bermuda. Two more quick points. Clause 6, those are the firewall provisions the minister spoke to. This is a good thing. It's keeping us ahead. And in summary, this clause is really about the supremacy of Bermuda law. And just a final point, if you permit me, Mr. Chair, I see that clause 8, the final clause, someone has thought sensibly to amend the Conveyancing Act as well. So I don't know who the drafter was of this bill, the Attorney General's office or in the industry, but well done to the eagle-eyed drafter who picked up on that point. It's joined up thinking on legislation, and it's nice to see. So someone deserves a thank you somewhere. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are our only points, unless either the Honorable Shadow Finance Minister or the Deputy Leader wish to speak on my side.
Thank you, Honorable Member Pierman. Any further speakers? There appear to be none, Minister. Don't hear you, Minister. I think you got your mic.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 to 8 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 8 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy. Members, are there any objections to the Trust Special Provisions Amendment Act 2020 being reported to the House as printed? There are none. The bill has been reported as printed and received. It now takes us on to the next order of the day, which is the second reading of the Special secondly, the Trust Special Provision Amendment Number 2 Act 2020. In the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister?
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for the Cabinet Office, Minister Purvitt, is going to carry this bill.
Minister Cabinet, for the Cabinet, would you like to lead this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill entitled the Trust Special Provisions Amendment Number 2 Act 2020 be now read the second time.
Are there any objections to that? No objections? Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in 2002, an amendment was made to the Children's Act 1998 to abolish the distinction between children born in and out of wedlock. The purpose of the amendment was to ensure that the rights of children were not impacted by the lack of marital relationship between the parents. 2002 amendment also created a new rule for construing all instruments and statutory provisions that reference parents and children's relationships. This included international trusts. There was no allowance for deviation from this rule of construction in cases where the trust instruments includes an express intention to exclude children whether born outside of a specified marital relationship or not. As such, the law is considered as having the effect of restricting the freedom of choice of a settler when making gifts either during his lifetime or upon death. Mr. Speaker, in the years following the 2002 amendment, industry representatives have made special requests for the government to consider the broad application of the rule of construction in relation to trusts. It's been noted by practitioners that the 2002 amendment has diminished the attractiveness of Bermuda as a center for trust business. More specifically, industry practitioners have argued that the 2002 amendment codified a policy shift that deviates from the long-standing protection of freedom of choice for disposition of property. The rule of construction creates uncertainty because settlers may no longer be able to protect their family from claims of strangers or persons who are unknown to the settler or trustee prior to the settler's death. And the changes may run contrary to strong religious views of some international clients. Mr. Speaker, industry practitioners in Bermuda believe that a substantial amount of business has been lost to other jurisdictions because settlers are unable to dispose of the property in the manner in which they choose under Bermuda law. Since the 2002 amendment became operational, existing trusts have been moved to other jurisdictions. Persons with existing business holdings in Bermuda have chosen other jurisdictions to set up their trusts, and new business referrals have bypassed Bermuda as sellers' trusts in other places. Mr. Speaker, as we continue with efforts to recover from the economic effects of the global pandemic, we must take every reasonable step to maintain existing business and to attract new business to our shores. Trust industry representatives have made it clear that Bermuda is continuing to lose business to other jurisdictions, as I mentioned before, based on the restrictive approach of the 2002 amendment. We simply cannot afford to continue with an approach that is viewed as unattractive and which isolates Bermuda from her competitors. Mr. Speaker, the bill we are debating today reconciles Bermuda's position on this issue with other leading trust jurisdictions and with the principle of freedom of choice for dispositions of trust property. This amendment will allow for deviation from the rule of construction set out in the Children's Act in cases where a trust instrument expresses a contrary intention of the settler. Mr. Speaker, we must balance our laws to ensure that we protect the rights and freedoms of all persons, including those who wish to dispose of the property in a manner which may not be popular in the court of public opinion. But it's their right. The law will prescribe the default application of the 2002 amendment in the absence of a contrary intention by the settler of a trust. Mr. Speaker, the 2002 amendment to the Children's Act became operational more than 16 years ago. This is certainly enough time to ascertain the effects of the change in policy, both intended and unintended. The loss of business in the trust sector was an unintended effect, one which we must now take the necessary steps to correct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister, does any other member wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. MP Kerman.
Yes, member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can be extremely brief on this bill. I thank the Honorable Minister for his presentation. Ironically, what he said was much what I was going to say. That really this is an example of the law of unintended consequences. You know, the expression that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. No doubt the 2002 amendment in respect of children born out of wedlock was well intentioned, but it was not well thought through, and people did not realize at the time the damage that it would cause to our trust industry. It was, again, an example where there hadn't been joined up thinking. Without wishing to bore, this is about testamentary freedom, freedom of disposition. Well, what does that actually mean? That's about the freedom of an individual to decide what they want to do with their property after they die. It's a pretty fundamental freedom. And therefore, it was unfortunate that that freedom was restricted by the amendment, which really had nothing to do with trusts. It was looking at children in wedlock, born out of wedlock. But it did have a very damaging effect on our trust business. And we really did lose business to other jurisdictions because of this inability to have testamentary freedom, the freedom of a settlor to decide how to dispose of the property in respect to certain children, if not others. So this is a change that is welcomed. It's been a long time in coming. It's good for business. It shouldn't have taken 18 years, but there we are. It's here, it's now, and it's to be welcomed. So I thank the Honorable Minister for the bill. The opposition supports it. We have nothing to say in committee, and happy to move to committee unless there are other speakers on either side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague has said, I do support this legislation, but I have to be honest and say that I do struggle with it as a woman. I get that the settlor, which a lot of times is the male, has the right to exclude a child that was conceived in a manner that wasn't within the confines of marriage. And, you know, children don't ask to be here. And so for a child to have to suffer because the father does not want to provide or support it or allow that child to have access to its wealth or to a lifestyle that they would otherwise not have access to is a challenge. But I also recognize that, again, this is sharpening the tools in our arsenal, and we need to remain competitive as a jurisdiction, and we need to remain on the cutting edge. And so for that reason, I do support it. And I hope that the intended benefit from amending the legislation in this matter will be achieved, and that we will see it in the return of business and in the return of revenue back to the island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other Honorable Member wish to speak?
I speak, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Simons, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
Yeah.
I just like to follow up with my colleague, the Deputy Opposition Leader's comments just now, because I was not going to say anything on this, because I'm on the fence in that, you know, why should a child suffer for its parents' indiscretion?
Order, Mr. Speaker.
What's the point of order?
Point of order?
Mr. Speaker, if I may, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want us to go on a place which may not be intended, because it's a difficult understanding, and it's very key. And I think if we listen carefully to the minister's brief, who presented his brief, the fact is that the law, as it was construed, allowed persons to leave anyone, whether, as they said, inside of marriage, outside of marriage, etc. And so what this is, it allows them to leave whatever they want to whomever they want. And I think that's the key point that is being missed. So I don't want us to get stuck on the debate which caused the mischief. I just want us to understand where we are right now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Continue on.
Most trusts will have a class of beneficiaries. Some trusts will list the beneficiaries. Some trusts will not list the beneficiaries. Some trusts will say herstepes, which would be children of the settler. And so it's a difficult one, because if the settler actually names the trust, the beneficiaries, then there is no problem. If they don't name the beneficiaries, then it's up to the beneficiary to challenge the trust. But I believe that a child should not suffer for the indiscretions of his parents. You are going to tell me that it's right that one child would have access to a $5 million estate by the mere fact that he was born in wedlock, and another child has access to nothing. To me, for a party that cares about social justice and equity within families and looking out for young people, it's surprising that they've approved this. But like I said, we are going to compromise our basic philosophies on how we treat our children. Or
point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker, I will speak.
Premier?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I tried to point of order the honorable member when he was making his contribution. And I think that it is important that we understand precisely what this amendment is doing. This amendment allows a settler to leave to whomever they wish, whatever they wish. And so it is not excluding or including anything. And I think that's key. The challenge is the mischief of which happened when the Act was amended in 2002, the Children Act, and there was not a consequential amendment to the Trust Act, created a provision where a settler could not leave things to whom they wanted to leave. So it doesn't matter how the child is conceived, whether or not in wedlock, out of wedlock, all the rest of the other types of things. This change allows a settler to say, I want to leave X to this, this, and this, or this, this, and this, and allows them to do whatever it is that they wish. And so from that perspective, Mr. Speaker, and in the way in which this is, I don't want us to seem like we are trying to marginalize one set of persons versus another set of persons, because that is not what this is about. And it is very, very important that we recognize that, Mr. Speaker. But what I think is also important, Mr. Speaker, as I said in the previous bill at which the Honorable Minister of Finance was leading on, this is the work of which this government is engaged with when it comes to economic development, making sure that we fix things which need to be fixed. This as well, Mr. Speaker, has been a long outstanding issue with notes dating back 10 years from members of the trust industry, recognizing that because of the lack of a consequence amendment in 2002, it has caused an issue and Bermuda has lost business. And as the Honorable Deputy Opposition Leader said, that there are a significant amount of Bermudians engaged in this field. And we want to make sure that we can expand the Bermudians in this field and provide more opportunities, not only for the lawyers who are currently in this field, but also for lawyers in Bermuda so they can expand the practices and the services of which they offer. So this, Mr. Speaker, it is an example of the government seeing a problem, grasping the problem, getting the parties together to resolve the problem, deciding on a policy, and taking the policy forward. Because at this time, it is very critical that we do everything of which we can to make sure that we can offer the greatest opportunity for any economic development wherever this lies, Mr. Speaker. So I am pleased that we have managed to advance this. I'm pleased that it is a second suite of things where the trust industry recognizes that it puts Bermuda in a more competitive position. And it is important, as I said in my statement before, that our job in economic development, as this government recognizes our job in economic development, is to lay the legislative framework to let our vibrant private sector go to work and to sell the country. And this will allow them to do a better job of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, and I will close by saying, yes, we will do that at whatever cost. Thank you.
That was the point of order? Okay, all right. Are there any other speakers? No other speakers? Minister Furby?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to appreciate and thank all the members for their participation. I believe the honorable member Cole Simon has some parts totally wrong with what on his comments, and I think the Premier has straightened him out as far as what the intent of the legislation is all about. Settlers have always had the right to exclude any benefit they want from a trust, and so that it has not changed at all. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be committed.
Thank you, Minister. The bill has now been moved to be committed, and we recognize the Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Where's the captain of the camera? Thank you. Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Trust Special Provisions Amendment Number 2 Act 2020. Minister, carry on.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move clauses 1, 2, 3.
Continue.
Mr. Chairman, clause 1 is self-explanatory. Clause 2 will amend the newly inserted section 1A of the Principal Act by inserting a definition of the term child. A new subsection 2 provides that a reference to a child or children in a trust instrument shall be construed as provided under the Children Act 1998, unless an express contrary intention appears in the instrument. Clause 3 amends Section 18B of the Children Act 1998 to exclude the application of Section 18A to any trust instrument made under the Trust Special Provisions Act 1989, where an express contrary intention appears in the trust instrument as provided under that act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Any further speakers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. MP Pittman.
Mr. Cameron, continue.
Yes, just to say that we've said what we had to say in debate, and we thank the minister. And unless anyone else on my side has something to follow with, I have nothing for committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Mr. Cameron, any other further speakers? There appear to be none. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I move clauses 1 to 3.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 3 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
I move that the preamble be approved.
It's been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you.
Members, are there any objections to the reporting of the House of the bill entitled the Trust Special Provisions Amendment Number 2 Act 2020 as printed? There are no objections. The bill has been reported to the House as printed and received. It now moves us on to the next item on the order today. And the next item is the Government Loans Amendment Act Number 2, 2020, in the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister? In the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister?
Speaker?
Yes?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, with the Governor's recommendation, I move that the bill entitled the Government Loan Amendments Act Government Loan Amendment Number 2 Act of 2020 be now read the second time.
Are there any objections? No objections. Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Government Loans Act 1978 provides for the government's authority to borrow money, the maximum amount that may be borrowed, and related matters. The bill now before the House proposes to increase the maximum amount that may be borrowed. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will recall that on the 17th of July, 2020, last week Friday, I made a ministerial statement to inform this honorable House of the status of the government's borrowing and the requirements to increase the country's authorized debt ceiling. The bill now before the House proposes to increase the maximum amount that may be borrowed by $600 million to $3.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, this amendment only provides for the authority of the government to borrow up to the newly established limit. And it is important to note that incurrence of additional debt or long-term borrowing will only be incurred when absolutely necessary. Mr. Speaker, when this government took office in July of 2017, net debt stood at $2.397 billion and a debt ceiling at $2.5 billion. We were elected with a commitment to prudently manage the country's finances on behalf of the people of Bermuda and committed ourselves to a strategy of not increasing the debt ceiling. We were successful in honoring that commitment in the 2017-18, 2018-19 fiscal years, and we're on track to do so again in fiscal 2019-2020. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, in July 2019, to honor the government of Bermuda's guarantees on the stalled Caroline Bay project, the debt ceiling was increased by $250 million to $2.75 billion. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to recall that as opposition, we opposed these guarantees, but as government, we made the decision that it was essential that we honor them. And let there be no doubt, Mr. Speaker, as I've said in this chamber and publicly before, I am determined to get the people of Bermuda's money back. Speaker, at the end of March 2020, net debt stood at $2.68 billion, an increase of $283 million over the July 2017 balance. Mr. Speaker, it is important to put this increase in net debt into its proper context and set out for honorable members the primary components of this increase, which included just under $200 million to cover the cost of the Caroline Bay guarantees and the remainder to finance capital expenditures such as upgrades to schools, investments in public transport, and to modernize our infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I provide this information for context to illustrate that prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, we were executing on our plan to reduce fiscal deficits, generate budget surpluses, and pay down debt, while at the same time delivering important public services and a secure, sustainable future for all citizens of Bermuda. Until this government was faced with having to honor the former government's guarantee obligations for Caroline Bay, there was no need to increase our debt ceiling, and it would have remained at $2.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, as we all now know, in the spring of 2020, everything changed. In April 2020, in anticipation of the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the government raised the debt ceiling a further $150 million to $2.9 billion to ensure that it had the ability to fund a variety of public health and emergency financial measures to support Bermuda's people and economy. In May of 2020, the government entered into a $150 million credit facility with local financial institutions. To date, approximately $88 million of this facility has been drawn to fund emergency measures associated with COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, as I advised honorable members in this House last week, the government intends to conduct a public bond issuance in the international capital markets. The gross proceeds to be raised will depend on market conditions and may be in the range of $1 to $1.25 billion. Mr. Speaker, the proceeds from the sale of the contemplated bond issuance are intended to be used, among other things, to fund the anticipated deficits for the current and the next 2 fiscal years, refinance the credit facilities associated with the stalled Caroline Bay project, to refinance the borrowing associated with general liquidity needs and the COVID-19 emergency measures, and depending on market conditions, to refinance or liability manage tranches of existing indebtedness at lower interest rates. Mr. Speaker, any funds borrowed that are not required in the current fiscal year or for liability management purposes are to be invested in the sinking fund. Mr. Speaker, this amendment will provide for the authority for the government to borrow up to the newly established limit as we navigate our way through the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. The proposed statutory debt ceiling of $3.5 billion is set at a level to enable funding of the government and its economic recovery over the next 2 to 3 years. When this government entered into office 3 years ago, our plan was clear: reduce the deficit, pay down our debt, while investing in our people to build a better and fairer Bermuda. Until the lenders for the Caroline Bay called the government guarantees, we were well on our way to fulfilling this mission. Now, a year later, and in the midst of a global pandemic, this increase in the debt ceiling and the new borrowing is necessary so that we can have the resources to rebuild our economy while ensuring that we take care of our people. None of the decisions that the government has had to make over the past 4 months have been easy, Mr. Speaker. And when I took this job, I looked forward to reducing the debt ceiling, not increasing it. But Mr. Speaker, this is the right decision for our country as we work together to rebuild our economy from what is expected to be the worst recession since the Great Depression. Mr. Speaker, in closing, government remains committed to prudent and sensible borrowing. This borrowing strategy will allow the government to lock in historically low interest rates, potentially reducing our interest expense on some of our current bonds and take advantage of strong current global demand for investment-grade debt. With those introductory remarks, Mr. Speaker, I now read for the second time the bill entitled Government Loan Amendment Act, Number 2, 2020.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you will know that I have spoken, and we on our side of the aisle have spoken ad nauseum in respect of the failure of the government to do anything positive to put additional significant funds into the economy. The raising of the debt ceiling is indicative of the result when we are not sufficiently robust to make sure that there's money out there, Mr. Speaker, to be able to meet our obligations under normal circumstances. So we have to go to borrowing. Mr. Speaker, economic stimulation is critical. It's critical to every economy, and certainly more so to ours. Now, Mr. Speaker, the minister has gone through painstakingly enough to talk about the increases to the debt ceiling and what was going to be required, what the net debt was at the time that they took over in 2017 of $2.397 billion, and what it was, I believe he said at the end of the year, of $2.68 billion. And then we had actually raised from 2.5 billion, we raised the money up to 2.750 billion, as the minister indicated, to account for the unexpected payment that was required on Caroline Bay. That's a discussion completely aside, Mr. Speaker, for another day, and not for the purposes of this raising of the debt ceiling. But I question the fact that if we raise the debt ceiling to accommodate $250 million of Caroline Bay funding, then that was done in July of 2019, or whenever we did it towards the end of 2019, that if those funds are no longer needed, then that $250 million is being released back into the fund. So when the minister says he's borrowing now to, unless I'm misunderstanding him, he's borrowing now within this $600 million to take account of the Caroline Bay again, then clearly there must be a release of what Caroline Bay was. There was a release of what Caroline Bay was required, the money that was required in order to fund and support them. So that's just, I just need the minister I need to understand that we're not double counting.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, yes.
Speaker, I think the honourable member may be unintentionally misleading the House. I have set out in my statement today, as I did last week, the cumulative effects of the need to increase the debt ceiling. Debt ceiling was at $2.5 billion in 2017. It was increased by $250 million last July in contemplation of the Morgan's Point situation, and a further $150 million in anticipation of funding needs for the COVID-19 pandemic. The 2.5 plus the 250 plus the 150 gets you 2.9. Unfortunately, and I'm all into positive thinking and sometimes even the hope strategy. I wish the Morgan's Point debacle was behind us and we had gotten our money back, but we aren't there yet. So there's no double counting going on here. I was just setting out the various circumstances that have given rise to the need to increase the debt ceiling, none of which have been irresponsible deficit spending over the course of the last 3 years.
Okay, I accept that. I accept that, Mrs. Thank you, sir. I accept the minister's explanation. It just seemed like we talked about $250 million coming in the raising of the debt ceiling that was included in the 2.9, and then now we have an extra $600 million. So obviously it's not cumulative, it is the component parts thereof. So I accept that. I think it's important to understand, Mr. Speaker, that the glide path that this government inherited was a little bit more gentle than the position, or than what the OBA inherited when they came in 2012. And I think that that's where the unfortunate situation is. I go back to the failure to stimulate the economy. We are not intended, Mr. Speaker, to stand possessed. We have a fiduciary responsibility to build and to grow, and that had not happened. We raised the debt ceiling to $2.9 billion earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, and the minister admitted at that point in time that he was aware that $2.9 billion was not likely to be sufficient in order to fund what it was that we required. So we now have gone up to additional $600 million to make it all, make the numbers work out. Mr. Speaker, all I can say here is that we understand that the minister is between a rock and a hard place, because on the one hand, he has to find funding and financing. On the other hand, he has to try to come up with a number that makes economic sense as far as the country is concerned. But we do have a responsibility to continue to try and do something, Mr. Speaker, to enhance our economic status. So, the minister has indicated that he's borrowed money to account for this year's plus the next 2 years of deficit. That's exactly the situation that the former government found itself in, and for which we were excoriated. So I'm going to say that again. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. You do not have one set of rules because it's not just sounds good in the public arena, that it's politically expedient. The bottom line is this government has taken over. What they have had to face is what they've had to face. The pandemic is unprecedented and certainly unanticipated. So we certainly understand. But Mr. Speaker, we still have to, when we went up to 2.9 billion, minister, knowing that that was not likely to be sufficient, I believe the words at the time was that he couldn't bring his mind around something that was in excess of $3 billion. And that's the situation that we find ourselves in now. So, Mr. Speaker, we are supporting the increase of the debt ceiling because the government's between a rock and a hard place. They have no choice in this matter, Mr. Speaker. But I go back to the fact that they have a responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility, not just to manage well the debt, but to ensure that they grow the economy to the extent that the debt the ceiling that is there will not be required to be drawn on going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Does any other Honourable Member wish to speak? No other
Yes,
member?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, hear and see.
Mr. Speaker, the speaker before me, Pat Gordon Pamblin, the honourable member, I thought that was kind of rich when she started off the failure, if I heard her correctly, the failure of this government to put funds in the economy. When we took over, Mr. Speaker, you're quite aware of the mess that we found, Mr. Speaker. And just think for a moment, if we didn't have the airport who slapped us with a $5 million bill today or this week, we're probably looking at multiples of that in the next few months, Mr. Speaker, based on the agreement that the OBA signed on behalf of the people of this country. Let alone the fact that tied up in that agreement as well is that Acorn and their shareholders for the next 35 years will have full and free reign over raising the airport fees, as we all know. You take that, Mr. Speaker, along with the revenue that we're going to lose over the next 30 years, and you think how much money that is. We all know what Cross Island cost us in terms of $45 million, and we continue to pay that off every month. We had a commission of inquiry that cost us a couple of $1 million. The America's Cup cost us almost $100 million. We had former AG Trevor Munnis spent over $4 million on this witch hunt on Dr. Brown with Leahy Clinic, if you recall, and whatever else he was spending with regard to that fiasco. And of course, we topped that all off with Morgan's Point, and we're $200 million and counting. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we inherited...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member's comments are completely ignoring their indiscriminate spending over their previous administration, which ended up in a situation where, when the OBA took over, there was not even enough money in the pot to pay salaries between December of 2012 and January of 2013. So while he wants to come with some kind of righteous indignation,
Put your point to order as specific as it needs to be. It's not opportunity, member. It's not an opportunity for you to put your...
misleading the House.
Thank you, member.
Am I back on, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
I'm glad you put the brakes on that honorable member, because that was certainly not a point of order.
Just a procedure. If you're going to make a point of order, point of order has to be specific to what your point is, and not another presentation on your viewpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's funny, the honorable member says that, you know, they didn't have enough money for payroll. They didn't have enough money for seniors. They didn't have enough money for buses or infrastructure or mold in the schools. But they found mold to redo the cabinet office where they sat every week, Mr. Speaker. And they also found $100 million for the America's Cup. It came out of the blue. So don't say that you didn't have any money to do this, that, and the other, and then all of a sudden they found hundreds of millions of dollars to do other things. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, if you add those things up that I told you, it's hundreds of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we have to do some of the things that we're doing in the last couple of months with regard to raising our debt ceiling. So I just want members to be, let's not forget what precipitated the situation before COVID-19. And quite frankly, I think the finance minister's done wonders. But certainly, he puts the ministers under the whip with regard to their spending. And had not COVID come, I think you would have seen a very nice picture.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member is misleading the House. The Cabinet Office mold work was done at the behest of the Government Health and Safety Officer, for the record.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine, Mr. Speaker. But I tell you what, why didn't they send that same health and safety inspector out to the schools?
Mr. Speaker, point of order. The honorable member is well aware of what was done in the schools, and when this government took over, they uncovered mold under their watch as well, Mr. Speaker. So let's not get political about it. Mold is a part of Bermudian life that we have to remediate.
Just make your point of order. Point of order is to be specific to the point. And
I have made it, Mr. Speaker, specific to the point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just like to finish before I was interrupted by MP Dunkley that I think it's important and for the people of the country to know that this government, in spite of having to raise the debt ceiling, the rating agencies have backed what our finance minister has done and is doing. And I think with that shows all the confidence that we as Bermudians need to see and experience, because they are the ones that really dictate a lot of things. And I'll take my hat off to the finance minister that in light of this COVID and what it's cost the country, and let's face it, we have a lot of rocky road ahead of us, a lot of rocky roads ahead of us, Mr. Speaker. But in light of all of that, I think that the rating agencies and of course our partners here in Bermuda, let alone the investors that we do have in Bermuda that are still gung-ho on Bermuda, as we talked about earlier, and some others that are looking very, very close at Bermuda and looking at investing in the future. And I think that the finance minister is to be commended. And because of that, we have the results that we do from the rating agencies and from investors that are on the island and future investors that are looking to invest in here. So with that, I say keep on track, finance minister. Don't let the noise from the opposition sway you, and I know they won't because I know you. And let's keep on keeping on, and we'll support you 100% of the way.
Remember, my role is just to keep the game, keep it down the middle.
Mr. Speaker.
Any other member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Member, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why the honorable member De Silva ranted on. My colleague Patricia Gordon Pampley came out and said she supported the increase. She had some comments, but generally she supported the increase. And I want to thank the minister for arranging for
point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Thank you. The honourable member, maybe he's misleading the House because maybe he didn't hear. But when she began her speech, the honourable member Pat Gordon Pamplin, she talked about the failure of this government to put funds in the economy. Well, it's hard to put funds in the economy, Mr. Speaker, when there are no funds there. And she said that.
Okay. We don't need to keep going back and forth on the comments surrounding. The complaint that he made was that she said she was going to support the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that clarification. I know it's difficult sometimes.
It's the side comments that gets everybody straight off track. Stick to where you're going with your original comments and we can be okay.
Right. So as I said, the minister kindly arranged for us to meet with his financial secretary, and we got a very good briefing, and we understood the direction and strategy that the Minister of Finance has in regards to this initiative. I too agree and support his decision based on the information that's available to me. But my question to the minister is this. We have had a number of reports done. We had the Fiscal Responsibility Panel report. We had the Bermuda Tax Reform Commission report dated 2018, and the Bermuda First report. And all of those reports said that our tax structure, the way it is unsustainable. And at some point, we have to do things differently. Has the minister taken any initiatives on from the three reports that were presented to government by committees that were appointed by the government? There were some initiatives in there that made sense. I think there are initiatives in there that will help government address its revenue targets. The other hot issue is, all the reports said we have to address immigration reform. If we address immigration reform, we can also somehow enhance the top line, the revenue lines of the government by expanding our economy. They also speak about putting a downward pressure on the cost of healthcare. I know there's work being done on healthcare. The COVID has caused a wrench in that. But, that is a shock event, and we still have to continue on our journey to get healthcare costs. Again, all three of those reports spoke to those initiatives. We can't just struggle along and do things the way we've been doing it in the past. So if the minister can share with us in the country what initiatives that he has taken as a result of the Bermuda First reports, the Fiscal Responsibility Panel reports, and the Tax Reform Commission chaired by Ronald Simmons, their recommendations. I'm sure there are some gems in those reports that can help us provide a more sustainable revenue base so that we can move things forward from a government and fiscal point of view more positively. I think it's time that we really examine all options, and you have the information, you have the reports, and I'm sure there's stuff there that will help the minister on his pathway forward to address the top line, the revenue basis. Because if you know, in business, every year we have our budgets and we have our revenue targets. Well, the same thing applies to government. Yes, we had a budget, a target of maybe $1 billion for 2021, but the COVID struck us. I accept that. It's a shock event, but I take the view that at this point in time, we should take the opportunity to look at all of the solutions, all of the recommendations, so that we can do things differently and find a sounder footing to move forward in regards to the expansion of our revenue base and a more efficient use of the expenses of government. So I'd like to hear the minister's comments in that space. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. Does any other honourable member wish to speak? There are none.
Mr. Speaker.
Oops. Okay. Yes. I heard a voice. I'm trying to clarify who it is. Honourable member, you have the floor if you'd still like to speak.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, I heard a couple of voices, and if you recognize me, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the brief by the minister and the debate by colleagues here today. This is one of those debates that traditionally has gotten back into a real to and fro with political parties on the challenges we face and who caused the problem, and everyone trying to blame the other side for where we stand. And I'm not going to get involved in that here this afternoon, because while there's plenty of ammunition to throw back at the government, I think in these times, Mr. Speaker, it is critical and it is important that we focus in at the job at hand and not get carried away in a debate where we go back and forth and try to lay blame at somebody else's feet. We are where we are at this point in time, Mr. Speaker, and this debate today is not going to change that unless we come out of it with a comprehensive plan of where we're going to go. Now, this government has clearly said that they need to raise the debt ceiling, and the opposition through the shadow spokesman has agreed with that. And we certainly all agree with that, Mr. Speaker, because right now we need access to capital to help us get out of this mess, Mr. Speaker. I'm on the record saying previously in this House, Mr. Speaker, that in January of this year, before the pandemic really kicked in, that the biggest challenges we faced in Bermuda was the deficit and our level of debt and how we were going to deal with that. That was by far the biggest issue, because it was getting to be a point where it was constraining a lot of that we needed to do and that we had to do. And while we have managed it, this government and the former OBA government, well, with the rating agencies, we had to be very careful about increasing the level of debt. And so the OBA government was reticent to push it up, and the PLP government certainly was very hesitant to push it up. But, Mr. Speaker, we are here today in July of 2020 when the biggest issue is not our debt or deficit. Of course, we want to control it. We want to stop it. We want to bring it down. But the biggest issues we face at this current time, Mr. Speaker, in my humble opinion, is the health of our people and the economic recovery that is so badly needed for our country. And we've done fairly well. The government has done fairly well in making sure that COVID has been halted in Bermuda. I think we've done better than most Bermudians expected at the time. We've been very concerned about it. People lived in fear for a period of time, but we followed the regulations and by and large, the vast majority of Bermudians have done what is appropriate to halt the spread of COVID. And we've done a commendable job. So much so that, I think a lot of the world is looking at us and saying, well, wait a second, Bermuda is that gem in the middle of the ocean, but wow, they're pretty healthy. They're pretty healthy at this time of year where while many countries around us struggle. So the two biggest issues now are the health of our people, and we need to keep it like that. And that job is not finished by in any stretch of the imagination, Mr. Speaker. And then the other big issue is the economic recovery that we so badly need. So Bermudians look at the increase in a yearly deficit, or they look at the increase in the debt ceiling, and they get very concerned about it. And it is a good talking point, and people continue to talk about it as on social media and in their conversations at home and when they're out in the streets. But, Mr. Speaker, in this case, and I want to emphasize in this case, Mr. Speaker, by increasing the debt ceiling and our ability to have some capital, if we use it in the proper way, if we make sure that we're totally accountable for how we use it, and if we use it to help our people and to face the very dire economic challenges that we face, it is the only way, Mr. Speaker, it is the only way that we will get out of this mess. And I have every confidence, Mr. Speaker, I have every confidence that we, working together, can get out of this mess. The former minister who spoke just before me, before my colleague Cole Simon, said that we have a rocky road ahead of us. Well, certainly we do have a rocky road ahead of us, Mr. Speaker. And I think that many of us in the community don't actually understand and appreciate just how rocky that road will be. And certainly many in our community don't know when that rocky road will start to smooth out and we'll see a better and smoother journey going forward. I suggest that if we do things to the best of our ability and work together to make it happen, we could be seeing a turnaround in 8, 9, 10 months as we get into the spring and summer of next year. But we still have so much that we have to do to get there. And this access to capital can help us out. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues and I in the One Bermuda Alliance, we've called over the past couple of weeks for a plan. We've called for a plan to help the needy, to stimulate our economy, to put people back to work, to bring new business to Bermuda. And Mr. Speaker, while we debate today in this virtual parliament, we should not overlook a fairly solid foundation which we have to work from. And that's because of the work of successive governments in maintaining that foundation. Yes, we've argued about things. We've really been at odds about some certain things, but we've maintained a stable foundation. And what do I refer to in that foundation? I refer to international business as part of that foundation, the biggest part of that foundation now, Mr. Speaker. And look around us. Bermuda is considered one of the top 3 reinsurance destinations in the world. The other 2 are London and New York. Sadly, both of those were decimated by the virus. Both of those basically couldn't have people in that industry working from where they wanted to work from. But here in Bermuda, Mr. Speaker, while we had to stay at home and we couldn't go into the office, our international business industry, for all accounts and purposes from the conversations that I've had, Mr. Speaker, has continued to work quite well. Got all their contracts signed for the next year, did all they had to do, Mr. Speaker. I think we're poised in a good position to take advantage of a market where rates are starting to look a little bit better, a market where there is a distinct potential now that more money is coming into it. There's opportunities for startup companies, and we can take advantage that we showed the world, little Bermuda out here in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, showed the world that through a pandemic that rocked this world, we managed to continue to do what we had to do. New York couldn't do it. London couldn't do it. New York probably won't start to pull up their socks and get back to work until next year in their offices. I don't think many of those industries in there want to go back to New York. And I'm not saying this to be critical of our good friends to the west of us. I'm saying it's reality. We have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to work together as one and attract business here because it's waiting to come, Mr. Speaker. And as my colleague, the Honorable Member Cole Simon said, that through immigration policies that we can support and that this government can sell to the people that we serve, we can capitalize on that. Capital is ready to form new corporations. It's looking for a home. It can help all of us, Mr. Speaker, not only bring new business to the island, but create jobs, opportunity, Mr. Speaker, and the word wealth for Bermudians going forward if we play our cards correctly. It's there. We cannot afford to lose it to other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker. It's a chance for us to build a stronger foundation and move forward. And if you look at Hong Kong, a place where Bermuda has a lot of business connections because of relationships with our companies and through the UK and things like that, there's another opportunity for us, Mr. Speaker. And with the inventory we have available here in Bermuda, in not only offices when people get back to work, but in residences, rental residences, or high valued properties that we have for sale to non-Bermudians, we can really turn this corner quickly. We can take this debt that reluctantly we have to grow today, and we can pay it back much quicker, Mr. Speaker. And then moving on, Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of talk about tourism, and I still believe that we have a fairly robust foundation to work from in tourism. And the Premier, as a new minister, he has his views, but I think we can jump back quickly to the growth levels that we started to see under the OVA government, Mr. Speaker. And if the Premier thinks it can be done through bringing celebrities here, that's fine. Let's go for it. Let's make it work. But the key for that is to put Bermuda back on the map and to make sure we can get the air service to come back here, Mr. Speaker, because the big challenge will be air. Big challenge will be air because airlines are bleeding money like there's no tomorrow. And they're going to be very hesitant about opening up. But, Mr. Speaker, because we managed the pandemic well, because Bermuda is a healthy place, and because we have a good reputation, in spite of how much we might argue as politicians, because we have a good reputation throughout the world who sees it through the proper lens, we are in a good position to turn this around. So in short, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot to build on. We face tremendous challenges with COVID, and we should never make light of the rocky road that we have in front of us. But we have the opportunity as leaders in this community to turn this around and make 2021 a real new beginning, Mr. Speaker. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Does any other member wish to speak? Any other member?
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister, when he opened up his remarks on this bill, recounted the history. And I know how difficult it is for the Minister of Finance doing that job, because I once had that awesome responsibility. And I remember that awesome responsibility, Mr. Speaker, because I remember when the Progressive Labor Party left office in 2012, and the debt was $1.2 billion. And I remember when we came back into office in 2017, and the debt was $2.4 billion, and it had doubled in 4.5 years. So I remember that, Mr. Speaker. And I remember in 2018, in our first budget, when every single person on the side opposite and in the media and everywhere else expected that the Progressive Labor Party would increase the debt ceiling, and we did not, Mr. Speaker. We met budget targets, we kept the line on spending, and we did what was necessary to hold the line, Mr. Speaker. That is the reason that under this government, our ratings went up, Mr. Speaker, due to sound financial management. In the next year, again, Mr. Speaker, we did not increase the debt ceiling, and we got ourselves to a place where finally we were able to start the track to reduce the net debt, Mr. Speaker. So it's very, very important that the record reflect exactly what happened, Mr. Speaker. So I go again. 2018, $2.2 billion in debt. 2017, 4.5 years later, $2.4 billion in debt. That doubled in 4.5 years. Everyone expected us to raise the debt ceiling. We did not raise the debt ceiling, and we managed with what we had, Mr. Speaker. But what happened, Mr. Speaker? In 2019, we were forced to raise the debt ceiling to cover a guarantee that this government did not support, that we spoke against in this honorable chamber when the former government pushed it through, where we said that was not the correct way to go, but yet they went there anyway, Mr. Speaker. And where do we find ourselves? We had to raise the debt ceiling to cover the costs of a project that we did not support, that we had spoken against, where we had warned of the dangers, but yet when chickens came home to roost, even though the One Bermuda Alliance had it featured well in their election campaigns about countries moving again, we then had to raise the debt ceiling to cover their project, Mr. Speaker. It's important to note when honorable members opposite will speak about work not being done in the economy, they never want to talk about the things that were left over that this Minister of Finance has had to deal with, Mr. Speaker. And so, we fast forward. We fast forward to what we have now, Mr. Speaker, where the Minister of Finance, rightfully knowing that we would suffer a challenge when it came to revenue before the House rose for after the budget session, increase the debt ceiling so we could get short-term financing to cover our liquidity challenges, because in effect there would be liquidity challenges when you have no planes and no cruise ships and reduction in activity that we have seen, Mr. Speaker. So we've got it. And now we are here, recognizing the fact that we have to do this in order to make sure that we can have the capacity to rebuild this economy, Mr. Speaker. But I do not want anyone to forget the history on this, that it was not until this government had to cover a failed project from the former government that we raised the debt ceiling, Mr. Speaker. And that is something which is critically important for everyone to remember, Mr. Speaker, especially the party opposite. Now, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the words and comments of the former Premier because they were measured. But at the same time, when other members of his party says that we need to do something to enhance our economic status, Mr. Speaker, I remind members opposite that in 2018 and 2019, jobs increased in Bermuda. I want to remind persons on that side that we were able to attract new businesses to Bermuda in our existing lines of business, in insurance, expansion of long-term insurers with continued modifications to our laws, new jobs created in the digital asset space or fintech, Mr. Speaker, new jobs created throughout the country, Mr. Speaker. And so it is important for us to recognize that it's not all bad, because what people will try to tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that before the pandemic, everything was going wrong. And that is not the truth. But here we go, Mr. Speaker, because the Shadow Minister of Finance says, that we need to do something to enhance our economic status. And they call for a plan for economic development on a day when the opposition praises us for advancing long outstanding trust changes that is going to make Bermuda more competitive in the trust market, driving investment and jobs in the country, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member from constituency number 8, Cole Simon, says, what is the Minister of Finance doing about reports which have been issued from Bermuda First and other things on the day that the Minister of Public Works announces progress on an international arbitration center, something that was left over from
Point of
Bermuda First
order,
Report,
Mr.
which
Speaker.
this
Hold on,
government
hold
has
on.
advanced,
Is someone
which
trying to
is
make
being
a,
praised.
hold on, Premier. Someone trying to make a point of order?
Yes, yes, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order?
Because the premier states
We can barely hear you, member.
been in power for 3 years. So I think there has a recognition.
Unfortunately, we are a member. You're not coming through clear. Your reception is bad, so we're really not hearing your comments.
And we hope that it will make significant difference, Mr. Speaker. But we're speaking. Okay, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, just make your point of order clear.
Okay, the order is that the premier is conflating
You're
today
going
that
again.
things that are going forward.
All around the world.
Okay. We keep losing. You just can't get any connecting words together. Based on that, I'm going to ask the premier to continue.
Okay, maybe one of my colleagues. One of my colleagues. Can you hear me now, Mr. Speaker?
You start off and then you fade again.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you at this moment, but I'm not sure I'm going to hear all your words.
Okay, I will.
I'll right back out again.
Text one of my colleagues to make the point. That's fine, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
I will take it up at another time.
Premier?
All right, no worries, no worries.
Premier?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on a day when there are advancements moving through this House for two tourism properties, orders being pushed through, we hear constant refrain of looking for a plan. Mr. Speaker, we have been executing the plan. And the plan is very simple. Build on what we have, which we have done in the areas of financial services, with new insurance companies continuing to choose Bermuda, continuing to invest in Bermuda, continuing to add jobs in Bermuda, and as we maintain our international relations. The other part of the plan was to diversify our economy, Mr. Speaker, in where we are making progress, whether it be with the jobs that have been created in fintech, whether it be with the other initiatives of which I laid out earlier today, whether it be subsea cable initiatives, whether it be the technology initiatives which are taking place in the Business Development Agency, Mr. Speaker, whether it be with the things that the Minister of Regulatory Affairs is handling with space and more things in the space industry, which we are making sure that we do to attract jobs and investment to Bermuda. We can talk about diversification, Mr. Speaker, on issues such as cannabis as well. The third thing in which we said, Mr. Speaker, is that we'll make our government more efficient. The Deputy Premier yesterday announced that we have cut processing times in half at the Department of Planning, Mr. Speaker, which is something that is necessary in order to make sure that we can speed people to work and from job to job, Mr. Speaker. And we said that we're going to go ahead and continue to invest in our people, Mr. Speaker. So the fact is that we have executed our plan. Now, could we do better? Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome the help and the recommendations of everyone in the country. We do not have all the answers, Mr. Speaker, and we have never professed to do so. What government is about is the ability to listen, is the ability to say, how do we make sure that we take what we have to benefit the greatest amount of people and go ahead and to execute that, Mr. Speaker. And that is what this government has been successful in doing. So as I said, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the comments from the former Premier, because collaboration is important. And over the next 3 years, we're going to have to make sure that we can get ourselves in a stable position, not just to get to a balanced budget, but to get to a surplus position so we are able to begin to pay down this debt and service this debt in a very good way and a very good fashion. But it is only going to happen, Mr. Speaker, must continue to work together to advance the matters on the economy, Mr. Speaker. This government is not in the habit of rejecting good ideas. I have said very clearly to investors, to persons, to all the rest, if it creates even 5 jobs, it's good enough for the country, because those jobs will add up over time. So our perspective, Mr. Speaker, is that we will continue to work, but it is very important that the record and history is not rewritten when we remember what we had when we came into office and what we were able to do and to work with. When there were many calls for us to increase spending in many places, we kept our fiscal discipline, we maintained our fiscal balance, and were able to go through successive budget cycles without increasing the debt ceiling, increasing our international ratings, while making sure that we made our tax system more fair, reduced taxes for the persons at the lowest level to the lowest level in history to ensure that we made our economy more fair, Mr. Speaker. So this bill happens today because we must, but the work of rebuilding this economy is going to take all of us. And I welcome the assistance from members opposite in continuing to share their ideas so we can continue to work together to make sure that we can get to a place where we balance this budget and start paying down this debt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is there any other member wish to speak? Any other member? No other member? Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank honorable members for their contribution. Speaker, those of you who know me and have had the chance to kind of watch me work in this chamber know that I call them like I see them, and I kind of tend to pitch the ball right down the middle of the plate. And so I get disturbed when I hear often repeated comments that are not properly contextualized. One of those comments today was when the former government inherited the mantle for leading the country in December of 2012. There wasn't any, they had to go borrow money for the payroll. Mr. Speaker, I want honorable members to know, and also the general public to know, that the government regularly borrows money to meet payroll. It is a function of the inflows and outflows of cash inside the government. Government tends to collect sums of money at quarter ends, and in the intervening months, it spends more than it takes in, therefore giving rise to a need to borrow money. So I think hopefully this puts to rest the seemingly accusation that somehow what was inherited was an extraordinary event. It might have been extraordinary then when I took over.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. Put your point, Chair.
Yeah, the honorable member is misleading the public in that it sounds as if he's attempting to say that, you know, governments borrow money all the time, but we inherited, when we said we inherited a debt, we inherited a debt of over $1 billion of debt that the government, PLP government, created.
I think the point that he was trying to raise, though, is that your member has said the money was needed to pay payroll. And the minister is just trying to clarify that borrowing for payroll is a common occurrence if you follow his point. I'm not
now the honorable
trying to say either position, I'm just trying to put where it was put. And
no,
it was not a reference to the debt itself, it was how the debt was, how the fund was used. So the money that was raised to be used.
The point is, Mr. Speaker, is that we would have had money had $1 billion plus not been created in debt that was created by this government. PLP government created that $1.4 billion of debt. That's why we didn't have money to borrow money for payroll was not the normal procedure of government in the past.
Minister,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, governments typically have periods of inflows of cash that aren't necessarily matched with the outflows of cash. And sometimes they have outflows of cash that are not properly matched with the inflows. And in those instances, they avail themselves to liquidity from funding sources like banks. They borrow. So,
point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
MP Pearman, I think the Honorable Finance Minister is perhaps inadvertently misleading the House. He is speaking about governments borrowing for cash flow purposes when they do not have a surplus. He would accept that that's only when they're in a position where they already have significant debt that they must do that. If they have a surplus, there is no need to borrow. He must agree with that.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I don't agree with him. And I would say that I probably am more familiar with how this works than he is. As I said before, there are periods of time when the government's outflows, because of timing differences, exceed their inflows. It is a function of how the government of Bermuda has worked for years. At the end of quarters, there's a huge inflow of funds, and in the intervening months, there's less so, but there are still expenses that need to be incurred.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Finance Minister is misleading the House. It is perhaps true that it's the way that the Bermuda government has worked for years, but that's because for the past 20 plus years, we have been a country with a massive debt. We have not had a surplus. So that was necessity, and I hope the Honorable Minister will agree with that.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Take point of order.
Mr. Speaker, what the Honourable Member Pearman fails to tell everyone is that it was easy to have a surplus before 1998 because they didn't do anything for the people or the infrastructure of this country. When we came in 1998, we fixed things. We created Future Care. We built schools. We rebuilt senior homes. The list goes on, Mr. Speaker. That's where our money went, is because of the lack of spending by the previous OBA government.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for clarity, the honorable member who just spoke, the honorable member from constituency 29, has to acknowledge the fact that, yes, they built on infrastructure. However, when something costs two for the price of one, one for the price of two, that's what put us into inordinate debt. Indiscriminate spending, Mr. Speaker.
Member, I think that may be stretching it a bit. You have to be specific if you're going to get out of it. And I think the point has been made. The voters have to go pulling the straws to try and drive points in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm going to move on. The other point I wanted to make was, I think in April, it was referenced that in April, I made a comment about raising a debt ceiling, and I only went up to 2.9. And I want honorable members to kind of understand the context around me making that decision. I don't have a crystal ball. I had no sense. I don't think anyone in this honorable house had any sense of how devastating the impact, the economic fallout from COVID-19 would be on our economy. For me to make a profound, factual statement around how the COVID was going to impact us financially at that moment would have been irresponsible. And I think honorable members would have taken me to task for being irresponsible in the execution of my duties. And so I waited to see what the impact was. And then I did something really interesting. I took the advice of my professional advisors around what was possible with respect to Bermuda's debt being able to be raised in the public markets. I can tell you, and my colleagues will know, that I'm the last person who wanted to raise the debt ceiling. And I did it reluctantly, but I have to be mindful that my own personal views around this issue cannot get in my way of doing what's right for the country. Honorable Member Simons asked a couple of questions about Tax Reform Commission, the Fiscal Responsibility Panel, and the Bermuda First reports. And I can tell you that my memory is very good, because I can recall in the House of Assembly during the budget debates being taken to task for raising some taxes. And if memory serves me correctly, both prominent features in both the Tax Reform Commission's report and the Fiscal Responsibility Panel's report was that I should raise taxes more than I raised them. So I'm encouraged, somewhat belatedly, that I've been given kudos, I guess, or encouraged to kind of follow the recommendations to raise taxes as indicated in those two reports. What I will say is this around our tax system. We face constant threats from external bodies around the structure of our tax code. And we will at some point in time have to sit down and take a hard look at it to see if it is still appropriate, or if we want to continue to play the game of trying to outrun those bodies that think that us having a low to zero income tax regime is a threat to their very existence. I think that should be done in a way that is constructive, that includes broad collaboration and consultation. And I won't do it on the floor of the House of Assembly. I will gather together a group and work on trying to figure out what is the best system for Bermuda to fund the government, to provide the services that our people need, and to ensure that we're compliant with all the international bodies for whom we choose to associate ourselves with. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be committed.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Government Loans Amendment Number 2 Act 2020. Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, this bill seeks to amend Section 2A of the Government Loans Act 1978 to increase the limit on the public debt. Mr. Chairman, I move clauses 1 and 2.
Continue.
Clause 1 cites the title of the act and is self-explanatory. Clause 2 amends Section 2A of the Government Loans Act of 1978 to increase the limit on the public debt from $2.9 billion to $3.5 billion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further speakers?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Continue, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the numbers speak for themselves. We are in serious debt as a country. We have no objection under the circumstances that we have to ensure that there is money. So we support the increase, albeit it's a bitter pill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pardon? Member, you must understand when you're speaking in committee, you just speak to the clause. Those little
I said we support.
not warranted.
I said we support the clauses, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, but you said something else. Even there's a bitter pill to swallow, something like that.
Yes, sir.
Those comments will not be tolerated. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 to 2 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 2 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you, Minister. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy. Members, have any objections to the Government Loans Amendment Number 2 Bill 2020 being reported to the House as printed? There are none. The bill has been reported as printed and received. We now move on to the next item on the order today, which is the second reading of the Insurance Amendment Act 2020 in the name of the Minister of Finance. Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I move that Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Insurance Amendment Act 2020 be now read the second time.
Any objections? No objections. Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill entitled the Insurance Amendment Act 2020 is to facilitate more effective supervision of the insurance sector by enhancing the cyber reporting event framework. Mr. Speaker, the House would be aware that the Bermuda Monetary Authority is a founding member of the International Association of Insurance Supervisors and one of the first signatories to the IAIS Multilateral Memorandum of Understanding. The House is advised that there are 73 signatories to the MMOU. Mr. Speaker, as at the 11th of July 2020, there were a total of 215 IAIS members, including the Bank for International Settlements, the IMF, the OECD, the World Bank, as well as 55 members of the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, NAIC. Mr. Speaker, the House will be aware that the NAIC is the U.S. standard-setting body created and governed by the chief insurance regulators from the 50 states, District of Columbia, and 5 U.S. territories. Mr. Speaker, as the leading member of the IAIS, the House will recall that various representatives of the authority have been appointed to the Executive Committee and also currently serve and or have served as co-chairs and or vice chairs of various committees, including, but not limited to, the Reinsurance Task Force, the Policy Committee, the Macro-Prudential Committee, and the Financial Crimes Task Force. Our sincere thanks to the team at the authority for their tireless advocacy on behalf of Bermuda at home and abroad. Mr. Speaker, the IAIS Insurance Core Principles and Methodology constitute the globally accepted framework used in the evaluation of supervisory regimes. The ICPs consist of the essential principles that need to be in place for a supervisory system to be effective. The ICPs also serve as a basic benchmark for insurance supervisors in all jurisdictions. Public authorities concerned with issues of financial stability are urged to provide the necessary support to their supervisory authorities so that they can meet the principles based on the criteria set out therein. Mr. Speaker, Part 6 of the ICPs set down the prudential requirements for insurance supervisors. ICP 18 covers matters related to the assessment of risk and risk management. ICP 18 states that the supervisory authority should require insurers to recognize the range of risks that they face and to assess and manage them effectively. Specifically, the essential criteria set down under ICP 18 provides in part A, that the supervisory authority should require and check that insurers have in place comprehensive risk management policies and systems capable of promptly identifying, measuring, assessing, reporting, and controlling their risks. Mr. Speaker, the key amendments to be made to the Insurance Act of 1978 are as follows. 1. Section 30JE of the Act sets down certain notification provisions for insurance marketplace providers. Under Section 30JE, insurance marketplace providers are required to notify the authority of a cyber reporting event. It is proposed to amend Section 30JE to expand the scope of this provision to include insurance managers, brokers, and agents. 2. Section 30JE of the Act also includes a definition of the term a cyber reporting event. A cyber reporting event is presently defined to mean any act that results in the unauthorized access to, disruption, or misuse of the electronic systems or information stored on such systems of a registered person, including breach of security leading to the loss or unlawful destruction or unauthorized disclosure of or access to such systems or information. It is proposed to amend the Act to revise the definition of a cyber reporting event by qualifying the manner in which events are to be considered, which will include the following. Where the cyber reporting event has the likelihood of adversely impacting policyholders or clients, or where there is a significant loss of system availability, or where the integrity of information or data has been compromised, or where there is a likelihood that there has been unauthorized access to information systems, and or where an event has occurred for which notice is required to be provided to a regulatory body or government agency. 3. Further to the above, the Act will be amended by inserting a new provision under Section 30JE to expressly to make provision for an obligation to be placed on insurers to notify a cyber reporting event to the authority in circumstances similar to those of insurance managers and intermediaries under Section 30JE. Mr. Speaker, as per Section 2BA of the Act, additional details are set out under the Insurance Sector Operational Cyber Risk Management Code of Conduct. The Cyber Code of Conduct must be read together with the bill so that registered persons are clear about the initial notification time period. While the bill provides for an obligation to notify the authority on a forthwith basis, the Cyber Code provides that notification of an event must occur within 72 hours from the time there is either a suspicion or a confirmation of a material event, whichever is sooner. The authority has advised the ministry that such grace period is in keeping with the BMA's statement of principles, whereby it always, in the first instance, seeks to allow for a remediation period prior to undertaking enforcement action. Mr. Speaker, as a result of a final quality control check of the bill, the ministry and the authority have been advised that a typographical error appears in the new section 30JE 5B1 at the bottom of page 2 of the bill as follows. A loss of system availability of the insurance manager, broker, agent, or insurance marketplace provider, and here's the applicable language, may determine and as they may determine. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has been advised that the AG's chambers have noted the error and they have advised that it will be corrected under the powers of the Attorney General set out in Section 11 of the Computerization and Review of Laws Act of 1989. The House would know that Section 11 of the Computerization and Review of Laws Act gives the Attorney General a power to correct grammatically and typographically errors. The words may determine will be deleted from this provision accordingly. Mr. Speaker, the code is expected to come into effect in January 2021, with enforcement commencing in December 2021. Once operational, the Cyber Code of Conduct will complement the general provisions set out in the various codes of conduct published for insurers and intermediaries. The code will be published as soon as possible after the bill comes into effect. Mr. Chairman, as highlighted in the authority's 2019 Bermuda Insurance Sector Operational Cyber Risk Management Report, the authority will continue to monitor and ensure that operational cyber risk assessments are integrated into all key supervisory processes, such as year-end filing reviews, on-site visits, and supervisory colleges. Mr. Chairman, I wish to express my thanks to the authority, together with insurance sector and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, for their assistance with the development of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the minister for his introductory remarks, recognizing that that there will be a deletion under the SLIP Act, and we have no objection to that. But by way of general remarks, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to recognize that the issue of cyber challenges, cyber crime, the negative impact that it has on business is serious. You will know, Mr. Speaker, that during the last presidential election in the United States, one of the biggest points of contention was the effect with which foreign nations actually attempted to delve into the databases of the United States. That situation does not just obtain in major situations like that, Mr. Speaker, in terms of a country to country, but it can actually obtain in respect of individual companies and corporations. And the extent to which infiltration of a company's securities and data walls and everything else can actually have a negative impact on the outcome of a business. So in order to strengthen or the ability to strengthen our cyber environment, we certainly support it as a government, Mr. Speaker. We know that when you look at things like Paradise Papers and all those kinds of things that could speak negatively to all of their impacts, then we have to make sure that we have not just the ability to hold it, but also when such a thing occurs, there is a regime in place to ensure that we have the ability to report it, such that any damage could be minimized over time. So we support the legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the minister for bringing this legislation to this honorable House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I can't get back up. Thank you, honorable member. Does any other member wish to speak? The other member? Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Shadow Minister of Finance for her contribution and move that the bill be committed.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled Insurance Amendment Act 2020. Minister, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move clauses 1 to 3.
Continue.
Mr. Chairman, Clause 1 provides a citation for the bill. Clause 2 repeals Section 30JE of the Insurance Act of 1978, insurance marketplace provider to notify the authority of a certain event. Mr. Chairman, Section 30JE of the Insurance Act of 1978 imposes reporting requirements on insurance marketplace providers. Clause 2 amends the Principal Act by repealing and replacing Section 30JE to require insurance managers, agents, brokers, and insurance marketplace providers to report certain events to the authority, including cyber reporting events. The new Section 30JE also seeks to revise the definition of cyber reporting event by qualifying the manner in which events are to be considered, which will include where the cyber reporting event has the likelihood of adversely impacting policyholders or clients, or where there is a significant loss of system availability, or where the integrity of information or data has been compromised, or where there is a likelihood that there has been an unauthorized access to information systems, and or where an event has occurred for which notice is required to be provided to a regulatory body or government agency. And Clause 3 inserts new Section 30JEA, insurers to notify the authority of cyber reporting events. Clause 3 amends the Principal Act by inserting a new Section 30JEA to make provision for an obligation to be placed on insurers to notify a cyber reporting event to the authority in circumstances similar to those of insurance managers and intermediaries under Section 30JE. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Any further speakers to this bill?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
Continue,
Chairman.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just wish to say that we accept and we have no further comments to make on the clause the Minister has articulated.
Thank you, Honorable Member Pamplin. Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 1 to 3 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 3 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
What's your point of order?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the minister will move that the bill be reported to the House as printed, but it will be as amended with the Slippage Act. I just want to make sure that gets.
I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I was saying that the minister is ready to move that the bill be reported to the House, and I wanted to make sure that it's reported to the House as amended by the Slippage Act to which he referred earlier.
Well, he hadn't got to that yet.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm having a bit of a delay here, so I'm sorry. I thought he had reached there. But you understand my point, Mr. Speaker, so I'm happy however he chooses to deal with it.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Minister, will you continue?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be reported to the House as amended.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as amended. Any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved. Minister, the bill be reported to the House as amended.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Deputy. Members, are there any objections to the bill entitled the Insurance Amendment Bill 2020 being reported to the House as amended? No objections. The bill has been reported and as amended and received. And we'll now move on to the next item on the order paper today, which is the second reading of the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2020 in the name of the spokesperson for legal affairs. Honorable Minister, would you like to present your matter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Criminal Code Amendment Act 2020 be now read a second time.
Are there any objections? No objections. Continue, Minister.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, allow me to present to this Honorable House the bill entitled Criminal Code Amendment Act 2020, which was passed on the 8th of July, 2020. Mr. Speaker, an offense of luring currently exists under Section 182E of the Criminal Code Act 1907. However, this offense is not specific to a position of trust and provides protection for a child up to the age of 16 years old. Currently, luring targets online electronic predatory conduct designed to facilitate later sexual activity with a child who is under the age of 16 years old, but there are no protections in place if communication by the predator is in writing or otherwise. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to introduce new and revised provisions under the Criminal Code Act 1907, which is long overdue. The amendments to the code is a response to the need for increased public safety for our vulnerable population, namely our youth. For far too long, persons under the age of 18 have not been protected from teachers, other authority figures, family members, and friends of the family who have preyed upon them with persistent attempts to engage in inappropriate sexual or romantic relationships. Mr. Speaker, the objectives of the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2020 is to amend the Criminal Code Act 1907 for the following purposes. One, to provide further protections for young persons under 18 years old by averting luring of young persons who are groomed by an adult, including a family member, in positions of trust or authority. Two, to deter persons from engaging in luring offenses while in a position of trust or authority. Three, to further strengthen Bermuda's child safeguarding regime. And four, to modernize and enhance Bermuda's legalization to align international best practice and standards of the Lanzarote Convention on the Protection of Children Against Sexual Exploitation of Sexual Abuse. Mr. Speaker, although 16 and 17-year-olds have the ability to consent to some sexual act, the overwhelming public sentiment and advocacy supports that sexual relations between adults in positions of trust and young persons between 16 and 17 is improper and must not be tolerated. When considering that luring behaviors by a person in a position of trust can take place before a young person reaches the age of consent and persist well beyond 16 years of age, we can see that 16 and 17-year-olds are left exposed to exploitation without legal redress. Such scenarios, perpetrators in a position of trust can escape prosecution for luring altogether. Mr. Speaker, it is for these reasons the bill is intended to enhance the existing legislation by extending the current luring offense to include, whether orally or in writing, by means of communication, medium, or in any other manner. This amendment addresses the existing legislative gap, which does not include written or other forms of communication with a child for the purposes of committing a sexual offense as luring. The amendment ensures statutory protection exists to safeguard our children from perpetrators that use various forms of communication for the purpose of committing a sexual offense. Mr. Speaker, the existing legislation has failed to protect 16 and 17-year-olds who have been lured by a person in a position of trust. Real-life victims, child safeguarding advocates, and child protection entities have each called for urgent changes to the criminal law to increase the age for luring offenses to include young persons between 16 and 17 years of age. Currently, the offense of luring is tied to the age of consent, which is 16 years of age. Mr. Speaker, the bill rectifies this issue by inserting a new section after Section 182E of the Criminal Code 1907, which introduces an offense of luring of young persons by a person in a position of trust. The objective of this amendment is to close the gap in the current legislation so young persons under the age of 18 are given the same legal protections as children under the age of 16. This means the new offense will cover all young persons under the age of 18. Mr. Speaker, Section 182EA is intended to cover situations where an adult who is in a position of trust through any form of communication gains a young person's trust for the purposes of committing a sexual offense against the young person. The intended offense does not have to take place. The evidence of the adult's intention to commit an offense against the young person may be drawn from the communications with the young person or may be drawn from other circumstances. Mr. Speaker, in the context of this offense, intention is the state of mind and one who aims to bring about a particular consequence. In particular, luring is the aim to commit a sexual offense against a child. This intention is usually evidenced through the communication with the child or young person. Mr. Speaker, the penalty prescribed in law for the offense luring of a young person by a person in a position of trust on summary conviction is imprisonment for 5 years, and for conviction on indictment is imprisonment for 15 years. These penalties correspond to the seriousness of the offense and are sufficiently dissuasive as a deterrent. A person convicted of luring in Bermuda and sentenced to a term of imprisonment for the offense, their name will be put on the sex offenders register. Mr. Speaker, this bill enables no defense provisions under Section 182EA of the Criminal Code 1907. This averts the accused from using the defense that they believed that the person was 18 years of age or older, unless the accused took all reasonable steps to ascertain the age of the person. Mr. Speaker, Section 329D of the Criminal Code Act 1907 is amended by the bill by modifying the current listing of sexual offenses to add the new offense under Section 182EA, luring of a young person by a person in a position of trust. Mr. Speaker, the bill allows for consequential amendments to the Policing Criminal Evidence Act 2006 by inserting Section 182EA, an offense of luring of a young person by a person in a position of trust, to the list of serious arrestable offenses. This amendment gives the police the authority to arrest the accused at the time the offense of luring of a young person by a person in trust is reported. Mr. Speaker, the intent of the bill is that certain relevant factors may be considered at trial for a person being prosecuted for an offense under the new provision. Factors that might be taken into account may include the ages of the parties, whether there was consent, and the relationship between the parties, such as whether an accused is a person in a position of trust with respect to the young person. This bill also confirms that the evidential presumptions about consent with respect to an offense where an accused is a person in a position of trust have not been affected by the creation of the new Section 182EA offense. Mr. Speaker, the proposed legislative amendments also enhance Bermuda's child protection regime for the progressive realization of the international standards of the Lanzarote Convention on the Protection of Children Against Sexual Exploitation and Sexual Abuse. Article 18 of the convention requires countries to criminalize international conduct involving a person engaging in sexual activities with a child where abuse is made of a recognized position of trust, authority, or influence over the child, including within the family. The amendment proposed in this bill is drafted to also include relationships of dependency and is designed to capture familiar relationships. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to introducing these legislative amendments to protect our youth while ensuring that persons who commit luring offenses are held accountable for their actions through the legal process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. MP Pearman.
Continue, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We, for the opposition, would like to thank the Honorable and Learned Minister for her presentation in respect to this change to the criminal code. I think it's fair to say that all in Bermuda will welcome this change. This is something that has been supported for and called for in the third-party charitable sector for those charities dealing with children. It is a matter where other countries have led ahead of us. There was some observations, obviously, earlier this year, or perhaps it was the end of last year, by those familiar with child law, how there were matters of the Lanzarote Convention for the Protection of Children that we hadn't yet fulfilled. So this is good to see, and it comes alongside, to be fair, it comes alongside commendable changes that we've seen to the Children's Act, and also changes to the previous code, criminal code, in terms of the giving of evidence by youths in the court system. So all of this is commendable. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me, however, not to observe when we're doing something very positive for our young people here in terms of protecting them, why there still has not been an independent judicial inquiry into the allegations of abuse and neglect in the Department of Child and Family Services. And so I raise that again in the hope that the goodwill engendered by this bipartisan support might also engender goodwill on the other side, so that we can see that independent judicial inquiry happening, because it will not go away, and it has not been put to bed. We in the opposition do support this bill, and I thank the Honorable Minister for her presentation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I be on this side, recognize the importance of introducing this amendment, and I can dare say specifically to the minister who spoke to this bill today, and who at one time in her professional career sat in a different place, and in that place, she and I had cause to be connected. And in that place, we saw firsthand with many of the people that we dealt with incidences of young people who would have been exposed to luring. This amendment takes care of a very crucial gap because, for instance, when we in the high school sector see our young 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds, and sometimes at the hands of teachers who do use that opportunity to speak and connect with students in a certain way. For those of us who were in that arena and had cause for concern, maybe because of the exchange and interaction, and because the way the law was written at that point in time, if you will, had no real recourse. And so this puts a protection in place so that even if something is suspected, I would say, it allows others to raise the alarm bell that would give cause for authorities to check for incidences of luring. And the fact that we now live in a society where there are all sorts of means of communication. It's not just the spoken word. It is electronic devices. It is written words. It's all forms of communication. It encompasses all of that so that a person cannot escape having to face the consequences of using their position of authority and trust to gain control, I suppose, if you will, over that particular person that they may be interested in. And as the member who just spoke rightly said, you have the third sector community, you have counselors of various types, you have persons who even operate within churches who see firsthand others who use their position of authority to gain the confidence and trust of those who are at their hands. And hopefully this particular measure, not hopefully, it will help to eradicate and diminish those actions taking place. And I would hope that those persons out there in the community at large, on understanding the amendments that are being put in place, recognize that should they choose to engage in this type of behavior, they will face a sentence of 5 years or more and will have to pay that price. Mr. Speaker, even through the TV, I am sure many of us have been exposed to stories where you will see persons at the hands of these, I would even call them predators, at the hands of these predators who, because of the luring, don't even appreciate that the actions that they're being subjected to are ones that they should question, and if you will, for want of another term, should run away from. But because of the type of luring that they are subjected to, they may think somebody is being kind to them, or somebody appreciates the way that they look, or somebody is just expressing their admiration or love or what have you. And if they are conditioned appropriately, cannot discern between what behavior is proper and what isn't for those folks who are in a position of authority. And again, with a measure like this that seeks to close this gap, it will eradicate and prevent some of those would-be predators from using their positions to be able to take advantage of our young people. We cannot have teachers in classrooms anymore that will, while teaching, use that to be able to approach a student in a certain way. We cannot have people in churches who use their position in that arena to lure people in. We cannot anymore have family members who use their position of authority to just gain the confidence and trust of the young people that they have oversight of, without at least knowing that there is going to be a consequence that they are going to have to answer to, while that young person is under the age of 18, because we know the age, the legal age is considered 18. And so this step is a great step in the right direction. And hopefully it will serve to diminish, and if you will, even eradicate those types of behaviors from just progressing. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am glad that I'm glad that this legislation is now here before us today, and it will serve this community well. And we will continue as a government to implement measures such as this, because it is our duty to make sure that we put every protection in place so that our young persons can grow and develop to have healthy, wholesome lives that allow them to be productive citizens in the community that they live in. And so, with Mr. Speaker, with those brief comments, I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Minister. If there's any other member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And remember, you have the floor.
Is that me or is that my leader, Mr. Speaker? I'm not sure who you are recognizing.
Your voice came through first.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a well-known fact that we as adults have a responsibility to protect our children. The impact of luring and the psychological effect that action has on some of our young people sometimes is irreparable. So we have our young people who have been exposed to this
Remember, we're losing you again. You normally come to very clear on other cities, but today you seem to have some difficulties. Member, we don't hear anything at all from you at this point. Now, I believe that one of the other members were indicating they wish to have spoken as you were trying to get my attention. Is that other member wish to speak now?
Yes,
I
Mr.
don't
Speaker.
think that there is a purpose, Mr. Speaker.
Opposition Leader, your member needs to understand she can't have the floor if we can't hear her, so I'm going to acknowledge you.
If the event happens.
Can we get her to mute?
Yeah, I can. I'll mute her. I'll find her right now.
It takes time for the reporting to have been done, and somewhere in between.
Continue.
Reporting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologize for the connection that our honorable members are having some difficulty with today. This is, I can't support this enough, this particular bill. Having had the opportunity of SCAR's training, having sat on the board with a bipartisan board concerning some of the issues that we are facing with our young people, it's evident that we have been building towards this kind of legislation, and so it is very good. It is a good thing for Bermuda that we have this legislation before us, and so I thank the substantive minister and the minister who's presented it in the House of Assembly today. One of the concerns that I do have about this particular, not this bill itself, but what it's addressing, is that we have not been accountable enough to one another. And during the SCAR's training, when we were looking at many of the atrocities, I'll call them, that have taken place just in Bermuda alone, which involve luring, it's quite evident that we as adults, many adults, have not learned how to make wise decisions. And that could stem from any number of issues that we have not, as parents, done a good job, maybe as a community, not a well enough job at ensuring that our young men and that as they grow older, have not been able to discern good decision making when it comes to abuse and abusing our young people. It was very, very evident during the SCAR's training that this luring was very calculated in so many ways, whether it be family members at clubs, sports clubs, whether it be at churches and organizations, as just the Honorable Minister Fogo had mentioned. We have not, and we have a generation out there of folks that are not making wise decisions, and we've seen it played out in the newspapers over and over and over. But the part again that really bothers me about this is we are not speaking up, and we are not being accountable, and we are seeing a lot of these things taking place in front of us, and simply not intervening when we should be intervening at the very early stages to prevent these types of things, obviously of becoming an atrocity. And so here we are now, after many, many decades, lifetimes, we're now getting to the point where we have legislation in place. And again, I want to say I'm grateful for those. Just take a look at my notes here. I'm grateful for the fact that we are now at this point. This behavior, quite frankly, as we've listened to different forums, is no respecter of organizations. I mean, you can find this going on just about anywhere, where the literal plotting of taking advantage of young people. And, you know, we keep talking about young women, but we're also seeing the plotting and taking advantage of young boys as well. And we are already at a point where our intellectual capital, we're not, we're dying faster than we can be born. And we're just debilitating ourselves by this kind of thing that steals the future away from our very most precious resource, and that is our people and their intellectual capital to continue to keep Bermuda in good stead. And so I'm grateful, but we've got to do a better job, and it starts with us, and I'm grateful that most of us as MPs took the SCAR's training. We need to be speaking up when we see these things by setting the example And I'm imploring all of us as 36 members that when we see these things happening, we need to intervene. If we get the call, we need to intervene to ensure that we are protecting the most vulnerable of us, and that is our young people. And now that we have this age of 18, where we've introduced this bill, our 18 and younger people, they are being protected as best as we can legislatively. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, honorable member. Yes, honorable member.
I'm not sure if you
Yes, I can hear you and see you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I just want to, I see that we have no problem agreeing on this bill today. It is something that is long overdue, which I've mentioned to the AG before in regards to bringing to this House. So I'm glad that we are able to bring this bill to the House to have it enacted. Some months ago, I believe, I remember a group of protesters coming to the House of Assembly. They were protesting after a sentence was given for someone in our courts. And I remember speaking to a lady who wanted us to make such an amendment to our bill, the one that we are bringing here today, and it included flooring. And, you know, I think we've all seen that famous sort of scenario where you have someone in a car and they are calling a child over to a car to come and look at their dog or their puppy, or maybe they're offering some sort of candy to them. We've seen that sort of scenario played out. That is a example of luring, tempting a person to do something by offering something similar to the language that Minister Levito spoke to in regards to preying on our children. But that is luring. In this context, we are speaking about written notes, so we're speaking about maybe messages, because now it's much more easier and faster to get a hold of someone via a WhatsApp message, a text message, something on social media, Snapchat. These are all sorts of social media platforms in which people can write messages to our children. And so again, this bill is well overdue. I think we had some sort of electronic protection even before we had this today, which is a written note or some sort of written luring. So I'm glad that we are addressing this as part of sexual offenders' behavior. We often see things like grooming or luring, and so it was very important to bring this sort of protection to our children. And we also just want to thank the advocacy groups as well for pushing for this change in our legislation. So I'm not going to delay this, Mr. Speaker. We all agree on this. We all agree that it should be for the protection of our children, that we would bring such a piece of legislation like this. It's also important that this legislation comes forward when we find our children who can sometimes be in a vulnerable position, maybe attending summer camps, attending after-school curricular events where you have teachers or counselors or coaches or even family members who participate in luring and grooming. And so just thankful for this bill. I just want to say to the protesters that were up on the Hill in Parliament pushing for this legislation, that your government has listened, and here we now have this change. And so we just hope that it is, we know that it's going to be a protection for our children, as we're speaking of persons under the age of 18.
we know that it's going to be a protection, an added protection for our children. And hopefully no one will have to experience this if people now know that in the law it is written for the protection of our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
If I could, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Ready, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to also support and speak to the amendments to that are on the floor of the House this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, this category of protection that we're giving further strength to is relating to children. And a child, Mr. Speaker, is a human being between the stages of birth and puberty, or between a developmental period of infancy and puberty. It is such a vulnerable phase of any human being. In the entire animal kingdom, it's recognized that it's a phase that requires protection. And if I lift out anything in our debate as legislators today, it's that there be a deliberate focus, Mr. Speaker, an enhanced focus on just what the definition is of a child. I recall that as I practiced the law, it was often in the context of the practice of the criminal law, a recognition that children do not appreciate the difference between right and wrong, for very good reason. Persons, human beings who are between the ages of birth and puberty continue to have developmental inadequacy that ought not to have them seen to be exposed to physical danger, sexual abuse, neglect, trauma, because they process it entirely different from persons who have learned as a consequence of experience of life how to manage and deal with these kinds of events in the human experience. Mr. Speaker, and so we see that the bill has both specifically and expressly isolated teachers and family members. Our children, every child today, it is regarded as a requirement of contact with that child to have them have a cell phone or a communication device. And indeed, our children are developing their own culture of the communication with these devices. And whilst these devices have a positive benefit of the umbilical cord between the mother and father and the child, of course, it comes with dangers as well because of the internet. And to the extent that the minister piloting the bill, the Honorable Learner Member, Honorable Kim Wilson, voting for the Attorney General of this country, to the extent that they are providing further protective wraparound of protection for children, we can't underemphasize or emphasize the need to give a defense and ensure that the defense of infancy is sacred, and that because a child or an infant is carrying a device or in an environment where sexualized images are present, there can be no excuse that they have the capacity for managing, appreciating, or interpreting these harmful images. And so the excuse can never be made either in law or in a family setting or in any type of raising of the defense while the child has become more, is a modern child because they have modern technical devices. What I'm seeking to say, Mr. Speaker, is that notwithstanding the modern technocratic realities of our children growing and living in a modern context and having control over and exposure to sexualized imagery, sexualized audios, sexualized music, physically violent audio, physically violent videos and images. We have to continue to make the point that because they have custody of these devices and therefore exposure to them, they are in no way good managers of this kind of content. The law, of course, does recognize that, and to the extent that we can drive home that there can never be an excuse used that our children have it in their power and control. Therefore, they can be held accountable for it. That point has to be completely diminished and extinguished by the very definition of a child, of children, which is that they are between these ages of development that hasn't reached the point where they can appreciate the dangers or implications of the things that they have in their hands or that they see with their eyes or hear with their ears. To that degree, Mr. Speaker, not only an awareness effort, but even legislative defenses put in place to drive home to would-be predators or lures that there is no excuse, there is no legal defense to when it comes to the relationship between a human being who is at this development stage between birth and puberty. There is no excuse or defense that can be applied to those who would seek to raise the defense that they have an understanding that developmentally, biologically is the word I should look for, biologically, they are incapable of having. So it is the biological incapacity that I think that we should be, as adults and leaders, should be seeking to put into the bloodstream of the discussion on this question, so that we remove for once and for all the temptation to assign to our children, to infants, to minors, capacities that biologically they are incapable of either managing or indeed having to manage their lives. And so I commend the Attorney General for grasping this nettle and expanding to modern conditions, to which I have been referring, expanding protections to take account of the modern conditions of the modern child in the technocratic megapolis that our children are growing up in this country and across all cities and countries. Of course, those would be my observations of support of the bill. I heard the Honorable Mr. Pierman continue to say that speak to what has become a back-end response to the whole rubric of child protection in our country. I hope that I've addressed the issue of proactive front-ending of protections. This is what the Attorney General is doing with this bill by ensuring that up front there is a prohibition in law against luring by persons in positions of power and trust, so that a legislative message is bold and clear that it is forbidden in our society for these kinds of behaviors. Going with it, as I've sought to demonstrate in my presentation, is driving home the awareness of the biological incapacity of infants and minors to process, and when exposed to either physical trauma, sexualized trauma, or emotional trauma, it harms them. It harms their little minds. It leaves them confused. And when they do reach, and as they continue to grow, it produces highly deleterious impacts on their lives. And when one considers that this is the grun norm, this is the area of battle for us, I believe that we spend better time dealing with how we proactively prevent and how we actively protect our children without going into back-end inquiries as to what has happened in the Department of Child and Family Services. Mr. Speaker, it is a noble but constant enterprise that all societies face, where there are children being born every day into settings where these risks occur, and it is our duty and responsibility to both mitigate and in cases as often as we can remove the risk of exposure of our children, of our minors, of our infants to these kinds of harms. And so I thank Mr. Wilson and the Attorney General, and I am sure that too, that Ms. Christine DaCosta, who was serialized in the daily paper as welcoming these events, is also happy and content to thank the government for this legislation.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak? No other member? Minister, would you like to wrap us up?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank honorable colleagues for their contribution and their support on this very, very important bill, the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2020. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move that this bill now be committed.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2020. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your leave, Mr. Chairman, with your leave, I'd like to move all clauses 1 through 7.
Continue, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clause 1 is the standard citation and confers title on this bill as the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2020. Clause 2 amends Section 182E of the Criminal Code Act 1907 to include additional methods of communication other than electronic means. This amendment addresses the existing gap under the current legislation by extending the offense of luring to include communication either orally or in writing by means of a communications medium or in any other manner besides electronic communication. Clause 2 provides statutory protection for our children and young persons who are preyed upon by a person through the use of all methods of communication for the purposes of committing sexual offenses. Clause 3 inserts a new section 182A in the Principal Act. Clause 3 creates a new offense of luring by a person in trust. This new section extends protections for a young person under the age of 18. The intent of Section 182EA is to provide protections when an adult who is in a position of trust communicates with young persons for the purpose of committing a sexual offense against a young person. The intended sexual offense does not have to take place. The adult's intention to commit an offense against a young person may be drawn from the communications between the adult and the young person, or may be drawn from other circumstances. Clause 3 introduces sanctions of 15 years if a person is convicted on indictment and 5 years on a summary conviction. Clause 4 amends Section 329E1 of the Principal Act to add the Section 182EA to the current listing of sexual offenses. And Clause 4, Mr. Chair, allows consequential amendments of Schedule 1 of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 2006 to add the Section 182EA offense of luring of a young person in a position of trust. This amendment gives police the authority to arrest a person accused of Section 182EA offense. Clause 6 provides clarity by inserting a status provision to confirm that nothing under Section 182EA shall be construed as affecting Section 233(3) of the Criminal Code Act 1907. And Clause 7 provides for the commencement of the Criminal Code Amendment Act 2020.
Any further speakers? Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. MP Pearman.
Yes, Honorable Pearman, continue.
Yes, we have no comments in committee unless anyone else from my side does. Thank you.
Any further speakers?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure whether you can hear me. I've had terrible trouble with my internet today. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My question is in respect of clause clause 4, I believe is. My question is whether there is any.
What clause you talking to?
4, I think the criminal code is in definition.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry, can you give me 1 second, Mr. Chairman?
1 second.
Yeah, sorry, sir. No, it's actually clause 3, luring of a young person in a position of trust. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this is an arrestable offense. My question was whether, in fact, there was any statute of limitation, because the minister had indicated, I can't see it.
So what's the question? What's the question?
But upon report of the offense, is there any possibility that there would be a.
You're breaking up, Minister. It's very hard to follow you. I'm blushing now.
Mr. Chair, if I can assist, I believe the Honorable Minister, Shadow Minister, was asking about limitation periods. If there are any limitation periods.
Minister, you understand the question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. I do believe, and I'm just waiting for technical advice, but based on my recollection, when I was in the criminal courts, there are no limitation periods with respect to criminal offenses. There might be challenges with respect to the continuation of a prosecution if the evidence is old and outdated, but insofar as a statute of limitation for a criminal offense, I don't believe that exists.
Okay, any further speakers? Okay, being that there's no further comments, questions on the bill, Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the preamble be approved.
Move the clauses first, please.
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Chair, I would move that clauses 1 through 7 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 7 be approved. Are there any objections to that? Approved to be none. Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you, Minister Wilson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Members, are there any objections to the Criminal Code Amendments Act 2020 being reported in the House as printed? There are no objections. It has been reported as printed and received. That brings us to the close of that matter. We now move on to the next item on the order paper, which is the Criminal Code Amendment number 2, Act 2020. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill entitled Criminal Code Amendment number 2, Act 2020 be now read the second time.
Any objections? No objections. Continue, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, excuse me. I'm pleased to present to this honorable House the bill entitled Criminal Code Amendment number 2, Act 2020. This bill amends Section 519 of the Criminal Code Act 1907 to modernize the jury selection process by providing parity between the Crown's and the defendant's challenges to potential jurors for Supreme Court criminal trials. The bill will also replace an out-of-date reference to the death penalty in the Criminal Code Act 1907 and repeal the archaic provision, namely Section 521, allowing for all male jurors. Mr. Speaker, the public will be aware that the Constitution guarantees an accused person the right to a trial by jury if they are being tried for an offense in the Supreme Court. The jury selection process is conducted in part according to provisions in the Criminal Code Act 1907. A jury consists of 12 persons plus alternates. Jurors play an important role in criminal trials because they bring their individual and collective common sense and broader life experiences to the assessment of the evidence presented at trial. As the government perpetually keeps the state of law under review for modernizing reforms, we have acknowledged that there is a disparity in the jury selection process, which could give the appearance of bias benefiting the Crown. The offending provision, namely Section 519 of the Criminal Code Act, allows the Crown to stand by an unlimited number of potential jurors without having to give reasons. Potential jurors who are stood by when first called are not recalled, at which point the Crown would have to justify their exclusion unless the rest of the panel has been exhausted. This effectively gives the Crown greater opportunity to select a jury which is perceived to be more sympathetic to the prosecution. Conversely, Mr. Speaker, a defendant has a fixed number up to a maximum of 5 challenges, depending on the type of the offense, without being required to give a reason. This has led to defendants claiming bias because of their perception of how the Crown has exercised its options to stand by potential jurors. The Crown's use, Mr. Speaker, of the standby has fallen out of favor in many jurisdictions, including the United Kingdom, Canada, and British Overseas Territories of the Cayman Islands and British Virgin Islands. Standby provisions are increasingly being removed from jury selection laws because they are criticized for being open to potential abuse by the Crown to stack the jury on racial, sexual, ethnic, age, or other implicitly biased grounds. The use of standbys has been subject to legal challenge on constitutional grounds for potentially offending the fundamental right to a fair trial, lack of equity of arms between the parties, violating the rule of law, and breaching the rules of natural justice. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments to the Criminal Code Act 1907 will repeal the section forbidding unlimited standbys by the Crown and give the Crown and defendant equal numbers of without cause challenges to potential jurors. Without cause simply means the objecting party doesn't have to give a reason for their objection to the potential juror. The Crown and the defendant will also be able to agree to excuse any number of potential jurors with the introduction of a new provision in this bill. Mr. Speaker, it is also timely to correct a sexist provision in the Criminal Code Act 1907, which permits impaneling all male jurors in cases where matters of an indecent nature are likely to arise. I do not believe the public needs such much explanation as to why this provision no longer comports with gender equality rights. With that, Mr. Speaker, I welcome honorable members' contributions to this debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. MP Pierman.
Yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
Yes, this is quite a topical matter, Mr. Speaker. There's been a recent judgment handed down in the Supreme Court by our current Chief Justice That judgment has been referred to in the press and I believe was handed down, but it's not yet available for reading. So I'm not able to comment further on the logic and reasoning that the Chief Justice deployed to come to the same conclusion as this legislature is coming today. We in the opposition support this bill, and it is a long time coming. As the Honorable and Learned Minister mentioned, the number of peremptory challenges was something that was scaled back already in the UK. I believe it was done away with entirely in the 1980s or thereabouts in the UK. So this is something that is bringing the criminal code up to modernity. Likewise, I hadn't realized the anachronistic bit about all male juries in those instances, but yes, a nice bit to pick up on too and get rid of that as well at the same time. So those are the observations that we on this side have. It is vitally important that anyone participating in a society can look to their judicial system and feel that that system is fair and fair to all. And to the extent that prosecutors having unlimited peremptory challenges or peremptory challenges that expand throughout all the members of the jury, when the defense team does not, it just smacks of unfairness, and so people can understand that. So I think that there may be others who wish to speak, but those are our observations on behalf of the Criminal Code Amendment number 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Does any other member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I'd like to contribute to the.
Yes, honourable member, continue.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the honourable member who speaks for Justice Matters on the other side's support of the bill. Unsurprisingly, the issue at hand here, Mr. Speaker, is of course the question of equality of arms in one of the most important of our systems of justice, which is the criminal trial, which puts at stake or in jeopardy a citizen's liberty even. Mr. Speaker, and so I commend the Minister Wilson's pilotage of this much anticipated bill through the House that finally creates equality of arms in the process of a criminal trial. It's long overdue that in cases where one expects to have a trial by one's peers, and where we have in this country over and over young or old persons who are tried in the courts, often black men, young black men involved in the unrelenting attempts to bring gang beefs and murders to book. No matter how serious the crime, the system of justice must remain even-handed. There must be equality of arms. And so to have a system where the director of public prosecution's Crown representatives could seek to weed out of the trials of fact persons who might have a empathetic or sympathetic view to a young black Bermudian male by ensuring that the jury is comprised of a majority of females. A classic tactic deployed up until today, and after this bill passes, will stop, or to weed out persons who might be perceived as having a more open and liberal approach to the facts in a criminal trial, to life itself, by choosing persons who might be seen as being more conservative. These were the tools used by the prosecution, the DPP's office across the centuries, certainly, and certainly in Bermuda's modern history, I've seen it happen with the deployment of choosing special juries, and we welcome the fact that Minister Wilson is on the GFC, and that even an all-male jury provision is finally buried. But I've seen it happen throughout our history, where the attempt was both open and obvious to shape the jury to a conservative, outlooking or inward-looking set of jurors and triers of fact, and it harmed and has harmed many defendants who have come before the courts. And this raises the very issue, Mr. Speaker, as to whether these past wrongs and will become the subject of judicial review, because persons convicted, possibly having served and are released from corrections, or persons who are serving corrections, decide that they wish to take a class action or some action to right what they believe were a wrong. I happen to know from the former Attorney General, Mr. Pettingill, Mark Pettingill, who took the judicial review before the Chief Justice, Miranda Hargan, recently, has discussed these very kinds of possibilities with me, and so this is a good thing. It's not a reality about which I'm describing as a risk. It is just a reality and a right for any citizen to take up if they feel that their matter was undone by the provisions under Section 519 of the Code. So it is a good day for doing what the Attorney General has committed herself to doing. And indeed, she's committed by establishing the Law Reform Commission to do just this, to keep a hand on the tiller, to perpetually keep the state of our laws under review, or modernizing them for necessary reforms. And this is an important reform step, a giant leap, as we should say, for justice in our country. So I'm happy to support the Honorable Member, Minister of Health's pilotage of this Criminal Code No. 2 bill, removing the lack of equality of arms in the context of a criminal trial. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does any other Honorable Member wish to speak?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. If I may.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I can sum this up in 3 words. Shame on us. Shame on Bermuda that it took us until 2020 to remove a provision under the criminal code that so egregiously, so blatantly tilted the scales of justice. Hats off to Mr. Pettingill and his client, because they actually performed a very important service here in the interest of justice. And dare I say, in the interest of racial justice, because in a society such as ours, fraught with a tortured history around race, we can only imagine how these types of provisions form the systemic ecosystem that so informed racial iniquity and racial inequality in Bermuda. I can imagine how this weapon was wielded during the tumultuous late 50s and 60s and 70s, almost in a way to predetermine outcomes Imagine that when there was jury selection in the matter that Mr. Pettengill is now engaged with in the court, they rejected 5 black jurors during that process. So this is no small thing. You know, coming out of Black Lives Matter, and I said it before, there were 2 words that were so important in terms of our understanding of what that was about, and also conveying to us around the world what the mission really is about. And that was the 2 words encapsulated as systemic racism. We in Bermuda, and including some black Bermudians, some of whom man our criminal justice system, the Chief Justice himself practiced in our courts for decades, have normalized these systemic racist policies manifested in a structural way, i.e. in our law, and daily implemented in terms of how we conduct what we call criminal justice in our courts. No shame on us. But there's so much more we need to do. So I commend what is taking place here. That standby provision, we all know that it is well past its sell-by date. As a few of the members have mentioned about how even in the UK and beyond, it has been eliminated, and rightly so. But even talking about in the diaspora, within what was once the British Empire, I'm pretty sure this was a key feature in all of its possessions, where it established the so-called common law justice in all of the colonies. And this would have been a key tool, a key weapon of control. And so it is long overdue that it be retired, but we're going to make sure it is today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak? No other member? Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank honorable members for their contributions. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that this bill be committed.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled the Criminal Code Amendment Act Number 2, Act 2020. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move all 5 clauses, please.
Continue.
Thank you. Clause 1 is the standard citation and confers title on this bill as the Criminal Code Amendment Number 2, Act 2020. Clause 2, excuse me, amends Section 329E of the Principal Act in subsection 1, which provides the court shall remand an offender convicted of a serious personal injury offense before sentence is imposed, and gives statutory effect to the declaration made by the court. And in this case, in the case of Justin Parsons and the Attorney General, Minister of Legal Affairs, and the offender may be remanded. Clause 3, Mr. Chair, amends clause Section 519 of the Principal Act, challenge of jurors, to provide how jurors can be challenged without cause by the Crown and an accused person, and to repeal the subsections that give the Crown the power to stand by potential jurors. It also inserts a new Section 1A to provide the process when both the Crown and an accused person agree that a juror should be excused. Clause 4 repeals Section 521, which is the power of court to order an all-male jury of the Principal Act, to remove the power of the court on application by the Crown of an accused person or by the court's own motion in order to order an all-male jury in cases where matters of an indecent nature are likely to arise. And Clause 5 provides the saving provisions.
Any further speakers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and MP Pearman.
Honorable Member Chairman, continue.
Thank you. Just two questions to the Honorable and Learned Minister. And with your leave, Mr. Chair, I'll put them both at the same time and then she can answer.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Honorable and Learned Minister, the clause 3 of the bill draws a distinction on the number of peremptory challenges. They're both going to be aligned between the defense and the prosecution. So it's the same number of challenges, but it draws a distinction at clause 3A1A and clause 3A1B between 5 persons in one instance and 3 persons in the other. So in certain types of cases where there's mandatory life sentence, you can have a challenge of up to 5 people. And in other types of cases, it's going to be limited to just 3 challenges on each side. I was just asked, hopefully you could just explain the thinking behind that in a little bit more detail, as it wasn't a matter covered in your brief. And my second and final question relates to the saving provision, which is at page 2 of the bill, clause 5, subsection 2. And as I read it, the point being made there is that this is a forward-looking process. And the fact that the old process has been applied in previous instances will not solely on that ground allow for potential appeal and a quashing of a conviction. So that's how I read it. I think that's what it says, but I'd be grateful for clarification from you on that second point. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to put both questions at once.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I await a little assistance from the technical persons at Chambers with respect to the second question that was raised by the Honorable and Learned Member, I would interpret that section as the way that he just announced that. I believe that was how I interpreted clause 5, the saving provision. And as it relates to clause 3(1)A with respect to 5 persons or 3 persons, as the brief indicates, this may or may not be a direct answer to the question. It depends on the nature of the offense with respect to which ones would be a maximum of 5 challenges and 3 challenges. And I suspect that depends on the severity of the offense. But I'm just hoping that I can. There we go. Offenses that carry life imprisonment as a mandatory sentence are the most serious offenses, and those are the ones that will have more challenges. Yeah. I beg your pardon?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further comments?
None from me, Mr. Chair. I don't know if others will.
Okay. Any further comments or questions on the clauses 1 to 5? There appear to be none. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that clauses 1 through 5 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 5 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as printed. Thank you, Minister Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy. Members, are there any objections to the Criminal Code Amendment Number 2, Act 2020, being reported to the House as printed? There are none. The bill has been reported as printed and received. We will now move on to the next order on the paper today, and it's the second reading of the Expungement of Conviction Act 2020. Minister, would you like to present the matter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill entitled the Expungement of Convictions Act 2020 be now read the second time.
Are there any objections? No objections? Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members may recall that soon after this government was elected, it enacted the Misuse of Drugs Decriminalization Act 2017. Hereinafter, Mr. Speaker, I'll refer to that as the Act. In part, the preamble to the Act stated that its purpose was to remove criminal sanctions in relation to the possession of cannabis where the amount is less than or equal to 7 grams. At the time, the overall policy objective was stated to be the discontinuation of the long-standing practice of criminalization of recreational cannabis use. It was a long overdue response to generations of Bermudians facing criminal penalty for being caught with small amounts of cannabis for personal use. In particular, it was the realization of a campaign promised to rid our society of the unfairness, especially to young Black male, of harsh drug enforcement and criminal justice practices long recognized as having a lifetime impact on education and employment prospects for our youth. Mr. Speaker, that was to be the initial step in achieving social justice for persons most likely to be affected by cannabis prohibition laws. The next logical step is to offer redress to those carrying criminal records for possessing small amounts of cannabis before the cannabis decriminalization law came into effect. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present to this Honorable House the bill entitled Expungement of Convictions Act 2020. This bill makes provisions for an application to remove criminal conviction records of persons convicted for possession of less than or equal to the statutory threshold of 7 grams under the Act. Presently, there are persons, Mr. Speaker, in Bermuda with criminal convictions on record for an offense which is now decriminalized because their conviction was recorded prior to the amendments to the law taking place in December of 2017. Accordingly, it would be unfair to leave those persons to continue to suffer the consequences for an offense which has been repealed and that societal values no longer considers warrants criminal sanction. This bill provides the opportunity for those affected persons to overcome the negative stigma, biases, and exclusions attached to those criminal histories. The procedure prescribed by the bill is for persons convicted of possession of less than 7 grams of cannabis before the 20th of December 2017 to apply to the Minister of Legal Affairs to make an order that the record of their conviction is expunged. In other words, Mr. Speaker, an expungement order. Mr. Speaker, it is a simplified procedure which permits affected persons to apply to the minister for an expungement order by providing basic details of their conviction and minimal personal information such as name, date of birth, and home address, also the address at the time of conviction. Ministerial discretion can be exercised to request additional information beyond that which the applicant submits for the minister's consideration. Provisions within the bill also allow an applicant to appeal the minister's refusal to make an expungement order. The ultimate effect of making the expungement order is captured under Clause 8.2. That is to say, the person is therefore to be treated as not having committed the offense, not having been charged or prosecuted for the offense, and not having been convicted or sentenced for the offense. A person with an expungement order will not be compelled to have that prior criminal record used against them in criminal proceedings. Likewise, prospective employers cannot use it to deny him or her employment. In other words, a person with an expungement order will not be subject to any legal ramifications such as perjury or giving a false statement by not acknowledging or disclosing the prior existence of an expunged record. This includes in response to any inquiry made of them for any purposes either by a court of law or a prospective employer. Mr. Speaker, in practical terms, an expungement order will have the effect of completely erasing the applicable criminal conviction. For all intents and purposes, that conviction will no longer exist under Bermuda law and for conducting affairs within Bermuda. Expungement orders will be binding upon authorities and entities in Bermuda, including those who hold and make criminal conviction records available to third parties. Mr. Speaker, to position this proposed law reform within a global context, a number of other countries have recently decriminalized or legalized cannabis possession and or usage to varying degrees. And these jurisdictions include Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Barbados, Canada, Australia, and more than 30 states within the United States of America. Likewise, since embracing cannabis decriminalization or legalization measures, a number of countries have also sought to expunge past criminal conviction records for cannabis offenses. For example, Jamaica has a criminal records rehabilitation of offenders automatic expungement of convictions order, which became effective in July 2015. Canada passed Bill C-93 in June last year, which allows persons to be pardoned immediately and at no cost for simple cannabis possession upon making application to do so. Mr. Speaker, within the United States, expungement for simple cannabis possession and other forms of criminal record relief, such as sealing and set aside, have now been enacted in much more than a dozen states. Most U.S. laws require individuals to file petitions in court to obtain relief. One of the pressing questions locally is whether expungement of a prior cannabis conviction record will avoid a person being on the U.S. immigration stop list. This question cannot be answered definitively, as U.S. immigration policy is entirely on its own making and operates independent of other countries' laws. Canadians, for example, are faced with a similar challenge to Bermuda, as the U.S. has said it does not recognize cannabis conviction pardons. This means Canadians with past convictions may still face difficulties crossing into the United States border, notwithstanding that they have been lawfully pardoned. Mr. Speaker, where we can give assurances is by highlighting that once an expungement order is issued, local authorities would be prohibited from providing criminal conviction records for the expunged offense to any person or entity locally or internationally. In other words, no new criminal record information for expunged offenses could be provided to U.S. immigration authorities post-expungement. It can also be said that with the relatively recent trend of decriminalizations across the United States, expungement offers the best opportunity for overcoming the stop-list hurdle in the future. Mr. Speaker, I'm confident that this will bode well for those who would otherwise have their future compromised because of historic personal drug use. This latest measure towards achieving social and restorative justice in Bermuda, especially for young Black Bermudian men, will not be the last. The intent is to ensure that the law does not unnecessarily stigmatize persons based on historic personal drug use. With that, Mr. Speaker, I conclude my remarks and welcome honorable colleagues to make submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, MP Pierman.
Yes, member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Honorable Learned Minister for her presentation. It seems to me that really this is about two issues that will be important to the people listening and to Bermudians as a whole. One is the fact that it's plugging a hole in the previous Misuse of Drugs Decriminalization of Cannabis Amendment Act 2017. So that act doesn't make clear that there would be an expungement in circumstances where someone had less than or equal to the statutory threshold of 7 grams. So it is correcting, in effect, what was defective legislation. So that's one issue, and that's a tidying up exercise, and that's understandable. But I think the more important issue, or the issue that will have greater importance to Bermudians more broadly, is what does this really do in practice? And the Honorable Learned Minister touched on this during her presentation. And indeed, she spoke very carefully, because she talked about how there would be a number of expungements, quote, in Bermuda, quote, and used that phraseology a number of times. And she was quite right to do so, because what matters, I think, to a number of people isn't just necessarily what happens in respect of Bermuda, but what happens in respect of the stop list, as the minister rightly recognized. And it should be made clear, and it should be underscored, that what this is doing is something that will have ramifications, and positive ramifications for those who come within the previous 2017 Amendment Act, that their convictions can be expunged. But what this is not doing, and the minister was very candid about this, is it is not going to get people off the stop list. Now, I noticed the minister said she was confident that it would help in the future, and that confidence rang through in her statement. But the reality is it may help or it may not. And indeed, in respect of the cannabis legislation that is being tabled, or excuse me, hasn't been tabled yet, but has been released by the Attorney General for discussion more broadly in the Bermuda populace, that led to a statement coming from the Consul General of the United States saying that the changes in the Bermuda law were not likely to get people off the stop list. And as the minister rightly pointed out, that's not something that's within her gift or within the gift of the Bermuda government. It ultimately is a matter for the United States. But confidence or no, I think it is important to realize that this isn't going to solve stopless problem. And I think that that is a problem that needs greater consideration, and it's a problem that will matter to many. So I think those are the two primary issues. There are a couple of points that at least I will be making in committee. Others may wish to follow. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to make those very brief remarks.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I hear two voices. It's the Minister of Education.
I can defer to Ms. Scott, the deputy opposition leader, if you wish.
You can go ahead, Minister. I'll wait.
Okay, I will go ahead. Mr. Speaker, like the amendment that we did last week on the Parliamentary Act, this is another piece of legislation that I feel is long overdue. But see, Mr. Speaker, last week we passed legislation to allow persons on parole to exercise their right to vote. I spoke to how this was a positive move, as we are now, if we are to fully embrace people who have done their time, paid their debt for their choices, but still treat them as if they were lesser members of the community, that was not something that we needed to do. So it was a positive moment last week, just as this is a positive piece of legislation this week. It's positive, Mr. Speaker, because history will show us with supporting data that these laws that we're talking about now need to be changed because of the way they disproportionately affect Black Bermudian males more than their white counterparts. Mr. Speaker, not one person here today, and I noticed that the speaker that spoke before me didn't touch on this, can speak to this bill and not recognize and acknowledge the detrimental effect these convictions for these nonviolent crimes of having 7 grams or less of cannabis has had on thousands of Black men and the weight that is placed on their shoulders. Mr. Speaker, how many of our Black men have been denied opportunity of travel and access to education or employment opportunities due to our unfair, biased, and racist justice system? How many have not been given a chance to recover from nonviolent crimes such as less than 5 grams of weed in their possession, a decision that has affected their entire lives, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I'm not a smoker, and I do not encourage smoking. However, I am ashamed of my island's history of discrimination towards our Black males when it comes to these types of topics. We only need to look at the last 4 census, Mr. Speaker, and I'll quote some such statistics from them. Because, Mr. Speaker, in 1991, 89% of all persons in prison were Black, compared to 115 whites. In 2000, it was 92% Black and 8% white. In 2010, that ratio rose again. That ratio went to 93 Blacks and 7 whites. And now we're at, in 2016, the last census, 98% of our prison population were Black people, with 2% of them white. All going in the wrong direction, with more of these incarcerated people being Black and less being white. Mr. Speaker, when you look at these type of statistics, you would think our island was made up out of 80, 85, 90% Black people when you look at this. Further, this is the same years that when I looked at the census, Mr. Speaker, 94% of the prison population, no less than 94% of the prison population were Black males. This is time for concern. Mr. Speaker, you don't only have to look no further than the police statistics themselves. It is absolutely disgusting when we look at the police statistics between the years of 2014 and 2018. Mr. Speaker, I am sure every single one of us will be shocked to know that in those 4 years, 8,038 Black people were arrested compared to 814 white persons. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are more Black people arrested every year between 2014 and 2018 than the total combined white people arrested for the entire 4 years combined. I really do hope that these numbers are a wake-up call for every one of us in Bermuda, because this speaks to a system that unfairly targets specific areas in Bermuda while mostly ignoring other parts of the island. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that this same data doesn't support, this same data that we see with Black and white ratios for incarceration and arrest don't bear out when we talk about employment or wages or opportunity
how regrettable is it that we recognize that these things haven't been done differently for years? Mr. Speaker, however, but whenever we want to talk about this topic from this angle, which the data does support, we have cries from that the race card is being used. You have people crying in chorus loudly to say, why are you using the race card? And you know what, Mr. Speaker, it's always those that are benefiting now and will continue to benefit from the status quo. A status quo that continues to kneel on the neck of our black men while leaving them gasping for breath, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they complained when the PLP made 7 grams not an arrestable offense, essentially decriminalizing marijuana for people who have 7 grams or less. I'm sure they're going to complain about this amendment to expunge the records of anyone arrested with 7 grams or less. Oh, Mr. Speaker, let them complain. Let them cry. Let them do whatever it is they want to do. Because this government is about, and has to be about, knocking down those walls of racist policies that have affected our black population for far too long, Mr. Speaker. As I talked about earlier, Mr. Speaker, this is factual and documented data. Data that proves that our black men have had targets on their backs, and as a result have had to overcome challenges that their white counterparts haven't even had to think about, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about white privilege, this is the type of white privilege that prevailed itself in Bermuda even in 2020. So, Mr. Speaker, I make no apologies for what I'm saying today, and I make no apologies for the moves that the PLP is doing to level the playing field and break down the decades of discrimination and allow our black men to get ahead in Bermuda, the place that they rightfully should be calling home. Mr. Speaker, as the speaker before me spoke about, this will not remove people from the USA Stop list. This will not end institutionalized racism that we face even today in 2020 Bermuda. However, it is a step in the right direction and a step in the path of redemption for our people. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I offer zero apologies for anyone who's offended by what I've said today, because it is never the wrong time to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does anyone else wish to speak? The Deputy Opposition Leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we support this legislation. I support it, particularly as the mother of an incarcerated son. And, you know, I respect that the numbers do indicate that blacks are disproportionately charged with offenses that their white counterparts may not be charged with. And I do agree that this is a step in the right direction, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to say that it doesn't go far enough. Because while sealing the record is important, we actually live in an internet age, Mr. Speaker. So the records may be sealed, but what happens to the person who has his record expunged, but his record remains on the internet? So what are we doing for data protection to ensure that once the record is expunged, that his data is not disseminated throughout the internet? And the cost of trying to get yourself off of Google or any other website can be very challenging, and it can be very expensive. So while I agree with the direction that we are going with this piece of legislation, I do think that we also need to take into consideration what other forms of data protection are going to be available for those who do have their records expunged. And I think that, the expungement is a Band-Aid on a greater societal problem, which we need to address. The fact that people are self-medicating or using marijuana to live in an alternate reality indicates that we have a greater social problem that we need to address. And I'm sure that those who work in the third sector, like Martha Dismont and Sandy Butterfield at Focus and Elaine Butterfield at the Women's Resource Center, would agree that we need to address the problems that are causing the members of our society to want to be living in an altered state. So while it's a huge step in the right direction, I do think we have a long way to go. Sorry, I thought I had my video on. And so the other thing that concerns me is the issue about the stop list. So, Mr. Speaker, if you'll allow me, I actually did go on the U.S. website, and they do have some cannabis FAQs. And so the question was, if I legally use cannabis, if you'll allow me, Mr. Speaker, sorry. If I legally use cannabis in Bermuda, does that make me ineligible for a visa? Does it matter if I use doctor-prescribed cannabis? And the answer is, if you use cannabis in Bermuda, you could be found ineligible under Section 212 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, if a panel physician determines that you have a physical or mental disorder with associated harmful behavior related to your cannabis use. The next question is, if I have a previous conviction due to cannabis possession and my record is expunged, will I still require a visa to travel to the United States? And the reply is, a visa applicant whose conviction has been expunged or pardoned may still require a waiver of criminal ineligibility in order to receive a visa. The next question, in applying for a visa, will I be questioned about cannabis use? The answer is cannabis is a controlled substance under U.S. federal law. That's important because the U.S. still considers it to be a controlled substance. U.S. visa application forms ask if you have ever been a drug user or addict. They also ask if you've ever been arrested or convicted for any offense or crime. The consular officer may also ask you about your drug use during your visa interview. If you do not tell the truth, you may be ineligible for a visa under Section 212A6C1 of the INA for having committed fraud against the government or willfully making a material misrepresentation. So we've, I guess, taken one step to overcome the hurdle in Bermuda, but the greater step is allowing our young men to also be able to travel and to be able to embrace opportunities overseas, such as education and jobs and other things that they are hindered by a conviction in Bermuda. So the expungement will work in Bermuda. We have still to see whether or not the U.S. is going to be a little bit more embracing of our Black young men who have records or have been expunged and will allow them in without a visa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any other speakers?
Yes, please.
Mr. Acting Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member Dennis Lister III.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right. Good evening, all. Good evening to the listening public, to my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, my comments tonight on this are brief, but they are in support of this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Acting Speaker, far too long, Bermudians this has been used as a tool to punish Bermudians, especially young Black Bermudians, Mr. Speaker. This is long overdue, the expunging of records. This has been a step-by-step process by this government. Back in 2017, we first went as far as decriminalizing marijuana possession, Deputy Speaker. Now we have seen 3 years later, another step, which is now going to expunge the records of those that previous to that decriminalization, they would have a criminal record with possession, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And even the next step, which has already been brought to this House, is the tabling of the cannabis reform. So it's a step-by-step process that we as this government have been doing to eradicate and address the wrongs that this has done in Bermuda, Mr. Speaker, Acting Speaker. Much has been said by those before me, and how this has been used mainly as a tool to attack young Black men. Seeing that our prison rates are disproportionate in regards to young Black men versus others in regard to marijuana possession, Mr. Speaker. We have also seen how this has been a tool to hold back young men from progressing in life. Whether you were a young man, 18, 19 years old, you have home for school and you got caught, and now you cannot leave the island to continue school. Or your job, you cannot go away for training for your job, Mr. Speaker. This has been used to hold back up. Now that we are going to correct this wrong, this actually opens a new demographic for those that would have been productive members of society, but because of this stain on their record, they have been held back. Those that would have been able to get a higher position in their job with better training, but because they weren't able to go overseas to get that training, Mr. Speaker. This goes to correct that wrong. So when you hear them say that there are not young Bermudians that want to work, we have these that the records will be expunged and that they do want to work. We're adding more workers to our economy, Mr. Speaker. It might be a small amount, but these are new young Bermudians willing to work and correct the wrong that has been done to them. as I read the expungement conditions, Mr. Deputy Speaker, first 8 stood out to me. And why I say stood out to me, Mr. Speaker, is that along with passing this act and what the result of this, we have to educate those that are affected by this. Heard comments before of how a person can have their records expunged in Bermuda, but they are not taken off the U.S. stock list. That is good, and we have to educate so that they don't think that they can just go away and freely go to America. But also educate those that when they that if they are asked about this,
can you please mute your mic?
Say that again.
Deputy Commissioner, please mute your mic.
Commissioner, can you mute your mic, please? All right, thank you. So yes, Mr. Speaker, for those that had a conviction and they are either applying for a new job or in just conversation, however, they get asked, they don't have to reply and say, yes, I was. They are expunged. So it gives them a fresh slate, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A fresh slate, a chance of redemption, a chance to correct what was wrong, done wrong to them, and for those that can be better and more productive members of society. So, Mr. Speaker, those are my few comments on this. I wholeheartedly support it and think that it is long overdue. And I thank the minister and her team for bringing this act to the House. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
Mr. Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Dennis Newlywed Lister. Any further speakers?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker recognizes the Honorable Member, Cole Hedley Simons. Simons, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Mr. Acting Speaker, let me start by saying I support this initiative and what the government is trying to do here. I want to comment on a few things some of my colleagues have said before I get to my main comment. Is the criminal justice system actable? The answer is no. We all know that. Do we have racial profiling in the country from a justice system point of view and a policing point of view? Again, I would say yes. Mr. Speaker, we have to address those equities that are inherent. And the legislation done today with the jurors takes us one step closer. So I support that endeavor, as I said previously. But my opposition leader made a point. And the bigger issue is the social issue. The social issue is a lot of our young people are not happy with their lot of life. And they are going through physical pain, psychological pain, and they don't feel that they're part of society. And as a consequence, they self-medicate and are on drugs. We have to provide a lifeline to those people, to our brothers and sisters who are in pain for whatever reason and take the route of self-medication through drugs. Now, as we said, prior to 2017, you were incarcerated for possession of small amounts of drugs. And with the advent of the decriminalization of the 7 grams, this has changed. And yes, I think those people that were caught with less than 7 grams should have their records expunged. As was said by the Deputy Opposition Leader, all the information that we have in our records can be found on the internet. And so I would suggest that the minister in charge present to this House a strategy that will help us address social media and the public places where the information can be captured. Because it's fine getting rid of the records in our court system, our legislative system, but it's still out there where more people will see it. And that will negate the benefit of this legislation. And so I think the minister should provide some energy and some resources to dealing with clearing up the records that are found in our public domain and not just in our criminal justice system or in the courts. Because without that clarity, without cleaning up that space, it undermines the value of this legislation. Now, the thing that I would like to address personally, as far as my personal contribution, is I take the view that applications and reviews for expungement should be presented to a parole board or a panel. Now, if you look at Canada has similar legislation, C-93 and C-66, and they have the Parole Board of Canada. They basically accept applications, review applications, adjudicate applications, and provide some type of support to the applicants going forward so that they can improve their lot in life. They even provide drug use support, drug education, just to help the applicants have a better chance of succeeding and trying to get them off of drugs. I think this is important because it's fine for us and the legislation to say that applicants are made to the minister. But I would say applicants should be made to an agency that will help the applicants. And I'm saying the agency could look at it from a judicial point of view, and the panel or the board can consist of someone from the judiciary, legal community, drug addiction services, medical doctors, and laypersons. And so my only challenge with the legislation is that the application has to go to the minister, and that by having it addressed to a panel or a parole board, it will take the politics of the process, Mr. Speaker. And I think we'll have the quality of decisions made will be far better because the panel will be more educated in the space, and they will also provide a more rounded decision that will help the community, that will help the penal system, and it will also take us closer to providing a more equitable criminal justice system when it comes to matters of this nature, Mr. Speaker. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I don't want to be long. I would suggest to take the politics out of legislation, that the applications be sent to a parole board, as is done in Canada, or we can have a expungement panel that will have a mandate to accept applications for expungement, adjudicate the applications, and provide support, training, education, and if needed, medical treatment for those young people who need support when it comes to drug addiction and trying to basically improve the quality of their lives. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the minister take this as a positive contribution and not a criticism. I just think by having this panel will add more value to legislation. And as I said earlier, they need to also provide more resources that will manage the records publicly in the social media and in the internet. Because I mean, I know personally from a banker If I want information on court rulings, court decisions, I just type it in the internet and I have just as much information that's in our court records. And that will not help the applications of people who want to have their records expunged. If I can do it, US government can do it, UK government can do it, the Spanish government can do it. And they can use that information to prohibit the individuals from entering their countries. And yet it will result in being no further ahead, Mr. Speaker. So on those notes, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time, and I hope my minister will take my contribution as positively as it is given. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is any other Honourable Member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker, it's Ralph Commission. I'd like to weigh in on this debate.
Yes, Member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we had I guess you could say, a drop the mic moment from Mr. Diallo-Robeyne on this issue. I thought he did a very good job in encapsulating what has been a 5-decade-long war on drugs, which ironically was largely implemented or even forced down the throats of most countries beginning in the 60s and 70s and 80s, particularly those in the West. But for us, one could easily label that war a war on Black people, particularly Black men, both in the US and in Bermuda and beyond. Because those who were most impacted by it were persons of color. I don't think anyone can deny that. And we see the wreckage of those policies all around us. To me, this is a step in the right direction. We need to transition from treating, at least in the case of marijuana, as a criminal justice issue and treat it more, and hopefully with some of the other substances that are well known and being used, but with cannabis right now in particular, as a public health issue and not as a criminal justice issue, as I said. I heard a member from up in Southampton, the deputy leader, speak about the social impact of persons self-medicating, the trauma that is a word that is currently being used by many in the field, I guess. She mentioned Elaine Butterfield and Martha Gismont. My only criticism of them is that when you have these agencies, these helping agencies, whereby 90% to echo the comments of my colleague, Minister Rebane, are Black men, then how is it when they get in the public domain, everything is colorblind here? Is this because they perhaps don't want to offend or make uncomfortable their wealthy, largely white donors? Let's get real here. This is a problem. We need to have an honest conversation about this. In my view, the levels of self-medicating that goes on, particularly in my community, is directly attributable to the issues raised by Minister Rebane and the impact of white supremacy and its chief byproducts, racism and white privilege, unearned, I might add, and its impact on Black Bermudians over generations, particularly Black Bermudian men. Mr. Speaker, I was going to address this maybe in the motion to adjourn. I was telling people of late that I remember a news report that was put together by perhaps the most brilliant television journalists that Bermuda's ever had, arguably. That was Ceola Wilson. The time was circa perhaps 1978 or 79 with the publication of the Pitt Commission report. And I remember being in the car, listening to the radio of this bright, young, brilliant woman who had probably just come back from overseas or studies, and she was in fine form. If you would have heard Ceola Wilson back in that late 70s, early 80s period, you knew that you were dealing with someone who could hold her own in most major media centers globally when it came to news and journalism. So in the aftermath of the riots in 1977, and then you had the Pitt Commission report. So anyway, the purpose of her report was to speak to some of the findings that came out of that report of the commission. In that report, according to Ceola Wilson at the time, the commissioners had seen an egregious anomaly in Bermuda, where you had a city of Hamilton was basically composed of white males and black women. And they asked the question, well, where were the black males? I'm sure Bermuda was producing educated black males to take some of these positions in Bermuda's private sector. And lo and behold, then you had, according to her, you had human resources persons, most of whom at that time would have been white males. I guess, to use the term you often hear now, they were perhaps so traumatized by what had taken place with the murders, the hangings, the trials, the drama, were prepared to be a little more honest than they perhaps, and more forthcoming than they perhaps would have ordinarily. And when posed with the question of where are the black men in these private sector companies, basically they conceded that if they had a choice between hiring a black woman or a black male, the former was preferred. Black males were reviewed as being too hostile, too aggressive, too competitive. Go right down, you know the stereotypes. And so if you want to look towards why the self-medicating part has become such a feature amongst a certain subset of black men in this country, you've got to look at the history here. As long as we ignore that, then we're not being honest in our stated intention of getting to the root of this problem. It's all tied together. Like I said, the minister, it was a drop the mic moment, and after that, no one else needs to speak except the minister to wrap things up. But I'm sure there are going to be other members. But I don't have anything else to say to that. I just think that the first piece of legislation, in terms of the rigged jury selection, which was so easily converted into a tool of racial bias, this piece of legislation, they all go together. And there's so much more that needs to be done if we are going to deconstruct white supremacy in this country and the white privilege, which is such an egregious byproduct of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there any other honorable member who should speak?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go right ahead, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to, most everything has that's been said has been absolutely encouraging. The one concern that I do have is this stop list and how we deal with it. It's almost as if every time we ask questions about how does someone exactly get on this list and where is this domiciled and who's putting people on the list, it's almost as if the answer is, well, it's Casper the ghost who's doing it. And I believe it's high time, with now the revelation of this particular bill, that we send a contingency to the U.S. on this whole issue of travel. Every time we use the avenues of the U.S. Consul General, we seem to come to a stalemate, or it's stalled, or we get answers, but they're not probing in any way, shape, or form to getting to the bottom of how we can remove people from this list. And so, with the advent of this bill, I believe that the administration really should look at having a couple people go to the United States and sit down with them and try and hash out some of the major issues that we've seen because of this, and see if we can come up with a solution. I think it's high time. I believe that the will is there. And the part that I wanted to add to this really is, I think that's the next move for us. Out of respect for the U.S. Consul, whoever they send, and as they send people here, we respect the position, but we're not getting any further than that. And I believe that it now needs physical presence to the United States, and to sit down and to have a real conversation about really what is going on, especially with the close ties that we do have with the United States. I believe we can come up with some better answers, or at least we've given it a try. And so I hope that this is taken under advisement. We do support this bill. Happy to see it. It is here now. The other side of the coin that I wanted to speak to very shortly is many of our young men, especially, who find themselves in positions of trying to find a job because of this record they have for less than 7 grams. I have been, especially being in the fuel industry, have been hiring many who have been incarcerated because they couldn't find jobs elsewhere. And the truth behind it is, I found them, most of these young men, and some even older men, to be quite personable, who unfortunately got caught up, and it is what it is, as they say. But an opportunity was given to them. And I can with a clear conscience say that most of them who had varied backgrounds, because of this record, getting a job, were very successful in meting out the requirements that were needed to carry out the job. And so I've never been one to, because of the past, hold it against someone, but certainly have always looked for the silver lining in folks. And this bill now takes an acknowledgement that we've had some good people, quite frankly, who have a record. We're now expunging that record. But the other side now is they still live with the challenge of not being able to travel to the United States unless they go through the rigorous channels of applying ahead of time and the likes. And we know the angst that it can cause. I have seen on numerous occasions where I've had to help and intervene to help get folks to travel for any number of reasons. So I'm glad to see it, and I hope that this government will take under advisement of possibly sending a team to the United States to sit down and have a real conversation, other than just having the conversation here. And the information is being, I don't even know how the U.S. Consul comes to their conclusions, but I think we now need a face-to-face conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Does any other Honourable Member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker, if I
Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
So, thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that all of us in the House, and indeed the public of Bermuda as a whole, we can all be justly proud of the trilogy of criminal justice legislation that we've just been dealing with this afternoon in the House. And in speaking to the Expungement of Convictions Act of 2020, Mr. Speaker, I both welcome, as I know that all members plainly have indicated and have welcomed, this move. I'm particularly grateful for the fact that the robust justice wraparound of retroactivity assigned to this bill is present in it, assigning amnesty back to citizens of this country who have been impacted with convictions, Mr. Speaker, back to December of 2017. This indicates the determination and strength of the PLP policy emanating from the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs as we deal with this reform package to be fair to our citizens. So, Mr. Speaker, in that sense, the Expungement Act of 2020 is entirely fit for purpose. Like other members, I want to commend Minister Diallo-Roubain for his presentation. Very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that short stint engaged by the Minister of Education and National Security has obviously enlivened and informed a vigorous knowledge of the features and factors of national security issues that he announced in his presentation. Those statistics are telling, and I'm very grateful to the Minister of Education for reminding the country and this House of them and the impact on them, on our citizens. I want to both welcome and acknowledge the concerns expressed by the Leader of the Opposition and a couple of other members of his team dealing with the whole question of the stop list. So, Mr. Speaker, the proposal that Mr. Cannonier makes is a wise and sensible one. I'd like to add to that the fact that U.S. immigration policy is a creature of every U.S. administration. And I think we've all noticed that the Trump administration's immigration policy stance has hardened in contrast or comparison with other administrations. Many of us certainly can recall when Consul General Grace Shelton was here, there was a softer, more amenable approach to this whole question of Bermudians accessing entry into the United States with drug convictions, cannabis convictions. I remember her advice to us when she was holding the role, which was to decriminalize the offenses of cannabis. And so that was an indication, and it is the clearest of indications that administrations have different policy views. After November the 3rd of this year, we may well find that the environment and the administration have changed, and that the opportunity may well present itself for any advocacy from a delegation from Bermuda to speak to a new Biden administration, should that become a reality. We may find that our efforts are met with a change of U.S. policy on this very question. So we shouldn't feel that we are victims of a current historic context, Mr. Speaker, because this changes just like administrations change in all countries. Mr. Speaker, I want to address the question of the concern raised by members of the opposition of the ODA about the use of information deleteriously by just searches of the internet. I started by saying that the legislation, the Expungement 2020 Act, is fit for purpose, because what it seeks to do, as the honourable member and my colleague and friend Dennis III indicated, the policy of the legislation is to expunge records. It requires prospective employees to be prohibited from referring to a judicial record that has been expunged, and that is the strength of the law today that we are debating. Any prospective employer or institution of learning that seeks to use information culled from the internet after this legislation is passed will be breaking the law. They are simply prohibited by the strength and robust nature of this expungement act of relying on it. Now, if they seek to rely on it just because they have access to that information, they will be committing an offense. And so the penalty provisions of today's act ought properly deter employers from relying on raw information off of the internet. And so I am less concerned about that consideration than members who have indicated that information in the ether of the internet is going to produce a problem. Any citizen going back to 2017 who duly has his or her record expunged may rely on it because the act has been crafted in that fashion. Mr. Speaker, I want to also adopt the position adopted by my colleague, Mr. Mission, that we continue to take the approach of use of this particular Class A drug in our citizenry, by our citizenry, as a public health issue and not a criminal issue. And frankly, I think the act and the policy of this act goes a long way to doing that, because we decriminalized, we had expunged records. So we're removing the deleterious criminality of Bermuda's history in this area. And it certainly provides and produces a platform for us to more openly look at this situation of drug use, cannabis use in our country, more holistically and as a social public health platform that requires the delivery of public health deliverables or public health remedies, because it is more effective. It's more it's a soft approach. It's a compassionate approach. It's a approach using health tools that is likely to get more deeply at the cause of usage and address either mitigating the problems where there are problems of usage. I'm not talking about recreational use, but address the problems of abuse is really where I'm going, and do it more effectively and sensitively than just rehabilitation from crime. Mr. Speaker, so those are my observations. To commend the Act for its robust retroactivity and the offering of amnesty as far back as 2017. I believe that the Progressive Labour Party administration will be thanked for this kind of commitment to justice and fairness that has taken place, not just going forward from 2020, but stretching back amnesty-wise to 2017. So with those observations, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill support, and we look forward to the trilogy of criminal justice provisions that we have been dealing with this afternoon, really contributing to a better society, a fairer society for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member. Does any other honourable member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Honourable member, you have the floor.
I'm guessing that's me, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Okay. There were two people up. I wasn't sure which. Mr. Speaker.
Well, your voice dominated. How's that?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I must say that I support this amendment. I think it's long overdue. But I also think we have to be honest with our people. And by that I mean the U.S. has already stated their position that people are not going to come off the sublet. And so therefore, this is not going to be a magic and silver bullet to get people able to travel to the U.S. And so I think we have to be brutally honest with them that this is something that is going to affect them positively locally, but it's probably going to take a little longer to be able to get the U.S. To be convinced that they should do this. Are they hypocritical? They certainly are, Mr. Speaker. There are only 7 states in the United States that have marijuana as fully illegal. That means 43 others are in various states of either legality or allowing medical marijuana or allowing decriminalization of marijuana. And so I think that even though the world is changing and we're in line with that, this is not going to solve the problem for our people overnight by us just changing the law. And I think it's important that we share that information with them up front in indicating what it is that we're likely to do this evening in terms of passing this legislation. I think we also have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to educate them and get them to understand on the front end that they could avoid all of this by not participating in not smoking marijuana and not necessarily, in a lot of cases, following their mates or following their peers in terms of doing this just to be cool or for whatever reason, when they are probably not seen enough of the world to be able to make wise enough decisions that they recognize are going to affect them for the rest of their life. So while supporting this, I support it as I did the decriminalization of marijuana, with the same sort of caveat that we have a responsibility to educate our people about the consequences and repercussions that are likely should they choose to go down this road, even though we are taking steps to amend the law in Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, I also think that I'm going to go out on a little limb here, not too far, in making my case for, in doing this and the decriminalization of marijuana, making sure that the adults actually act responsibly in this regard. We, of course, can make our own decisions and should accept the consequences of those decisions. But young people, underage young people, children, should not have to be subjected to that without some sense of responsibility that they should be protected by us. So with those comments, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make a contribution.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak? Any other member?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I hear a yes coming in, but it's very faint.
Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Speaker?
It's a fellow from 90 East End again. Look, you need to go around the west side of your house like you're being in Devonshire. Maybe your signal will come in a little stronger.
I heard that, Mr. Speaker.
And I believe that where I am now, the signals have come through a lot of there.
Well, your colleagues in the listening audience want to hear you, but you're straight in our ears right now.
That's usually never a problem for me, Mr. Speaker.
No, I know you're a radio personality. You're not used to projecting your voice, so you have to project it a bit more.
I'll do my best this evening.
Maybe it's just colors you got waved in front of you. That's probably what's messing up your signal. There's colors a little perturbed by this. Your signal's a little perturbed by those colors.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will start off by, if you just allow me, Mr. Speaker, one moment.
Yeah.
I am very encouraged by the introduction of this expungement bill today, Mr. Speaker. And it certainly speaks to the ethos of a government that recognizes serious problems, social issues within our community and sets about to address them. And it was a measure twice and cut once situation. And I want to commend the Minister for Education in particular for quite an outstanding speech that he gave earlier. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a number of people speak to the United States, and I'm more concerned with what we do right now, what we are doing, which is good for the community and good for the country. And I'm encouraged by the fact that throughout North America, what we are doing is also being done. And we only have to look in the United States to see how at odds with itself it is on policies. You have states that want to do one thing. You might have the administration that might want to do another thing. You certainly have some conflicts when it comes to leadership. As it relates to cannabis and the criminalization of it, I was turned on to look at the 60s of when this really proliferated and had a very adverse effect on the Black community in the United States and by extension Bermuda, because we travel in and out the United States and it's our #1 trading partner, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to briefly share some comments from John D. Ehrlichman in his interview, a former aide to President Richard Nixon, the late Richard Nixon. And he suggested that the war on drugs was racially and politically motivated. If I can, Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to share one paragraph. The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and Black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it legal to be either against the war or Black. But by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and Blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about drugs? Of course we did. John Ehrlichman, former president, aide to President Nixon, in an interview with Dan Baum. Mr. Speaker, I would say that as other members, the Honorable Member Commission and certainly the Education Minister who listed empirical evidence as it relates specifically to Bermuda, it's important to appreciate that what we are talking about here is something that is part of the institutional racism deeply embedded in societies. And we cannot control what the United States does, by and large, and certainly in a country that has such an overwhelming percentage of its people that are Black, we fall in the same category as our Black brothers and sisters, relatives and friends in the United States, as well as it relates to policies that adversely impact Black lives in America. And so by extension, we can only do at this point in time what is in our best interest. And as our neighbors in Canada and other states in the United States are also looking at expungement. Areas, communities like Jamaica have looked at expungement and addressed it, and other communities around the world does it. We must continue to do things that will dismantle the structure that's been systematically put in place to disadvantage our people particularly. So thank you for allowing me to share that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to speak?
Mr. Speaker.
Can I take it that you're in the west side of your house?
Yes, sir. Can you see me?
Nice and clear.
Can you see me, sir?
I can see all what you have on top of your head. That's
Let me help you out.
No.
Blue and blue says St. George's Cricket Club.
No, I don't think that's parliamentary dress code to be sitting in parliament.
I just want to make sure I was getting that to grab your attention.
There you go, honorable member.
I got my blue and blue tie on. Is that parliamentary cut?
I think the rules say it should have a little red in it.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, there's not much I can add to this robust debate, and I wouldn't even attempt to try. What I will say, Mr. Speaker, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, Every Famous.
Okay. What I will say, Mr. Speaker, is I'm going to give a little chronology of how this bill came to fruition today. Mr. Speaker, whether we admit it or not, sometimes politicians are rightly blamed for things taking too long to come to fruition. For quite a long time, us as Black people, we knew that the war on weed was wrong. We didn't need Nixon's henchmen to tell us that Blacks were being victimized. We didn't need the statistics cited by Minister Rabin. We didn't need the empirical evidence cited by MP Ralph Commission. The war on weed was wrong. And in this present government, there has been one advocate, one main advocate to fight for legalization, or whatever you want to say, regularization. Two main advocates, but I'm going to speak of one tonight. 2 years ago, a certain MP came to caucus and said that they wanted to bring a bill, private members bill, for expungement of criminal records. And he was told to formulate his idea into a proper proposal and bring it to our annual caucus retreat. He did so, brought it to the retreat, and there was deliberation within, but everyone knew what he was saying was right. It took a little while because we know how the wheels of civil service operate or don't operate. And earlier this year, the cabinet said that they are going to bring a bill for expungement of records of people, small amounts of cannabis. There was some debate as to whether or not the governor will sign off on it. But here we are today in legislation. So I say to that particular MP, who's from the Robin Hood corner, this has been a good week for you. You married the love of your life, and you're seeing one of your key pieces of legislation come to fruition. So before I name that person, oops, I already let it out. Oh, sorry. We as politicians, we have to take earnest on things. We could have brought regularization of marijuana sooner. We could have brought expungement sooner. We could have brought Mary Prince sooner. We could have brought this jury selection thing sooner. So we could have brought the things about the sexual luring sooner. So the lesson I want all of us to take from this is if we know it's wrong,
and we know it needs to be changed, let us not, how can I say, wait until public opinion is in the right, is blowing the right way. We just have to do it. So I say, in wrapping up, thank you to Dennis Lister III for his advocacy for the expungement of records for those who have had small convictions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Brother Famous. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Does any other honorable member wish to contribute to this debate today? I take the silence to mean that you're ready for the minister to wrap up. Minister? Mr. Wilson?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
No problem.
Mr. Speaker, I thank colleagues for their contributions. It's obviously a very important piece of legislation. I think the key takeaway that I would like to emphasize relates specifically to the need to ensure that members of the public recognize that the expungement order does not necessitate that they will be removed from the U.S. stop list. And I think it's an important feature that needs to be impressed upon members of the public. I also note just one particular item that was raised during the discussion was with respect to the suggestion that the parole board could be the ones to make the decision with respect to the expungement order, so as not to politicize or take the politics, as M. Paul Simon referred to, out of the decision process. However, for all persons that have received a conviction for possession under 7 grams, it will be an automatic expungement upon application. So there isn't any actual discretion or any room for any type of political interference, so to speak, because it's an automatic expungement order once a person can make application to confirm that they have a conviction that relates to less than 7 grams of cannabis. The only discretion that I referred to in the brief is with respect to the Attorney General, the Minister of Legislative Affairs can ask for more information. They're asked to provide their address, their date of birth, and the address at the time of conviction, but ministerial discretion exists only insofar as to request additional information beyond what the applicant submits if the minister considers that information is necessary. So that is the only relation to discretion, but anybody that makes an application who has for an expungement order who has a conviction of possession of less than 7 grams is automatically granted. Mr. Speaker, with that, I again thank honorable colleagues for their contribution. I would like to move that this bill be now committed.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members, we are now in committee of the whole for further consideration of the bill entitled The Expungement of Convictions Act 2020. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one moment, please, sir. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move clauses 1 to 10, please.
Can you?
Thank you. Clause 1 is the standard citation and confers title on this bill as the Expungement of Convictions Act 2020. Clause 2 provides the definition of terms used in the Act. Clause 3 provides that nothing in the Act will have effect on the power of Her Majesty or the Governor as Her Majesty's representative to grant a pardon for a conviction. Clause 4 provides that an expungement order does not affect the validity of a conviction for a relevant offense or of any sentence imposed following such conviction or give rise to any right, entitlement, or liability. Clause 5 provides that a person who was convicted of a relevant offense eligible to apply for an expungement order. Clause 6 provides that a person who was convicted of a relevant offense may apply to the minister for an expungement order. It also provides that an appropriate person is able to apply on behalf of a person convicted of a relevant offense in the event of that person's death or physical or mental disability. Clause 7 provides that the minister will determine an application for an expungement order and may make or refuse to make an expungement order. It also provides that A, on making the order, the minister will send a copy of the expungement order to the applicant, and B, on refusing to make the order, the minister will notify the applicant in writing of the refusal and his right to appeal, and the procedure is provided for. Mr. Chair, section 4. Clause 4 provides the effects of an expungement order, including A, how the recipient of an expungement order will be considered from the date of the order, and B, how evidence is not able to be used in any proceedings of a conviction that is subject to an expungement order. Clause 9 creates an offense for unauthorized disclosure of an expunged conviction. Clause 10 gives the minister regulation making power, and Clause 11, Mr. Chair, provides for the commencement by the notice in Gazette.
Any further speakers on the bill on clauses 1 to 11? There appear to be none. Minister?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move that clauses 1 to 11 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 1 to 11 be approved. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approve.
I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Any objections to that? There appear to be none. Approve.
Mr. Chair, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
Mr.
Are there
Chairman.
any objections to that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm so
background.
Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry. It's MP Pearman. I was trying to speak, but my machine wasn't working. Can you hear me now?
I hear you. Yeah. You have some questions because we're approving the clauses.
Right. I'm afraid I do. I can trot through them very quickly and leave them for the minister to deal with at such further time if you wish.
Once the clauses have gone and be approved, there's really no questions after that. And I'm not trying to stifle, because I think we want to hear you, unless you want to do this offline with the minister. If that's agreed.
If the minister would prefer me to do this offline with the minister, I'm very happy to adopt that course.
Minister? Minister?
Now we've lost the minister. The miracle of modern technology, Mr. Chair.
Hello, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yes, I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, I'll take your lead. I did speak to the Honorable and Learned Member a few moments ago about a particular section, so I was expecting him to raise that and a few other points that he said he had questions to. But if you wish with your lead, he can just send them to me, and I can ensure that I raise them this evening, actually, with the Attorney General's chambers who are online listening. But I'll take your lead, Mr. Chair.
Is that satisfactory to you, Mr. Pearman?
I'll be guided by you, Mr. Chair. I can make them very quickly as bullet points and leave them in the hands of the minister. I'll be guided by your direction, Mr. Chair.
Okay, for the edification of all, listen, just put your points in. I'll just ask the minister to get back to you on that, if that's
Great.
okay.
Thank you. So I should just list them quickly now as bullet points. Yes, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The points are these. At clause 4, it's not entirely clear what's going on with an expungement order, where it does not affect the validity of the conviction or the relevant offense. So I'll wait for clarification on the minister from that. The second point is at clause 7, and that is that there is a provision where the minister at clause 7.4 has to refuse the application and has within 7 days of the refusal. And then the person who's had their application refused at subclause 5, 7 subsection 5, has 21 days to try to appeal. So there will be an argument that will then envelop respectfully about when that person was notified, because the letter go out with a date on it, and they'll have to show the 7 days being too tight. So I would just respectfully suggest the minister consider expanding that time. Over the page, please. And this was the big point, and I'll just raise it and then I can take it offline with the minister. But the big point that was raised by many in the debate is what happens when an employer, a potential employer of someone who has successfully applied and had their conviction expunged. What happens when that employer sees something over the internet? And, should someone be asked a question on a job application, do they say yes? Do they say no? At the moment, under this act, they're entitled to say no in the application. But then if the employer sees it online by some posting or article, what happens then? And I raise this because I know that MP Michael Scott during the debate suggested that there was an offense for an employer, and it would be impermissible for the employer to look at the internet and take that up. Anyway, I could find no such offense in the bill that arose from the matter raised by MP Scott. Two more final points. Grateful for your leave, Mr. Chair. And I've raised this point already with the minister, but under the regulations section, clause 10, subsection 2, this act purports to allow regulations to be made which would, quote, may modify any enactment, including this act. And so I've suggested to the minister that it might be irregular for an act to allow for regulations to be made when those regulations could then modify any act of law. And I don't think that's, well, I would question whether that's constitutional. It's certainly undesirable. And the minister is very kindly undertaking to look into that further. It could be a matter dealt with in the Senate if it is unconstitutional or a change should be made. The final point is just a typo. Mr. Chair, I'm grateful. Under schedule relevant offenses, it refers to the Misuse of Drugs Decriminalization of Cannabis Act 2017. It should be the Amendment Act 2017, because the 2017 Act was amending the original Misuse of Drugs Act 1972. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful for your indulgence. I will take those questions offline. I'm grateful for the minister, and I'm glad we got that sorted, and I hope I was quick enough.
Thank you, Honorable Member Cameron. Minister, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will provide that information to the Honorable and Learned Attorney General and to her chamber so that I can assist by getting that further information for the Honorable Member, or alternatively, the Attorney General may wish to address those matters herself in the Senate when this matter is debated next week.
Yeah. Minister, you move the clauses. Can you move the schedule?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that the schedule be approved.
With the amendment?
Yes, with the amendment.
Or correction. Let's put it that way. I think it's a correction more than an amendment.
Yes, I think you're right.
It has been moved that the schedule be approved as corrected. Are there any objections to that? There could be none. Approved.
I move that the bill be reported as printed.
The preamble. You don't. The preamble. Sorry.
I did the preamble already. Yeah. Yeah.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed and corrected. Are there any objections to that? There appear to be none. The bill will be reported to the House as corrected and corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Minister.
Thank you
Very much. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy. Members, the bill, the Expungement of Convictions Act 2020, has been reported to the House as printed. Are there any objections? There are no objections. The bill has been reported as printed and received. We now move on to the next item on the order paper, and it's the second reading of the Health Professionals Miscellaneous Amendment Act 2020. In the name of the Minister of Health. Minister, you had a busy evening. Would you like to present your matter?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hold that over into our next one, please.
No, that will be carried?
Yes,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
No problem at all. So we'll move on. The next item that will be dealt with this evening is the consideration of the exchange agreement between the Corporation of Hamilton and McClarmin Trust PTC Limited. In the name of Minister Works. Minister?
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes.
I move that consideration be given to the exchange agreement between the Corporation of Hamilton and McCalman Trust PTC Limited as trustee of the McCalman Trust, reference areas of land situated at 5 Brooklyn Lane, City of Hamilton, etched in yellow and pink in accordance with Section 21A of the Municipalities Act 1923.
Are there any objections to that? No objections? Minister, continue.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the draft exchange agreement between the Corporation of Hamilton, a corporation existing pursuant to terms of the Municipalities Act 1923, the vendor, and McCalman Trust PTC Limited, the purchaser, as trustee of the McCalman Trust. Mr. Speaker, the vendor and the purchaser wish to enter into the agreement set out in the draft exchange agreement. Section 21A of the Municipalities Act 1923 requires that any agreement for the sale of land which is the property of the corporation or a lease, conveyance, or other disposition of any interest in land which is the property of the corporation, being a lease, disposition, or conveyance expressed to be for a term exceeding 21 years or for terms renewable exceeding in the aggregate 21 years. And any related agreement must be submitted in draft to the Minister for approval by the Cabinet and the Legislature. The land exchange is required to allow the corporation to complete the sidewalk from LaFan Street to Canal Road, which many school children use. The Corporation of Hamilton agrees to convey their property, Area 1, to the McCalman Trust in exchange for the conveyance of the McCalman Trust property, Area 2. The Trust agrees to convey their property in exchange for the conveyance of the Corporation of Hamilton property. Mr. Speaker, the draft exchange agreement is such an agreement. It has been submitted to the Minister and has been approved by the Cabinet. It is now before this Honorable House for its approval in accordance with Section 21B of the Municipalities Act 1923, which provides that the approval of the legislature shall be expressed by way of resolution passed by both houses of the legislature approving the agreement and communicated to the governor by message. Mr. Speaker, this concludes my presentation of the draft exchange agreement, and I offer it for consideration by the House.
Thank you, Minister. Does any other member wish to speak? No other member? Minister,
Here we go. Mr. Speaker, yep, my apologies. I'm trying to hit mute and wouldn't go.
No problem. The opposition leader, you have the floor.
Yeah, there's not much to add here. It is a simple exchange. The only question that I did have, and the PS of the ministry did explain to me what the exchange was about. There is no financial obligations between the two parties of the Corporation of Hamilton and the McCalman Trust Limited. So we recognize that it is for a sidewalk, and I believe there's a second one in the same lights. And so we have no objection and support.
No further speakers? Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also extend thanks to the opposition leader as my shadow for agreeing for us to go, these to go early, and us providing the answers to the questions that he had. With those comments, I move that consideration be given.
Say it again.
2 seconds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those comments, I now move that this Honorable House, in accordance with subsections 1A and 1B of of Section 20 of the Municipalities Act 1923, approve the exchange agreement between the Corporation of Hamilton and McCalman Trust PTC Limited as trustee of the McCalman Trust, as set out in the attached draft of the agreement, and that the appropriate message be sent to the governor.
Members, are there any objections to that? No objections? It has been agreed and the appropriate message will be sent. Minister, I believe there is another similar matter in your name. Would you like to see that?
There are two, Mr. Speaker. Could I change the order though, please? Because could I change the order? 15 relates to the last one we did, and then and 14 is for St. George's. So could I do 15?
St. George's is used to being at the end anyway. They seem to finish at the bottom. We don't mind you doing Hamilton first.
Order. MP thing must be off.
Yeah, his mic must be stuck. So first,
okay, Mr. Speaker. So we're doing order number 15.
Yes, the exchange with the Thompsons.
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
No, Dianthus.
Yeah, to trust. Yes, time to trust.
Mr. Speaker, I move that consideration be given to the exchange of land agreement between the Corporation of Hamilton and the trustees of the Dianthus Trust reference areas of land situated at Canal Road / LaFan Street, City of Hamilton, Ashton Green and Yellow, and designated parcels B and A, respectively, and in accordance with Section 21A of the Municipalities Act 1923.
Are there any objections to that? No objections? Continue, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the draft exchange agreement between the Corporation of Hamilton, the corporation existing pursuant to terms of the Municipalities Act 1923, the vendor, and Dianthus Trust, the purchaser, a local trust incorporated in Bermuda. The vendor and the purchaser wish to enter into agreement set out in the draft exchange agreement. Mr. Speaker, Section 21A of the Municipalities Act 1923 requires that any agreement for the sale of land which is the property of the corporation or lease conveyance to other disposition of any interest in land which is the property of the corporation, being a lease, disposition of or conveyance expressed to be for a term exceeding 21 years or for terms renewable exceeding in the aggregate 21 years, and any related agreement must be submitted in draft to the Minister for approval by the Cabinet and the Legislature. A land exchange is required to allow the Corporation of Hamilton to complete the sidewalk from LaFan Street to the Canal Street, which many school children use. Both properties are almost equal in size, 150.06 square feet and 150.03 square feet. The land currently belonging to the Dianthus Trust is exchanged together with full, free, and unrestricted right and liberty of way and passage for the Dianthus Trust and the owners, tenants, and servants, and all the other lawfully authorized persons to go, return, and pass, repass at their will and pleasure, with or without animals and vehicles of all descriptions, over and along the land being exchanged, given that the proposed land use is a public sidewalk. Mr. Speaker, the draft exchange agreement is such an agreement. It has been submitted to the Minister and has been approved by the Cabinet. It is now before this Honorable House with approval in accordance with Section 21B of the Municipalities Act 1923, which provides that the approval of the Legislature shall be expressed by way of resolution passed by both houses of the Legislature, approving the agreement and communicated to the Governor by message. Mr. Speaker, this concludes my presentation of the draft exchange agreement, and I move that the resolution be approved.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any other member who wishes to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, this is just another furtherance of the first that we have just done. Continuing on up on Canal Street for sidewalks, as the minister has said. And so we have no objection to this here.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that this House, in accordance with subsections 1A and 1B of Section 20 of the Municipalities Act 1923, approve the exchange agreement between the Corporation of Hamilton and the Dianthus Trust as set out in the attached draft of the agreement, and that the appropriate message is sent to the government.
Are there any objections to that? No objections. The matter has been agreed and the said message will be sent to the governor. Minister, I believe you have one more on there.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I move that consideration be given to the sale and purchase agreement between the Corporation of St. George's and the WME Meyer and Company Limited, reference a lot of land situated in the town of St. George, in the islands of Bermuda, shown as Lot A and as described in the schedule annex and edge read on the plan in accordance with Section 21A of the Municipalities Act 1923. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the draft sales agreement between the Corporation of St. George, the corporation existing pursuant to terms of the Municipalities Act 1923, the vendor, and to WME Meyer and Company Limited, the purchaser, a local company incorporated in Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, the vendor and the purchaser wish to enter into the agreement set out in the draft sales agreement. Section 21A of the Municipalities Act 1923 requires that any agreement for the sale of land which is the property of the corporation, or a lease, conveyance, or other disposition of any interest in land which is the property of the corporation, being a lease, disposition, or conveyance expressed to be for a term exceeding 21 years, for terms renewable exceeding in the aggregate 21 years, and any related agreement must be submitted in draft to the minister for approval by the cabinet legislature. The subject lot is undeveloped and previously formed part of the adjacent property to the west of Coal Shed Building, located at 6 Penner's Wharf. The property, which is grass, is roughly triangular in shape and used from time to time for parking. During 2009 and 2010, the Corporation of St. George and W. Meyer and Company engaged in discussions regarding a boundary adjustment of the above-mentioned property, with the planning application subsequently made. Attached to Annex 2 is the approved final plan of subdivision. The entire Lot A was approved and is an additional 0.0085 hectares or 0.021 acres. Instead, the boundary change area of 0.0075 hectares or 0.0185 acres or 806 square feet. After consideration of the market sales information of non-developable land parcels attached to Annex 3, a market value of $13,000 in nil cents was affixed to the sale of Area A. An evaluation was conducted by a chartered valuation surveyor representing Bermuda Realty. Based on the information provided to the Corporation of St. George Council, members were satisfied that the property price is reflective of the true market value for the property. Additionally, the purchaser, WME Meyer and Company Limited, has agreed to cover all costs associated with the sale. A tentative resolution was subsequently obtained and recommended to the minister responsible for municipalities to approve the sale. Attached to Annex 4 is a sales and purchase agreement. Mr. Speaker, the draft sales agreement is such an agreement. It has been submitted to the minister and has been approved by the cabinet. It is now before this honorable house for its approval in accordance with Section 21B of the Municipalities Act 1923, which provides that the approval of the legislature shall be expressed by way of resolution passed by both houses of the legislature, approving the agreement and communicated to the governor by message. Mr. Speaker, this concludes my presentation of the draft sales agreement for the sale of land to WME Meyer and Company by the Corporation of St. George. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Does any member wish to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Much appreciated. I did have a few questions. However, I do know that the PS did send an amendment to the Annex 2. My concern with this particular sale only was that no, the sale needed to go through. I'm happy that the corporation has done this of St. George's. It's long been said that this piece of property needed to be sold. Most people in St. George were saying they didn't understand why this little slither of piece of land was sitting on the end of the Meyer property. So it only makes sense. In Annex 2, however, it did not outline the actual piece of property that was being purchased. I did receive an adjustment to that from the PS, so I'm just would like to confirm that it is a part of the official record now in the House of Assembly, that the outlined piece that is actually being purchased is what you have received in the House of Assembly. I also note that there was no written description of this plot of land. Normally, when you purchase a piece of land, there's an actual physical written description of it. I didn't see that in there, but I would assume that as long as we have the official record of the outlining of it on Annex 2, that would suffice. I did find rather interesting that I'm looking for the page, my apologies, in Annex 3, where there was valuation considerations that were being given, at the very end, it's NB, note well, it's a suggestion that we are also aware that government is trying to promote a rate of $50 per square meter, just shy of $5 per square foot. And I didn't take that as the gospel, or that was just a summation, and I was wondering if the minister could say whether or not that was the actual fact. The government is now promoting the property like this here at $50 per square meter. That's all comments that I have. We support it.
Okay, the answer to the first question about the new annex, the triangle and 2, that was provided to the House of Assembly yesterday, I think, following the consent to do so. It is part of the official record. I have no knowledge of a desire by government to establish a fee for the question that the opposition leader asked.
I figured as much. Yeah. Thank you. I think that was the case.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
I now move that this Honorable House, in accordance with
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak on this bill, please.
Oh, sorry.
This is St. George's, Madam Minister. You know, St. George's voice needs to be heard. Honorable Member, would you like to add a few comments?
My comments will be very brief. I just want to say that I'm glad that we are bringing this bill today. And I joined the corporation in 2009. We talked about this in all of 2010, and it just never came to fruition. It's a very small piece of land off of the Curl Shed. If you're from St. George, you know exactly where I was talking about. And like I said, we've been in discussion. We were in discussions for a whole year. It was finally agreed, but it just never happened. So I am glad that the corporation and the entity being Meyer in this instance have finally come to an agreement, and that they've been able to settle it amicably, and it puts a very little bit of cash in the corporation's coffers. But thank you to Colonel Burch and his team for getting it finally done, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any other members wish to speak? No other members? Minister?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, jump the gun a little bit. I now move that this Honorable House, in accordance with subsections 1A and 1B of Section 20 of the Municipalities Act 1923, approve the sales agreement between the Corporation of St. George, the vendor, and WME Mining Company, the purchaser, as set out in the attached draft of the agreement, and that the appropriate message be sent to the government.
Are there any objections to that? No objections? It has been agreed, and the appropriate message will be sent.
Thank you,
members. Members, that now brings us to the end of today's order paper. Ministers, would you like to do your third readings?
Mr. Speaker?
I'll start with the Premier. Premier?
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to now move bill entitled Tourism Investment Amendment Act 2020 be now read for the third time by its title only.
Are any objections to that? There appear to be none. Premier, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Tourism Investment Amendment Act 2020 be now read for its third time by its title only and passed.
It has been read by its title a third time, received and now passed. Next. The next item. The next would be Minister of Finance, because the Premier, your other two were orders. Didn't need a third reading. The Minister of Finance, I believe it's your trust matters.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to read the Minister of Finance's items if he's not on the line.
Premier, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to move the bill entitled the Trust Special Provisions Amendment Act 2020 be now read the third time by its title only.
Are there any objections? No objections. Continue, Minister. Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Trust Special Provisions Amendment Act 2020 be now read for a third time by its title only and passed.
The bill has now been read a third time by its title only. And no objections. No objections. Has been accepted and passed. Premier, would you like to do the next one for the minister?
I'll do the next one, Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Furman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Standing Order 21 be suspended to enable me to move the bill entitled Trust Special Provisions Amendment Number 2 Act